and welcome to Hall of Fame 12. This year, we're launching Hall of Fame Live, a new experience where our online viewers get to join in on everything Hall of Fame like never before. I'm Shay Ryan, a host and content creator for Full Sail University.
And I'm Jess Ryder, a staff writer and esports specialist with Full Sail. We're coming to you live from the Entertainment Business Building at the heart of the Full Sail campus in sunny Winter Park, Florida, though it's not too sunny today.
Not today, but it will be hopefully later. We have so much to cover during today's Hall of Fame live stream.
That's right, Shay. We're going to be discussing alumni, notable guests on campus, and showcasing interviews with Full Sail favorites.
And of course, you can't forget to mention the exciting contests we will have throughout the show, in addition to our coverage of panels and education sessions.
Yeah, and on Thursday, we'll wrap up the week with the highly anticipated induction ceremony, where we will welcome 6 Full Sail grads into our Hall of Fame. For everybody who doesn't know about Hall of Fame, every year we celebrate Full Sail graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through a week-long event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and more. 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year.
This honor serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee, their unyielding dedication to more than a decade of experience in their professional career, and their heartfelt commitment to the students, faculty, and graduates of Full Sail University.
But Shay, it's so much more than that. Let's roll the tape.
Every year, the induction of graduates into the Full Sail Hall of Fame is the capstone of a week's worth of events on campus. During the Hall of Fame week, students attend lectures, educational panels, and workshops, learning from industry experts and mentors. There's a career expo that connects students and graduates with employers, and a tech expo that gives them a hands-on look at some of the newest technology in the field. Alongside these conference-style opportunities to learn and network, there's also a whole lot of fun. From the midway-style games and challenges of the creative experience and the displays of students' creativity and community to interactive esports competitions, cosplay contests, and a giant block party, Hall of Fame Week is a tribute to our accomplished alumni and a celebration of the Full Sail community's creative spirit.
So you see, Hall of Fame is kind of like our homecoming, my personal favorite time of the year. I don't know about you, Jess.
Mine
It's
too.
a time to celebrate the success of past grads while setting up current students for a successful future.
That's right. Every year, 6 graduates who are at least 10 years out from graduation have made significant contributions to the industry and have given back in some way to the Full Sail community are selected and inducted into the Hall of Fame.
This year's inductees hail from degree programs including film, game design, entertainment business, show production, recording arts, and digital media.
These inductees seem so awesome. When do we get to meet them?
Okay, patience. Soon, Jess, soon. In fact, while we're on the topic, let's introduce one of this year's inductees. She's a 2006 film graduate whose credits include PBS, VaynerMedia, The Americans, America's Got Talent, and so much more. Let's meet Hall of Fame 12 inductee Stephanie Dawson.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Dawson. I'm a 2006 film grad, and I work for WNET Group as a producer for Great Performances. Feature production is my first love and will remain so. I like being part of the production from start to finish. And when I'm line producing, I'm building the budget. I'm deciding how many crew members we're getting. So I like having my hands in everything, and that's my favorite role to play. I think it's very important for us as creators to recognize that we can create the stories that we want to tell, but we can do it responsibly. We can leave resources for the generation behind us. We can affect change. We can encourage conversation. So I think it's very important that we not only use our art to make the things that make us happy and tell great stories. When I'm in a position to do so, I'd like to use it to make our stories that much more impactful to everyone, as opposed to this kind of small, narrow view of who the audience is. We have a big audience out there that we would miss if we don't make our stories more diverse. When I first moved to New York City, I was living with my boyfriend at the time, who's a jazz musician, and he made a point that we went to every jazz club. And we went and saw Charlie Hunter. Near the end of the show, John Mayer walks in, and the whole, all the eyes turn to John Mayer. It's this crazy experience where he talks to Charlie, and they have this whole thing. It's like we're not even there as an audience. And then he plays a set, and I'm just like, oh, this is what happens in New York. That's a quintessential New York experience that I will never forget. And it was one of my first years there, so it was just magical.
Shay, those inductee videos always get me a little choked up.
Yep.
Really can see our students reflected in our grads, and it's really beautiful to see. Don't miss Stephanie and the rest of the new classes induction this Thursday, right after Hall of Fame Live here on YouTube.
Right here on YouTube. You don't want to go anywhere. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got 3 days full of panels, creative experiences, and food trucks to get through first. Let's take a look at the schedule of what's coming up this week. Oh, we got Meet the Hall of Fame inductees at 10 o'clock.
At 10 a.m., we're going to be thrown into that session in just a little bit, and you'll get to know more about our Hall of Fame inductees. That should be a good time today. Later on, we'll have some at 12, we'll have some cool sessions working with esports teams featuring some grads that we really love from United, Evil Geniuses, Sub Nation, and
big names.
Yeah. It's going to be a good time. And then we've got Tech Tuesday, Women in Tech.
Oh, Women in Tech. Can I go watch that panel, you guys?
I guess I could give you a break.
Oh, thank you so much. I would really enjoy that.
We will be streaming that one, so.
Oh, perfect. Oh, good. I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'll stay right here.
We can sit right in our chairs and watch it. It'll be good.
And you guys can watch it too. You don't want to miss this. We're giving all the best information all right here on the Full Sail University YouTube channel.
That's right. And don't forget to check out the Hall of Fame app for more info on this week's panels and sessions. You can go to the App Store, Google Play Store. Just type in Full Sail Hall of Fame and you'll find the app there. You can download, create a schedule for yourself. You can even make connections, add friends on there, so people you meet during the event. But while you do your best to build the perfect Hall of Fame week schedule, let's take a look at what's happened so far this week during Hall of Fame.
The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event sponsor MSI. Shout out to MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with free play gaming sessions, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter, Alpha Chino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends. Congratulations. While Armada varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in a best of 3. If you want to watch the whole stream, don't worry. Just head over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada and you can catch the full show, including Jess, who was the host.
I was there. I had a shiny jacket on.
She had a very cool shiny jacket.
Watch me for the shiny jacket.
And if you want to learn more about esports at Full Sail, just follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all of the gaming action.
What a good time we had on Sunday. But on Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Some of the exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and many, many more. I always had a good time at the Tech Expo when I was a student. Lots of fun, great to get your hands on tech and see what's going on. So I hope everybody got the chance to get over there yesterday.
Those are some big names, too. Some industry giants hanging out on campus, showing off the latest in tech.
Speaking of industry giants on campus.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's talk about the career fair. The ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all Full Sail students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment, media, emerging technology employers.
Wow, fantastic. And you know that we do those all over the country, LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event happening in a city near you. When I lived in New York, that's where I'm from originally, shout out NY, I went to one of the career fairs there in the city, and it was a good time. Really, really great employers there. And there'll be different employers at all of them. It's not always the same people you're seeing, so.
Absolutely check out the alumni website with Full Sail to figure out when the next alumni event is happening in your city. And of course, while you're there, don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHoff, that's Full Sail HOF, throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame. Actually, let's check in with some right now, some recent tweets. Oh, Kim Alpert said, Hoff office hours is my absolute favorite. No cameras, no rules, just human beings connecting.
I love that. And it's super true, too. I feel like there's this weird, like we're all documenting, but it's more for ourselves than it is for anything else. And we just have a good time here on campus. Let's see, who is this from? Oh, this is from Full Sail proper. Gary Rizzo who left a comment, I'm on campus all day, Wednesday and Thursday. Any students welcome to hunt me down to share, talk, shop, and make a new friend.
He would be someone you want to connect with in the industry.
Yeah, for sure. So you know he's available. You know what days he's here. Find him on campus.
Ethan Hayes,
Full Sail Armada alumni, former Armada president.
Yes, he said, day one of Full Sail Hoff in the bag. It's a blessing to be able to return to such a fantastic place, surrounded by others living life in so many wonderful industries. Every second I get to spend around people here restores my spirit, inspires me to continue to do what I love.
Oh, I can relate, Ethan. We had so much fun on Sunday. I know that's when he tweeted that, and that was just day one. So I'd love to talk to him about how he felt yesterday, how he's going to feel today. We should get like the Ethan Hayes update every day. I think that.
Yeah, Ethan, if you're watching this, please continue to tweet. We want to keep reading your tweets.
I want to hear your day 2 and day 3 recaps. Thank you.
And I believe we have, our girl Erin Eberhardt. Big fan.
Big fan of Erin Eberhardt. Really blazing trails for women in the video game industry.
She said, world-class team. Great job, everyone. And that looks like a picture of the event from Sunday.
Here we go.
Hall of
Infinite
Game.
Arenas. We had a good time. You can see the hype is real because a lot of people were talking about it on Twitter. I was like up on Twitter all night, like refreshing, looking for the best pictures and seeing all my friends and being so happy to see what a great production we were able to put together with the help of our event crew in the Fortress and our student event crew. We have students hands-on during all of our events getting a real world experience. So we love to see it.
Also, the sound system, incredible. And look who that is. That's Brian Carrico.
Oh, it is Brian Carrico.
Is he out here working?
I think he came early, if I'm not mistaken. He came early to help us set up for Hall of Fame, which, like, only a Hall of Famer would. Only a Hall of Famer would. We're here to celebrate you guys for a week. Yeah, come do some work. Why not? But speaking of Brian Carrico, he was inducted into our Hall of Fame as part of the 10th annual class. Let's find out a little bit more of just one of the 72 inductees, Brian Carrico.
Getting to Full Sail was about a 3-year journey for me. I worked about 3 or 4 different jobs just to save the money I could to get here. And those jobs were anything from working security at the arena, because that was the closest thing I could do to get into the business, to recycling carpet padding, because I was so driven and I knew what I wanted to do that I was willing to work the hours to the point where you really debated, do I shower or do I sleep? That really prepared me for the schedule here at Full Sail and for the entertainment industry in general. While I was in school, I loved lighting, and there really wasn't much of it at the time. When I wasn't in school on the weekends, I was doing lighting for other companies on the side, whether it be Tampa or Orlando here locally. By the time it came time for my actual lab for lighting, I was actually the student who was setting it all up for my class. There's been great people who have helped me out along the way, some incredible production managers, people who see where you are and see the drive that you have. Bob Peterson, who I met starting very early in my career. I would find the ways and the opportunities to really ask him questions and try not to be annoying. But he was very gracious in answering the questions I had, and really kind of took me under his wing into anything I wanted to know, he would share with me.
Curiosity and volunteering were characteristics that Brian had very present right away. If we'd be in a programming session where normally the technical crew would be sitting backstage and just waiting it out, Brian would come and watch and ask questions when it was appropriate and involve himself as much as he could to learn every bit of what the whole process was.
He really helped cultivate me from a technician up to a programmer into a designer, and really showed me along the way of how to do things, how to make things look great, not only physically in front of you, but on camera as well.
I think Brian's growth is attributed to his curiosity, but also a desire to always make things better. And he's realized pretty early that you can only do so much on your own. So if you involve yourself through camaraderie and teamwork, you can collectively raise the level of the project. Out on tours, for example, he's not just video directing and switching and calling cameras. He's actually working with the lighting department, the band roadies in terms of where things are placed, even audio, to make sure that they're collectively raising the bar of the entire project. And I think this is what's led him into a director's chair.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame, when I found out, was quite shocking. Honestly, I felt like I was never at the level that previous inductees were at. I saw other peers of mine be inducted. I saw Dylan Dresdo, who I was in class with, and we worked side by side. And Jeremy Vickery, who was my roommate going to school here, and Tyke Santos, who I've toured with. So I knew very closely people who have been inducted. To be inducted into that class and that fraternity with peers and friends who I already had was really, really great as well. It's never the motive. It's never to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. It's not why I do what I do. I just do what I do because I love what I do.
Gotta love Brian. He's worked with some of the best in the industry, including Aerosmith.
Ooh.
And I love that he comes back to campus and he gives back to students and he really teaches them how to walk this way. And it's important because, they don't want to miss a thing.
Okay, well, if you're going to do all that, we're going to do a Yonkers shout-out. Lead singer of Aerosmith, Steven Tyler, born and raised in Yonkers, New York. Same as your girl. Okay.
But, honestly,
Carry on.
he's been tweeting about Hall of Fame, Brian Carrico has this whole time. And I love seeing his tweets on my phone, just right there in the action.
Yeah, I want to follow all the Hall of Famers. I should make a special Twitter list, just Hall of Famers. While you're on your phone, like I'm about to be making this special Twitter list, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. It's the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. Trust me, it even tells you when the food trucks are open and closed. So
it's very important, critical information. And how do you do that? How does one do that? Don't worry, we have a video for you instructing you on all things Hall of Fame app.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame Companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations. It's all part of our Hall of Fame celebration coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
Alrighty, I think we're almost ready to jump into our first panel during our Hall of Fame live stream, and what better way to kick things off than to introduce our online audience to the 6 incredible graduates who will be inducted into our Hall of Fame this Thursday evening.
Absolutely. 6 of them, 6 into our new 12th class. I am so excited to see all of them on the panel, get to know them. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic time. Jess, do you have some info on these?
Yeah, I think we have some info here on Bobby Jones.
Let's bring it up.
Let me go ahead and pull that up. Oh, except my iPad has betrayed me, friends. Technology. He's a 1997 graduate of,
digital media, I believe.
Digital media, okay. And he's being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Some of his credits here include, we're having a little technical difficulty, folks.
We're not truly live unless something hiccups just a little bit. There we go.
Alrighty. A 1997 graduate of the digital media program, Bobby Jones is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors. Purple Rock Scissors is a globally recognized strategic creative agency partnering with cultural shifting brands across widely different industries, including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and more. NASA, whoa, intense. An advocate for innovation and an influential leader, Bobby pioneers Purple's ever-growing team of strategists, creatives, and engineers to deliver best-in-class innovative experiences for clients.
We also have 2000 show production graduate Justin Rathbun, and he has been the front-of-house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning Broadway musical Hamilton since its stage inception in 2013, before it landed on Broadway. Justin has also worked with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda, lucky, on the Heights, where he served as in the A1. Justin was recently inducted into the Cinema Audio Society after winning an Outstanding Achievement in Sound Mixing Award for his work on Hamilton's theatrical release.
Wow, pretty impressive resume there. We've also got the current senior producer at Zynga, Nadi K, is a 2011 game design graduate. She began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working in QA on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark, and Star Wars The Old Republic. Nadi has gone on to become a producer in indie games for Wicked Fun, in casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now mobile mogul Zynga.
After graduating from the entertainment business program in 2011, Phil Palin began his branding business immediately and has evolved into a leading brand expert with international media appearances on CNN, Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, The Daily Mail, and many more. He has delivered keynotes on 5 different continents, and his non-conventional approach to personal branding and digital marketing has amassed a global audience.
You know, I was talking to someone about Phil Palin and saying, oh, Phil Palin is going to be inducted this year. And they were like, Phil Palin is not already in the Hall of Fame, because he's like here so much and gives back so much to our students. So we're so happy to see Phil getting inducted. Next up, we saw a little bit from her earlier. We've got 2006 film graduate Stephanie Dawson, a producer, line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. She is currently a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNet Group. Stephanie is also a founding member of Women Independent Producers, a networking group for New York producers, and serves as the Producers Guild of America East Green Committee co-chair.
With a degree in recording arts, Tom Todia is a sound designer, field recordist, audio engineer, and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tribune in Orlando. In the recording studio, Tom has experience in both major label and independent markets. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, NCAA Football, EA College Football, Deep Sea VR, Orca 360, and more.
Do you think it was about orca whales? I heard they're scary.
Orca whales are scarier than all the sharks in the ocean.
All the sharks in the ocean.
Yeah, they bully sharks. Did you know that? Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Sorry, Shay knows a lot of animal facts. How exciting, but let's try to not waste any more time, right?
Yeah, the audience wants to meet these Hall of Famers. They want to see them for themselves and hear what they have to say.
That's right. And next up, we'll be headed over to one of my favorite places on campus, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress. So stay tuned.
everybody. Welcome. Happy Hall of Fame. Can you believe we are back? Back in person. It is so good to see your faces. I cannot even tell you. We've seen a lot of your faces on Zoom in little boxes, and it's really nice to see all of you. So welcome. I am so excited to introduce our new inductees to you. It's going to be a really nice conversation, have you get to know them. Unfortunately, one of our inductees can't be with us here today. That's Justin Rathbun. He's our audio engineer from a little show called Hamilton in New York City. So he'll be here on Wednesday, so hopefully you'll bump into him then. But I think we should get started. Also, you'll be able to ask questions. There's a mic over there on the side. So if you have one, just go over there and we'll get to as many of your questions as we can, okay? Again, it is so darn good to see you. All right, so first up, he's the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, which is a globally recognized strategic creative agency, partnering with brands including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal, NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and so many others. He continues to blaze paths in technology and design. He serves as a mentor and visionary to his company and his community alike. He is a lovely, lovely man. Let's welcome 1997 digital media graduate, Bobby Joe! Yay! I'm hugging. All right, next up, she began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working in QA on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark, and Star Wars The Old Republic. She returned to Z Games as a business development manager, which gave her a taste of the startup life. From there, after helping to sell a company, she went on to become a producer in indie games for Wicked Fun, in casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now she's a senior producer for a mobile mogul company, Zynga. We know Zynga, right? Let's welcome 2011 Game Design Masters graduate, Nadi K. Yay! Mwah. All right, and next up, he's a personal branding expert and keynote speaker. As a global brand strategist, he's advised clients including a shark on Shark Tank, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, politicians, and some of the most important names in entertainment. He frequently appears as an expert contributor in media outlets around the world, including CNN, Access Hollywood, and the Daily Mail. Let's welcome the vibrant, the ever-energetic 2011 entertainment business graduate, Phil Palin! All right, and she's a producer, a line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. Currently, she's a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNET Group in New York City. She's worked with VaynerMedia, Inception Creative, Embassy Row, and CNN. Her credits include The Americans, Mercy, Holiday Rush, American Doers, House Hunters International, The Amazing Race, and America's Got Talent. So much more, too. She's also a founding member of Women Independent Producers. Let's give a big hand from NYC 2006 film graduate, Stephanie Dawson. All right, and this guy, he's in transit. Should I wait to do his intro or do it now? How about I tell you who he is, and we'll all kind of laugh at him when he walks up on stage late, okay? Okay, so he's a professional audio engineer who's worked with artists ranging from Ziggy Marley and Brian McKnight to DJ Craze and Donna Summer. Now he's in the gaming industry. He's the audio director at EA Tiburon right here in Orlando. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, golf, NCAA football, EA college football, deep sea VR, Orca, and so much more. He's also the co-founder of Engine Audio, a game audio contracting group that offers services for all forms of interactive media. And we have been lucky to have him as an educator here also at Full Sail University. His name is Tom Todia. He's a 1997 and 2012 recording arts grad, and he'll be joining us as soon as he possibly can. Okay, so let's give these guys a hand. And if I failed to introduce myself, I'm Sherry Tantliff. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations. I cannot wait to work with you all as you graduate. Please come visit us in career development. Please join your alumni network as soon as you can. And these are the people that you will get to meet and network with, okay? All right. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. So last night was your official welcome, but I'm going to start with you, Phil. Global World Trotter. I think a lot of people have a question, what does it mean to work in branded content? You have such an interesting approach to it. So just share a little bit of your philosophy with us.
Sure. Well, thank you for kicking this off. You're amazing. And it's so nice to see all of these familiar faces. We're going to have an exciting week. I think, I guess to introduce this idea of branded content or branding in general, I kind of approach it as this. We all have the privilege of being face-to-face in real life right now, but in 2000 and whatever now into the future, we're managing two versions of ourselves, right? So there's the in-person experience. Now we appreciate that. We don't take that for granted. I think it's crazy what has transpired in the last few years, and now to actually like be here in real life. Even for us, we've just met. I've seen your photos and videos like a million times, and we appreciate that. So now it's about making sure your online presence matches your in-person experience. It's the best analogy is like dating, right? If you, let's say online dating, you meet someone or you find someone and then you go to meet them in real life, if that experience that they've portrayed doesn't line up with who you meet in real life, that is never a positive experience.
No catfishing.
Exactly.
No catfishing.
Exactly.
I love it. And Nadi, congratulations. You flew in all the way from London, and you just moved there, right? So can you tell us a little bit about your career journey, and we'll take it from there.
Sure. So I always like to say that I did a choose your own adventure career. As Sherry mentioned, there was a lot of different things that I've done throughout my entire career after I graduated from here. So it's always been a really interesting thing. Like I never would have thought in a million years that video games was going to be the thing that makes me travel across the world. So it's just been very, very exciting. And, you know, you just, I don't know, it's just opened so many doors, and I've learned so much, and I've met so many wonderful people, and now I get to meet more amazing people, right? So it's just been a wonderful thing, and like Full Sail just opened that door for me. So I feel very lucky.
We feel lucky, Nadi. We feel lucky. And Bobby, you have a company here, Purple Rock Scissors. So tell us a little bit about your journey. Did you know you wanted to be a business owner? And you've hired so many graduates, so thank you for that. And just tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, so I run a creative strategic agency here in Orlando. We, as you heard in the credits, we work with some amazing brands and feel very blessed and fortunate for that. And by the way, hey everybody, I'm so excited to be here this week, and again, thank you for the warm intros. You know, Purple is, you know, we've been digital since we started. I just had this affinity, like even when I was here at school on campus, it was the early stages of the web. I graduated in '97, so the internet was very young. And, you know, the idea of even sending data from the school to your house was like, they're like, you're sending files to your house? Like, it was crazy. It was cool. But I just fell in love with it. And you know, we just knew that's what we wanted to build. And, you know, as I started the company, I started in my garage. And really, it was just, I was just freelancing, to be honest. And, you know, my partner and COO at Purple always says, you know, good work, you know, gets you more good work to do, right? And so I feel like that's what happened. And I started had friends coming. It started to turn into something. And at one point, my accountant was like, you need to be a legitimate company. You're making way too much money, and this has got to be legitimized. So we formed a company, got an office space, and it is just, we've grown it organically throughout the years. And I think just staying true to that and who we are has felt really great. I think we just followed our passions, and, we've had so many things try to derail us, like people wanting to buy the company, and but it wasn't where our hearts were. And I think staying digital and staying focused on innovation has just been it's just what excites us. And so I think that's really the core of who we are.
I love it that your problem is people are trying to buy you, Bobby.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And Stephanie, we've seen you already working while you're here. The woman is always in perpetual motion. So tell us what your superpower is as a producer, because you are a super producer.
Oh, thank you. Well, I think I love how Nadi said she had to choose your own adventure, and I love how, we followed our passions, essentially. So I think one of the things as a young person, I was always wanting to know how everything worked and what pieces and parts were needed to make the thing go. And I think as a producer, it's okay, so this is the end point. How do we get there? What are the elements we need? So I think, if it's a superpower, it's just looking at the whole picture and then walking back. What are each of the things that need to happen when, so that we can pull off, whatever the end goal is. So yeah, I'm working all the time. I'm okay, so how are we getting from here to there? Okay, does everybody have that information? Or are the resources there? And I think, it's just one of those things where we hone those skills in school, but you see how important having that foundation is when you go into the world, because 5 minutes before showtime, everything's going to break. So you got to be able to have that foundation to kind of lean on. So that's it.
Thank you. And honestly, as I look at these beautiful faces out here, I'm sure there's so many questions about, I'm going to graduate. What do I do, right? How did you get out there? How did you become these incredible Hall of Famers, okay? So let's break it down a little bit, okay? So Nadi, first job, advice for the fear of leaving Full Sail. How'd you do it?
So I was very fortunate, actually. I got an internship, so that was my huge leg up into getting into the games industry. But after my internship was over, that's when I really felt the whole, okay, I've graduated, now what do I do? So, honestly, I just took all my chances. I applied to everything that I possibly could, applied to things that I probably shouldn't have even, I wasn't remotely qualified for. But, the more you put your resume and you put yourself out there, the more you get to practice. So you kind of hone your own skills. And then from there, you just kind of get to figure out who you are and what kind of company you want to work for, right? So I would say just kind of, have a thick skin, right? Rejection doesn't mean that they're rejecting you. It's just at that point in time, you're just not a good fit. And sometimes that really works in your favor as well. I can't tell you how many bullets I've dodged from companies that have said no to me, but at the same time, the next opportunity that I had was exactly what I needed to develop who I was and who I am as a producer. So, yeah.
And what about you, Phil? Did you overcome any obstacles to get to where you are? I'm sure that you could maybe share some of those.
Oh, honey, how many minutes do we have? I had the added pressure of not only finding an internship or a job to help pay back my tuition, but I was an international student. So I have a whole other added layer that other international students can relate to. We have to have something lined up for graduation. Otherwise, immigration or border control sends you home. And so, you have 1 year. It's called OPT, optional practical training. You don't necessarily have to be paid, but you have to be doing something. And someone needs to be accountable for you. So I was one of those students who met, career development, I think week 2 of my program. And even they were like, you've still got a little while. Don't be stressed yet. But so much of going to Full Sail for me was about being in the U.S. and staying here and going to the biggest market in the world for entertainment. And so it really represented a lot. And there was a lot at stake. I won't tell the whole story, but my internship did not go as planned. You can Google it. And so it was a personal, a friendship in career development. Jess Pollock, I give her a shout out. She's still here. She is the one that on a limb, went out and said, I'm going to introduce you to a friend that I have out in LA, and they're going to take care of you. You've got a place to go. They're going to give you a desk. You're going to find some purpose. And I did. And that was, I didn't realize I was doing it at the time, but I essentially became an entrepreneur. I took inventory of what practical skills I had that someone would pay money for. And didn't mean I was good, because I wasn't good, but I could hop in and kind of figure out how to design a logo, or I could at least help someone design a basic website. And what I didn't know, I could find the answers to, and I became an entrepreneur, and I created my company, and that's all I've ever done. I would be a terrible employee, especially now being used to my own schedule and my own rules, and that's how it started. So I'm very thankful that I left this place with tangible skills that allowed me to forge that path. Not only the skills, but the relationships at Full Sail are so significant in my life still to this day.
Thank you. And you inspire so many people here, Phil, and that's why we're so thankful for you. Stephanie, you know, New York City is a pretty competitive place. How do you get over that fear of looking to the left or to the right if you're good enough? How'd you do it?
Once someone figures that out, please tell me. That's something that I think you always battle, because it is such a competitive, I mean, film and television is competitive. Film and television in New York City is competitive. So there's always that, if you compare yourself to other people, you will have that fear. But I think, like Phil says, take stock of what you have. You have your unique skills, you have your unique journey, and you know, I am someone who people love to work with. Like, I mean, that's not like a humble brag. It's like, literally, when we're shooting, we can be shooting in torrential downpour, we can be shooting in the middle of the night, we're shooting in the heat of the summer and the cold, dead cold of winter, and you want to work with people who you want to work with. You want to work with people who have that energy, that light, bubbly personality, and I have had that since I was a kid. So I've been on shoots, literally, people were like, we were having a horrible time until you showed up. And I'm like, I'll just have a smile. Like, it's just showing up and having a smile on your face can make a difference. And I think similar to what Phil was saying, it's also the relationships that you build. So I had to apply, when I got to New York, I had to apply for my first job. And then the next job was from a relationship I built. And then the next job was from a relationship that I built. And for like 7 years, I didn't even have to provide my resume, because it was all people that I had met that liked, you know, we developed a relationship. They knew that even in the darkest of night, I would have a smile on my face. And so they hired me and brought me on. I mean, and obviously I have to have the skills, and you have to, you know, be able to stay in once you get in the door, you have to be able to stay. But literally being a person that people like to work with can make it so that fear of who's next to you, it doesn't really apply to you, because what you bring is unique to you. And literally, it's the music you listen to. It could be, I had a friend who told me that he would, back in the day, he would always have a cigarette lighter. He didn't smoke, but there's a lot of people that were in his world that smoked. So he always had a lighter, and he could strike up a conversation because he would hang out with people that smoked. Like that little thing can make a difference for you to kind of stand out, so you don't have to worry about that pressure on either side.
If I could I add to that? So you just actually reminded me, the last 4 jobs that I've had were all from Full Sail alumni. So they all were like, I was still working actually, and they're like, hey, my company is looking for someone, and the professors here were like, oh yeah, Nadi's really fun to work with, like she knows what she's doing, and so I just kept getting recommended down the line, and I think once or twice I was like, you know what, I'm actually really happy where I am, but thanks so much for thinking of me. But it's such a warm and wonderful feeling. So it's not just the relationships that you make at work, but it's also the relationships that you make here. Because I mean, again, like, who would have thought, like, oh my gosh, I'm among like some of the most elite people, you know, that I could ever imagine being close to. So it's been just like such a wonderful privilege, and so wonderful to meet you guys.
Those relationships are just as important now, maybe even more important now than they were when I graduated. Isn't that crazy? Because you think, oh, this matters so much in that first month or first few months or even that first year that you graduate and start working. At least that's what I thought. But now it's like I'm still in touch with career development. In some cases, I'm hiring grads and keeping in touch and connecting people. But those relationships are just as important, if not more important now, even 10, 11 years out.
I'm 15 years out, and someone in my class hired me for something last year. Nice. You know what I mean? It just, yeah.
You have no idea how much joy that brings me. We are strong. We are over 80,000 alumni now, just to share that with you. And our family is strong. We have the best network, and you must take advantage of it. We want to help you connect. And I believe Mr. Tom, we all said we'd laugh at him, right? Here he is. He's a little late. Give him some Sheffield sounds over to you. Yay! Tom, so glad to have you join us. And as long as we're talking, we don't have a clock up here, so I could probably talk for 2 hours. So someone tap me when it's time. Tom, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Do you want me to throw you in the fire right away?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Okay.
My first thing would say to be always on time. It's my best advice. Never be late.
Tom is the most professional person you will ever meet, so I'm sure there's a story behind this. But Tom, welcome to the Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
I think what's incredible about your background is you've done so much. You have your own company. You're at EA Tiburon. You've also been an educator here. So you've seen the full picture. So piece of advice for our students and grads that are sitting in the audience today about having confidence in themselves.
Ooh, yeah, confidence. Well, again, always be on time. You could always control that. And there is a story, but it's not interesting. Yeah, advice. Confidence isn't something that you have, it's something you do. I've heard that quote before, and it makes a lot of sense now, although it didn't when I was a student. You have to trust yourself and not get too worried and stressed out about where you are, the way that I did when I was in school. And the reason why is you're exactly where you're supposed to be right now. So you should be confident in that. You're not here by accident, you chose to be here. You didn't get here by mistake, you decided to do that. You're in an industry now, you're heading in the direction that matters to you, and as long as you keep going in that direction, there's nothing to be nervous about at all. Everyone on this stage had their first day out of school, had their first internship, their first job, their first, no, I'm not interested, call me again later sometime. So that alone should give you some confidence to know that everybody has gone through those exact same stages. Nobody skips that. Unless your dad owns a record label or something, but almost none of us have that situation. So, be confident about where you are right now, because it's the right place at the right time. There's no way to accelerate it other than to just keep going day by day.
I love it. I love it. And so for everybody who's here in their programs, trying as hard as you possibly can, I hope, how did you make the most of your time here at Full Sail? Tell us about your journey. How did you thrive? Bobby, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I'll kind of add on that and then I'll answer that. But to be honest, you really need to humanize that element, meaning career development's there, but have you connected and do you have a relationship? So I think it's so important to connect those dots, because really most of the people have been there for 20 years, 15 years. It's crazy. So you're forging a relationship with an amazing team that is going to do everything they can to help you through that journey. So yeah, when I was here, again, I lived in Orlando already, and I lived kind of far away. It's a good 45-minute drive each time. So I would just stay here. Like when there was gaps between my labs and my classes, I just stayed. And I think that was the greatest thing ever, was just figuring out how to get into more labs and get more time with instructors and professors. And so I think just spend as much time, soak it all in, and go outside of your discipline type. So don't just stay in the track of what it is you're doing. If you're an animation kid, talk to the audio people, talk to the film students, because there's so much to learn from everybody. I think that was what I enjoyed the most, was just getting to know as many people as I could and staying in touch with them after graduation. You tend to almost lose that touch right when you leave, and then you get regrouped like this, but keep in contact, see where your friends landed, and build that network. I think at the end of the day, it really is about building a network. So, it's kind of stay focused on that if you can.
Stephanie, typical day on campus?
Oh, man, typical day. Well, I was going to say, just piggybacking on what Bobby was saying, that, there are different disciplines, but they're interdisciplinary. They're interconnected. So one of the best things I think I did is, I went here like in the almost ancient history when we didn't have a lot of the clubs and things that people have on campus, but there was a short film festival. So in my class, we did a film, and I was like, wait a minute, I can have audio students do my soundtrack, and I can have the design students do my poster, and I'm full out. Like I did a full DVD, like back in the days when DVDs were created, and had a DVD case, and so we had a digital student do the DVD cover, and then so. I agree, not only go outside of your discipline, but engage with those students, build those relationships, because these are individual disciplines, but they all relate to each other. I was on the ride over here, I was talking to someone who's working on game engines, and I don't understand game engines, but I'm into The Mandalorian, and I know they use a game engine to build the backdrop for the TV show that they film. I mean, all of our disciplines need each other. So building those skills, learning how to talk to each other, I think that's the other, in terms of superpower. I don't know a lot about each of the things, but I know enough that I can talk, confidently to a designer. I can talk confidently to an audio engineer. When I'm hiring people, I know what questions to ask, so we can bring all the pieces together. So having that, just sticking around, talking to people, learning about their discipline, and putting those pieces together, that we need each other. We can all kind of build off each other, and you have those in your students if you look at your colleagues, if you look to your right or your left. So I would say take advantage of that.
The car rides from the hotel to campus during Hall of Fame week are one of my favorite parts of Hall of Fame week. I was listening to that conversation. I wasn't participating, but I was listening and learned lots of new things. I would say Hall of Fame. We all expect and anticipate and hope that you will corner us, come up to us, and even though it's uncomfortable and it's scary to talk to a stranger whose photo is all over the campus this week, we want that. We can so relate to the position that students are in right now, which is terrifying. And so that's why we're here. That's why we're here. So this week, if you're on campus, also if you're watching live, you're an online student or you're participating in the streams, we also see you. We're all on social media. Reach out to us. We will take the time to reply and help and support. That's why we're here, especially this week. Full Sail's done such an amazing job of organizing so many opportunities for meeting and introductions.
Connectivity. I mean, it is all about connectivity.
Yes.
He's so right.
Take advantage of it. We're here.
We're here. Come talk to us. And I understand for those of you that are who's graduating or just wrapping up. Yeah, you are coming out. Congrats, huge congrats. I also want to say this is literally your time. I know that's the slogan for us, but
hey, way to tie it together there, Bobby.
It legit is though, because I run an agency. We hire a lot of people, and it's your market. There is not enough talent to cover the work. So work hard on your portfolios. Don't have typos in your resume. I won't see them because I miss typos when I read because I'm a creative. But my HR team's like, there's a typo in that. Are you sure you want me to call them? I'm like, yes, I like their work. Call them. Just get your stuff together, and also don't be afraid to ask for what you want. So many times you think you need us, we need you more. We need your talents. We can't do the things that we need to do for our clients, the projects and films and everything we're working on without your talent. So just be true to what you want and ask for it. And the worst you're going to get is no, right? No big deal. So yeah, again, this is totally your time. The market is just waiting for you to get out there and get your resumes out there. So.
So to add too, I just want to say hello to our online audience. Hi out there. We love you too.
Yo, yo.
And just to clarify, the way you become a Hall of Famer is by giving back. That is one of the criteria, to be top of your field, doing very well, but more importantly, your heart and giving back to our students. So they are open, and we have over 50 past Hall of Famers on campus this week just waiting to talk to you. So isn't that incredible? I love it. And if anybody has their own questions, it's kind of hard to see the mic over there, but there's a mic on that aisle over there. We'll get ready to take some of those. But Anything you guys want to ask of each other? Are you curious about each other? You're just meeting for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious. We're just getting to know each other right now, but it's networking, even just becoming friends, and that's something I talk about a lot when people bring up networking, because you always hear it in school, and even afterwards you have to network, but there's no explanation of what networking really means, because it's just ambiguous. Networking is just this, just getting to know people in the similar fields as you. It's not running up with a resume and asking for a job and money right away. You have to establish relationships and get to know people and remember their name, get their email, stay in contact with them, follow up with them. Some of my best clients have been ones that have been seasoned and worked on for years before it actually comes to fruition. You have to think of the long game, and networking is really just about being friendly and meeting people that are in your community and not making it look like you're there to get something away from them, but you're just joining the same crew that they're part of.
Yeah, I agree. Don't go in for the kill, right? Get to know them, find a common ground. And truthfully, don't go for the job you want on your first time sitting down at an interview. Do 5 that you're like, if they call me back, that'd be great. But it gives you that, you got to get your feet under you and that ability to speak and answer the questions and be present in that moment. So, I would say save your favorite company for, your last interview.
And I'll also say networking is not just about the direct connection, but it's about the connection that they can connect you to.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you make a good impression, I've had several times where they're like, you know what, I have someone who I know you'd be good for, and they recommend you for another thing. So part of that is building that web where, if I know it happens a lot on LinkedIn nowadays. It's like, I know what I want, but who do I know is connected in that world? And then if you make a good enough impression, they'd be willing to vouch for you. Because there's a lot of personal relationships that, the careers that we work in are really about the professional and the personal relationships you build. So if they trust you, if they know that you do good work, if they know that if they recommend you, you're going to make good on that recommendation, they will do that. And I've had people do that several degrees out. So, it's about creating that web of influence that you can just call on and they'll call on.
And that's the other thing, too, is that, just like what Tom said, it doesn't, you can talk literally about anything. You can come and talk to us about anything. We have other interests besides the things that we do, right? So, my husband is super big into comics, and I can tell you that some of the stuff that he's told me, I've used to try to, talk to other people that I don't really know very well. He's also huge into wrestling, which I never thought in a million years that was going to be helpful for me, but it's kind of mind-boggling to me, honestly, how many people love wrestling. So I'm very late to that train, apparently. But yeah, the stuff that he's even told me about that, I've been able to connect as well. It can be even something as simple as how much you love corgis or whatever, right? So don't feel like you need to talk about your profession. I mean, we're all human too, right? We like to nerd out about the things that we're passionate about as well. So yeah, feel free. Even use that to just get an introduction, come up and talk to us about whatever, come and talk to us about our shoes or whatever. I can't remember, I think it was Gary. Gary had some amazing shoes on, and I was like, dude, Gary, these shoes are amazing. Where did you get them from? So
Gary's shoe game is strong.
Seriously, I was like, where did you get these? These are amazing. Yeah, I couldn't.
Well, thank you. That's such excellent advice, and thank you. And Tom, I'm going to give you a shout out for hiring so many grads as well. You're always here kind of sniffing around. I love it.
Need more of them, yeah.
Need more of them. Did you hear that? So there you go. Wow, look at our line of questions. So if you could do me a favor, tell us your name, what degree program you're in, and maybe direct the question to who you want to answer it. Because if we do all, we'll be here forever. So start with you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Greetings, my name is LaDeja Gibbons. I am currently a Full Sail student. This is my 7th month in the entertainment business program, so I think y'all know where my question going. Maybe, yeah, okay. So my question is, how did you make it through the hard times? Those times, especially at the beginning of your career, when you was finna break and oh my God, I can't do this anymore. How did you push through? What made you push through? What gave you that strength to be able to do it and be where you are now?
So I'll take this one first. Listen, first of all, as an entertainment business student, I know the other degree programs seem a little more exciting with backlots and controls and all these exciting things, and we have a boardroom table that splits in the middle. No, it's very exciting. But here's the good news. You're going to make the most money out of everyone, okay? I'm putting that out there. So I would say lean. Yesterday I took a photo. I was very proud to pose in this photo with the faculty from the program. They are here. A lot of them were my professors and instructors a decade ago. And in those moments that were really tough, and I had them, yes, the branding program was exciting and I found it obviously inspiring enough to pursue it as a career. But some of those courses I found really tough. Anything that involved numbers and math. Those are those are responsibilities that I now delegate. Because if those fall under my responsibilities, we're all in trouble. Okay? So I would say lean on your instructors. A lot of them, all of them, have worked in the industry. They're there to help. I would say, and I've studied in lots of places, Full Sail's a really unique ecosystem, really a super supportive environment. They want to be there to help when you are struggling. I would say also listen. Through the course of the program, it's set up in such a smart way. This sounds like an ad. I promise it's not an ad. But the way that it was set up really helped reinforce for me where I should focus. You shouldn't be good at everything. You're not a superhuman. You're not supposed to be good at everything, but you're supposed to listen to the things that come naturally, the things you're good at, but also the things that bring you joy. That, for Full Sail, it was hugely important in reaffirming some kind of direction to start with. So I learned that I shouldn't be staring at spreadsheets all day, and I certainly don't. Right, but it was
right now. So yeah. No.
Yeah. So you know what? Do your best. Get through it. But you don't have to make a career out of that. You can delegate that to someone who absolutely loves doing that. It ain't gonna be me. But focus on the programs that come naturally to you, that you really enjoy doing. Let that be a guiding element, pointing you to what you should consider creating a career out of. It worked for me and it worked well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Next up.
Hey, champions. I'm Zane Ruiz. I'm in the programming one. 4 months in here.
Can you move closer to the mic?
Yeah, sorry. I'm nervous.
Our producer here.
It's okay. We're family. Go ahead.
So I believe your name is Nadia, right? All right, Nadia. The last year Hall of Fame was Erin Ebenhart. She went to ZG Games, and you too went to ZG Games. So is that the best start if you want to someday get the Hall of Fame? Is just something in ZG Games?
Very astute observation. Unfortunately, ZG is no longer around, so yeah, maybe. But I would say that getting an internship does help. And the great thing about internships, I'm sure Tom can also speak to that as well, the game industry is becoming more and more aware of Full Sail, right? So whenever actually Zynga is looking for a bunch of UX UI designers, and of course I'm like over here and I'm like, oh, who do we have? So I would say if you can try to get an internship, a lot of people are getting familiar with Full Sail because it's the whole, I forget what it's called. It's 24-hour campus. Sorry.
The 24/7.
Yes. Yeah. So it's just like 24/7, and it's like going all the time. So obviously it doesn't fall within traditional school. I can talk. I'm jet lagged, guys. I'm sorry.
I think you're doing great. We know how to crank it out, is what you're saying. These are not 8-to-5ers, 9-to-5ers.
Correct. Yes.
You work hard. People know it in the industry.
Yes. So I do actually come back, and every company I have been at so far, I've been like, hey, do you know about Full Sail? They've got a graduate almost every month. So if we're looking for somebody and we're looking for an internship level or what have you, like go to Full Sail. And I've started to notice that a lot of companies now post their internships up on their websites. So if you are looking for an internship, and I also think that Full Sail works with you to work with remotely, I would say now is the best time to apply for that internship because we're all working from home. So now would be a great time for you to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Nadi, there are companies like, I'm not plugging these companies, but Epic Games, Scientific Games, Tiburon, there are so many Full Sail graduates there, you would not believe it. So, and now they're all recruiting each other. They're stealing each other from companies. So it's a very vibrant community. Next up.
Hi, my name is Angelina Fun Country. I have a question for Mr. Jones about Cartoon Network. What's it like working there? Like working with them?
Super fun. As you can imagine, we've been able to work on a few different interactive experiences for them. We're currently and historically working on things for like Powerpuff, and we're doing stuff for Rick and Morty. So it's really great. They have a super creative team, and it's the professional element there is also awesome. They're owned by Warner, so we also work with Adult Swim and DC and all the other bits and pieces. So it's fun. They're a great company.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, my name is Alex Negron. I'm a film graduate, or a film major here, and I'm still in my first month, so I'm still weak in my knowledge of film and TV, but my dream and my passion is strong. And so that leads me to my question for Ms. Dawson. What was your dream starting Full Sail? Did it change after leaving Full Sail, and has it changed since?
It's a great question. I want to first acknowledge that you spoke it into existence. You said I'm a film graduate. I mean student. So I love that you already can see that future, and that's fantastic. You're in your first month now, but you're going to get to the end of that road. So I came to Full Sail after having gone to a traditional undergraduate school, and then I worked in industry for 6 years. So I actually studied engineering. I love film and production since I was like knee high to a grasshopper. Like I feel like I was born into it. But I was coached by very loving and supportive parents that said, get a professional degree, be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. So I went to undergrad and I studied engineering, and then I worked in IT for 6 years. And then I realized 6 years in, this is not really what I want to be doing. So I quit that, as my dad said, I quit a good job. I had a good job. I had a house that I had purchased. Like I had all the things that your family who are supporting you wants you to have. And I was not happy. So when I left all that behind and came to Full Sail, I basically bet on myself. I put all of my dreams, my passions into getting what I could out of the school. And that's one of the reasons why I went to all the disciplines. I was like, okay, so you can do my music. Like, how can I make my path get me what I want? Because I gave up a very secure past for the dream and my future. In terms of did it change, I was a very self-directed person. When Dave Franco talked to us yesterday, I think he was like one of the people who reviewed my portfolio when we were going into our final project. And I literally created by hand things that software do, because I was like, I know I need to know how to do this. So I created like a digital board in Excel. Like they were like, okay, yes, you can do this thing because you've jumped through hoops to produce. And it's so funny too. Also, there was some kind of thing where we had to guess in class. It was like we had to submit a secret question, and I was like, mine was like being a studio exec, and they were like, yeah, Stephanie. Like everybody knew exactly who that was based on so I was directed from, self-directed from the beginning. My dream is to work in feature film, and I moved to New York to work in independent film. When I moved there, it was financial crisis and a writer's strike. So we talked the other person's question about hardship, and I moved to the most expensive city in the world during a financial crisis. So my dream has remained steadfast. I've worked in independent film, and I will work again in independent film. So I think that the goal is, I think Tom said before, like you kind of put out there what your path is. There might be some bumps in the road. I've worked in television. I worked in reality television. I worked at a bank. I worked at a hotel. Like I've done all the things I knew to maintain that dream is out there. And I've gained, like working at the bank, some of the financials and how to, because we need to get money from banks to make our film. So even some of those off ramps are just minor detours to pick up some skills. So when you get back on that main road, that you will be able to achieve that. So my dream has stayed the same, but the path there has some windy road. But again, I think you're already there because like I'm graduate, yes, you're already putting it out there. So I say kudos to you and good luck to you in your program, and just know that dream that you have, just hold on to it. It'll still be there. Just take each blow as it comes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Stephanie. Love that. Off ramps. Oh my goodness. Hi.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Patrick Fikert. I hope to one day go by GP Fikert, and I'm majoring in filmmaking. And
so GP, we're going to call you GP because that's what you want.
Go right ahead.
Yes.
All right, so can I ask one serious question and one non-serious question?
Go at it.
All right, serious question first. What made you choose the companies or careers that you, like, was there a personal thing that drove you to choosing what you did?
I love this question. I'm going to jump right into it. The answer would be I haven't chosen anything personally. Everything sort of unravels in front of you as you're working hard. I love the company that I work for now. They actually treat me really, really well. I'm glad that I'm there, but a lot of the jobs that you get along the way are things that happen while you're working hard and networking. And you can choose a company. You can say, like, Cartoon Network. Maybe that's the place you want to go. If they don't have an opening at that moment, you're going to find something else that's similar and relative. And the new opportunities open up from that. So it's really good to have a plan and a goal, because it's like setting your eye on the horizon, and it helps you not give up, right? I heard when I went to school here, and it made sense, there is no plan B. It's a really good motto to have. But there is a plan A.1 and A.2 and A.3, because it veers off a little bit here and there. So personally, I didn't choose the companies I worked for. I network with people, and things unfold from there. And the eventual place that it takes you ends up being something kind of fascinating that people will ask you how it happened. And you have to kind of stop and think. And like, I'm not entirely sure. I just know that I kept going, and now I'm here. I would like to say it was an exact plan, but I'd be lying if I said it was all planned out and mapped correctly. If you're focused and bright-eyed and passionate about what you do in any of our fields, when we meet people that are into what we do, and you can see that in them, it just ends up being a little bit, magical in that sense. So focus hard on what you want, but don't be afraid that it will probably detour and end up somewhere different that might be even better than what you originally were thinking.
If I can piggyback on that, sometimes it's about life, a life decision. I've taken jobs for health insurance, and that is real. I've taken jobs because I had credit card debt after living on credit cards in the most expensive city in the country, in the world. So sometimes the jobs that you get are ones that you're taking right now. But again, when you're in that space, absorb as many skills, as many people, as much information as you can, because that's going to serve you down the line. So sometimes it's creative, sometimes it's necessity, because we have to live. So I just want to put that out there.
You can listen to us list our credentials and our credits, and it sounds so fancy, doesn't it? But guess what? That's not where we started. So even as you rhyme through my intro, and even I heard, I went, ooh, that sounds good, right? That's not where I started. My first client out of wholesale was a wholesale candle and fragrance company in Ohio. How about that for sexy, right? So, here's what I would say. Like, when you look back on this in a few years, you'll go, wow, that all made sense. You're already manifesting it. The way you introduce yourself, right? It's memorable. Everyone in this room is already manifesting where you're headed. You don't know exactly what that path is. You'll look back on it in a few years and go, oh, that story made sense. I didn't anticipate that. I love how that unfolded. In my negotiation class, in my program, we would watch, I think one of the classes we watched Shark Tank, and we dissected how negotiations took place. I didn't know that less than a year from that exact moment, I would be working with one of the sharks on the show, and that's been my longest client. And so you don't know, you can't anticipate it, but you can show up, you can be likable, you can be memorable. I would say that's like a quality that everyone on this stage has in common, including you, Sherry. Yeah. These are likable people. These are people I want to hang out with. And it's not about, a transaction. It's about being around people that you enjoy. And so you can't forecast as much as you want to that path, but know that you're right where you need to be.
Yeah, and everybody is likable, believe it or not, if you are talking about your passion. Oh, yeah. Like, if I'm not talking about what I'm into and I'm just sitting with a group of other people, I'm probably not the most likable dude to sit in the group, right? But if you hit a spark with me about something that I'm passionate about, guess what? Now it's like, man, I can talk all day, and this is super exciting. And I think you guys have already figured it out because you're here. You're following your passion. You would not be here, so you're winning already. But I totally agree. Like, just continue to manifest that and think about, like, stay true to, like, who you are. Do not make any choices that you feel like are because the market is ripe for something and you're like, well, I'll do that because that seems to be the hot topic. If it's not true to you, just stay true to yourself. Because I love what Tom said. It's like it just sort of unfolds in front of you if you stay the course of what you're passionate about. And that's what I did. I kept my head down. I worked ridiculous amounts of hours, but it didn't matter. I didn't care. It wasn't, I never really was working. I would literally could go all night and just be like, that was awesome. I can't wait to show this to the world. Like, so that's what you got to find. If you can find that, it comes to you.
And don't you agree? You can even reverse that and say when people come up to you to be likable, be passionate about your work. Talk to them about their work. Do that research. It'd be great. Can we stick with one question for you since there's a big line behind you? We can talk after the panel though.
Oh yeah.
Is that okay? Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you, GP.
GP. Next up.
Hello, my name is Juliana Johnson. I'm actually an online student from Tampa. So hello.
Welcome.
I'm actually in the graphic design program right now. I'm on my 7th month. And for the people up there that have done design with logos and website, what is your advice for designing?
Well, I was mostly self-taught in design. I took a few courses that helped me build those tangible skills. I would say, I mentioned this earlier, but listening to where you're strong, what you enjoy doing. Probably one of the most interesting, or when I reflect on my career, one of the most pivotal moments was when I had to make a decision. Am I going to keep designing logos and websites and everything? I was a one-man show for the first few years after graduation. Am I going to keep doing that? Or am I going to be a brand strategist? And I'm going to be the glue between all of these elements, but I'm going to hire someone who, quite frankly, was better than me to do the job because they focused on it. They loved design like I loved branding or people and teaching. I love teaching. I love teaching people how to do things. So I listened to that and thought, okay, this is kind of scary because now I'm going to pay myself because that's business, but then I also need to charge more because I need to hire someone to actually do the job. And that was a really scary moment, hiring my first freelancer, my first contractor. Shout out to Ton, who's worked with me now for almost 10 years. He's amazing. And I told him, I said, this is really scary. I'm going to charge more, but I don't know how much to give you, and I don't know how much I'm supposed to keep, but let's figure this out. Shortly thereafter came Lauren, my best friend, and Lauren is inducting me this week, and she'll be on campus. But Lauren actually came to me and said, Phil, she left her agency and said, I'm going to come work for you. And I actually said no. I said, well, it's a one-person business. I don't know how I'm going to pay you. And so I said no. And she came back to me, I don't know, it was a couple weeks later, and she said, you don't have a choice. I'm coming to work for you. And I said, okay, we'll figure it out. And in that year, we doubled our gross in a year. That's what, the power of two. And I quickly learned that. So I think listen to similar to what I said earlier, just listen to what you're good at. Listen to where you kind of get pointed in terms of things that you're good at, clients or even projects you're working on. If someone says something to you like, wow, you're really good at this. Wow, you did a great job of this specific thing. I need you to hear that and keep that handy as you build this awareness of self. Self-awareness is hugely important for success. In graphic design, this doesn't mean that you have to be the one physically designing everything for the rest of your career. You might reach a similar point, a similar fork in the road where you decide, okay, I'm going to keep this path because I love designing. Or you might head in a different direction like I did. I wanted to be the glue between all of those creatives and still jump in. Still to this day, I jump in. I love the website part of our branding project. By that point, I have photos of a client. I have a beautiful brand identity that my designer, who's much better at designing than me, right? I get to, build the canvas. I get to bring all of those elements together, photos, brand identity, copy that Lauren has written. Like, I bring all of that together, and then I get to take credit for all of it. It's kind of perfect.
I definitely chose graphic design because I love creating things for people. When I started doing commissions, creating other people's art and stuff, I'm like, I love doing this. And then I found graphic design, and then I found Full Sail. And I'm like, well, you can create other things for your people, like logo, websites, posters, and all that. And with Starbucks that I work at, I actually talked to someone who is a graphic designer there and told me how they make the cards and stuff and all that in Seattle and all that. It's so cool. So cool.
We're going to have a networking moment right now. There's 2 alumni representatives, Katrina Green and Sean Moore at the front row. They should introduce you to Helen Halleck. She's a graphic designer for Disney, and you've made your first connection.
Okay, thank
so
you.
let's do that. Let's do that. She will be a great help to you. And I'm going to try to remain likable as I say, we got to speed this up, guys.
Let's go.
We got a few more questions. Maybe we could do a little bit of a lightning round. We have about 5 minutes left. So,
all right.
Rapid release.
Hi, my name's Nick, Nicholas Gallegos. I actually am an alumni from Full Sail, graduated online with my game design development degree. It was a little weird. I went out into the field, and instead of getting right into game design development, a high school hired me because we're teaching high school level stuff like this with a magnet program. So I'm doing the giving back thing before I got big on my production, so I'll get here eventually, guys. But my question to specifically Nadia, all right, how would you deal with the sheer amount of things that you have to learn, skills you have to learn as a game designer or developer?
So I'm actually not a game designer. I'm a producer. So when I was going to school here, is all about development. And I actually was a high school teacher before I did a career change and started pursuing Full Sail. So the sheer amount of things that the students need to learn, I'm really hoping that programs like Full Sail will become more and more popular. Because I mean, when I told my students that I played video games, they just like lost it, right? They're like, oh my God.
Yeah, same.
So they were actually really proud of me when I told them that I was quitting to go to Full Sail. But hopefully with programs like Full Sail, they'll be able to get the knowledge that they need, because this is definitely essential. I can say from experience that people who graduate from Full Sail are way more better equipped than the people who went to like traditional four-year colleges. So yeah, hopefully with branding and marketing, like we'll just continue to get our name out there, and it'll just continue to be something that the kids will be able to get their hands on.
Awesome, thank you so much.
And Tom, do you want to chime in here? You're an educator. You were a past educator.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the sheer amount of stuff you have to learn, I know for me, you can only read about it and think about it so much. You really need the experience. Whether it's alone in a small team for free, a team that's paying, you have to do the same thing and repeat it over and over again, because your skill set gets better and better when you hit brick walls and fail. At EA, we have a saying, it's on a wall and it says, hurry up and fail. And it's really important. Like, don't wait to try something and experiment. And if it fails, you learn much more from that than you do from your successes. So don't think too hard about learning. Do it every single day. People think maybe if you're not on a large team, you're not learning. Absolutely not true. Everybody's smarted alone, and then on smaller teams, and then on bigger teams. And you just have to keep doing it over and over again. And it's like when you learn to ride a bike, your whole life, you never forget it. It's like something that's built into you. So the more experience you get, the better you get at the thing, but think less and do more.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name is Eel. I'm a game artist, 20 months in, if I did that math correctly. I wanted to know if you had any advice for someone who wants to get into a specific discipline that tends to be heavily saturated and competitive. I feel like when the instructors ask, oh, who wants to be a character artist, everyone raises their hand. So I was just curious if you had any advice for standing out and setting yourself apart.
So I would say to be really good at whatever it is that you're passionate about, because as you said, character art is very saturated. So the ones that will really stand out are the ones that have like really unique style. At least that's what I've noticed. So that would be my thing. I would also recommend that if you can, have a character for whatever. Whatever character. Sorry. Let's try this again. Blah, blah.
Hurry up and fail, Nadi.
Yeah, okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Okay, so say you love Star Wars. So I would say that you create a Star Wars character that you know is, I don't know, like the Mandalorian, right? You create the Mandalorian as they would do in the style of Disney Star Wars, and then try to put your own spin on it and like have that in your portfolio. Because not only are you telling that studio that you understand the process that it takes to create the Mandalorian, but also they can see what your interpretation of that character would be. So I don't know, is there anything you would add to that?
No, I
Tom?
think that's really, and also don't be too worried about saturation, honestly.
Yeah.
That's a fear, but the truth is, like, all of our industries are growing and growing and growing. They're not
Yes.
shrinking.
Yes.
So there might be a lot of people interested in it, but there's only one you, and there are a lot of jobs out there. When I started what I'm doing, there were almost no jobs that were advertised for what I do, and now we can't find enough people to fill the jobs, so
Yeah.
that could even be temporary. Go directly at the thing you're the most interested in.
For sure.
There's work there for you.
Kind of ironic you said Star Wars. I have a Darth Maul bust on my portfolio
Nice.
that I did
Nice.
for game
Nice.
characters.
Awesome.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name's Erin Wheeler. I also go by Puck as like a nickname that was given to me by an Australian friend. I'm in month 14 of my computer animation program. My question is, as someone who's autistic, I have a very hard time reaching out to individuals because I'm scared of making someone upset by asking what I want. How would you guys go about like reaching out to people that you want to interact with on both a professional and just a friend level? Yeah.
Who wants to jump? I'll jump in really quickly. Just for me personally, do not overthink it. The more I think about it, the worse I feel and the more nervous I get. Just remember you're talking to a human, and a hello, my name is, Puck, and whatever it is, and just start the conversation as simply as possible. If you think about the totality of a giant conversation with someone and what you should and shouldn't say, it gets nerve-wracking for all of us, and you start sweating. But if you walk up to someone like any of us and say, hey, my name's Tom, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. There you go, it's an icebreaker, and just keep it as simple as you meeting someone within your family that you've never met. The more you think about what's gonna happen in 5 minutes, the more nerve-wracking it can be. Just worry about this moment exactly right now, and know that most people are very open and want to say hello back. It's not a burden. If it was a burden, none of us would really be sitting here.
Right.
I mean,
and
the
thanks
free
for
dinner is great,
having
but
the
it's
courage
not
to
a
do
burden
that.
at all. Yeah.
And thanks for the courage, yeah.
Nervous, right? We're all nervous.
You just got on a mic to say hello in front of all of us and people watching streaming online, so you've certainly got it in you.
That's
And you said your nickname is Puck, so now I want to know the origin of that, and then what's my nickname? Like all of those things, the way you present yourself will open up the door for conversation. So don't fear that.
And I would
Embrace
also
it.
say that like all of our industries, we're all very unique and very special. And I would say that everyone is really open to whoever you are. Like whoever you are, we will love you. So like I wouldn't be concerned about any of that. I have some very special butterflies on my team, and I love them with my entire heart and being. And if anybody ever tried to hurt them, they would see a whole different side of me. So yeah. So do you, do you. We will love you no matter what. And if they don't, then you definitely don't need to be there. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, what she said.
Thank you. I know that we're running over. We have 3 more questions, so hang in there. And next up.
Hi, my name is Ariante Adams. I just started music business for bachelor's degree. Ms. Dawson, I will definitely remember what you said for the rest of my life about, I never had that insightful perspective about taking detours and like gaining skills, or looking at it from the perspective of just gaining skills to get back on the road. I will literally remember that like forever. Like, there are like moments I can like flash back in my head that I'll always remember, and this is one of them. But I guess, yeah, like that was beautiful. But like for all of y'all, I guess I can ask for all of y'all as artists. I'm pretty sure this room is full of artists. We're all artists in some type of way. Film is art, fashion is art, blah blah. So what motivated y'all to take the leap to go after your personal happiness? Because I know a lot of people choose security over that.
I could see. Yeah. Oddly enough, for me, it was a weird solo camping trip. I was going to school at University of Florida, and I was not enjoying it at all. And I did like what they call like a walkabout. I went on a 1-week camping vacation alone in North Carolina to figure out what I wanted out of life. And I realized the only thing I actually really cared about that much was music and sound. It meant everything to me. It, made me happy, made me sad, was there to comfort me during heartache, and that's it. And then I just said, where am I going to go? And I found this place and fell in love with it. And it's been that way ever since. So I don't know about everybody else. For me, it was actually a really strangely profound moment on a mountainside. That's how I got it.
I can make mine really quick. I was a traveling consultant. There were 2 years out of my career that I literally flew 52 weeks a year. And then 9/11 happened. So in film, we learn about an inciting incident. So when planes hit the towers in New York City, it was very easy for me to decide if I'm going to fly somewhere, I want that to be for what I want to be doing. I don't want to be working on somebody else's company. I want to be doing what I want to be doing, what I'm passionate about. So my inciting incident toward film was, I don't have any roots. If I have nothing, let me at least be doing what I'm passionate about, and that is films and filmmaking.
Thank you.
Mine is also very quick. I had moved out to LA. My internship fell through. I had to literally stop and reflect, what tangible skills do I have doing something I enjoy doing that someone would pay for? And I knew the basics of creating a website and designing a logo. The first website job that I got, I was so not qualified to be the one doing it. But when I got the opportunity to do it, someone was going to pay me to do their website. The answer was yes. Even if I didn't know how, we fill in the blanks and figure it out later. But that's how it started. I never intended to be an entrepreneur. It just kind of happened because I listened to what I love to do and paired that with something others needed and were willing to spend money on.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name is Owen Myers. I'm a game development student. I'm nearing the end of my degree program. We're actually in month 2 of capstone, and I'm my team's lead engine programmer. I was wondering, in the future, I'm looking at starting my own game studio. What advice do any of you have for starting your own game studio, or like getting any business really off the ground?
Bobby, do you want to?
I mean, yeah. Again, you just have to follow your passion with that and stay true to it, and build your network, build relationships, and more than likely you're going to want to understand the financial components of those things. And I would say try to get people that have skills that offset yours, that can bring that part of the vision outside of your vision on the finance side, operations side. So, build a little crew, and, if you need to raise the money, go raise the money. There's someone great here to speak to about that. He's here today. Chance is here, and he has started multiple gaming companies, and all successful. So if you can track down Chance, he will be able to give you a ton of advice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to the game panels. Chance Glasgow, Albert Perez. There's so many. Grant Schonkweiler, I don't know if he's here this week. You have a lot of predecessors, so check them out.
Can I just hop in real quick and just say, also, even if you're not thinking about starting your own business, the careers that we step into, we have to kind of be our own. We have to be entrepreneurial. We have to move our careers forward. A lot of times working as a contractor, we are filling out 1099 paperwork and doing our own taxes. So even if you don't think about creating a company, think about you are your brand. You are your own company. You are your own force. So whether you're thinking about starting a company or not, that is part of what we are doing as we're stepping into the world, pursuing this dream. So I think having that entrepreneurial mindset is important. Just wanted to kind of spread that.
And get incorporated right away. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
And our last question for today.
Last but certainly not least, I'd like to hope. My name is Luca Mejia. I'm a graduating recording arts student and eventually plan on getting my master's degree in entertainment business. Bill will talk about that later. I'd like to think I have shoe and suit game, but we can also talk about that later.
Nice.
So my question is, I have a awful habit of kind of sucking into my bad habits or disadvantages. I'm a perfectionist. I get really sucked into mistakes. And I just go on these slumps of not doing my best in what I want to do because of just kind of being in my head too much. Are there any what are the personal things that you've done to kind of work through your own battles and your own disadvantages, your own bad habits to do the best in your field? Thank you.
I'm going to jump in here, Stephanie. Let's make that our last question. We all answer it. So words for getting over your own obstacles, self-doubt, perfectionism.
I guess we start at this end and just go down. I mean, for me, one thing that's helped me a lot is something called time boxing what you do, right? If you look at I work on games, which takes years to make one and hundreds of $millions. It's this giant project. And if you look at the totality of it at once, it's overwhelming. There's just so much to do and so much to comprehend. But you don't have to do all of it today. Some things can wait until next month. You can scope it, and then you do what we call time boxing, where we know this is going to happen, but not right now. And if I think about it, my OCD is going to overwhelm me, and there's not much I'm going to be able to do. And then secondly, for me, I think this connects for me personally, but learn to surround yourself with people that are really, really good at what they do, that you admire and look up to. And not just that for selfish reasons, because you want to be around people that can help you excel and vice versa, but more importantly, learn to appreciate other people's successes. That's helped me a lot by not focusing only on me, but recognizing the 5 people on my team are all killing it. And I have to go and let them know, amazing work, great job, thank you for doing what you do, I appreciate it, and mean it sincerely, and it alleviates some of the stress you put on yourself by just acknowledging everyone else's successes around you, and somehow successes start coming quicker the more and more that you do that. But if you deal with your own thoughts only, it's really easy to get wrapped up in it and just start feeling doubtful or like no one else gets where you're coming from. Step outside of that and recognize the people and all of their successes and be happy for them. And it's also, by the way, a great way to network, talking to people about what they do.
I heard that quote that failure is not the opposite of success, it's part of it. And if you're not failing, you're not trying. So failure is going to happen, but I think all the things that Tom said to get yourself out of your own head and is very important. And then also the book Atomic Habits by James Clear changed a lot of things for me. And it's about making small changes. And everything you're doing, every negative step you take takes you away from your dream. Every positive step you take takes you toward it. So just make small, tiny habit changes toward what you want to be doing. I found that to be very helpful.
That's a good book. 2 things that work for me. I set a timer when I'm working on my own project. I sometimes have a hard time prioritizing or treating my own projects with the same priority that I do for my clients, but I have to show up. You know, if it's creating a post for Instagram or if it's working on updates on my website, I'll always put that last because I have clients who are paying me, but I can't. So what I do, I try to be realistic with my time. I also own my weaknesses, which my number one weakness is time management. So I set a timer. 1 hour, if that's how long I have, I'm just going to do the best I can in the time that I have. And what I finish with gets posted. And it won't be perfect, but that is going to get posted, and I'm going to move on with my day. Otherwise, I'll sit there and fuss with it for 4 hours. So tip number 1 is set a timer and treat your own projects with the same priority that you do when you're working on stuff for other people. Second thing, have an accountability partner. So my business partner, Lauren, and I mean, we yin and yang almost in a scary way. My weaknesses are her strengths, and we're very lucky to work symbiotically in that way. And she has full permission to yank me and say, okay, post that thing or move on. Perfectionism, oh my God, it's like every day I deal with this. Don't think that we've like arrived at this level. We're still in it. We're in this battling perfectionism every single day. Those are a few little tactics that I use. So accountability partner and a timer.
So I'm going to echo the accountability partner as well. Somebody to be able to bounce your ideas off of. And it's like, oh my God, I've spent hours on this thing. Sometimes a fresh perspective is really helpful. The other thing I like to do is also have a checklist or like a to-do list. And the last thing that I like to do is to remind myself how much of a badass I am, honestly, right? Because we have all worked very hard to get to where we are. And sometimes in this journey, like we take so many hits, you know, and we're just like, oh my God, am I doing the right thing? So sometimes it's nice to put a little post-it note of the things that you've accomplished and kind of critically go over your career and how far you've come. Because even though you're like, oh yeah, I'm just a student, but like, think of all the things that you did to get here, because it's not simple, right? We all are following our dreams and our passions. And then I like to call what I do a jobby, right? It's a job that also ends up being a hobby that I absolutely love.
Yeah, so echoing everything they've obviously said is absolutely correct. I mean, and simply put, I would say acknowledge it and calibrate it. It's a lesson, and you can make those small tweaks and improve upon it over time. So don't be afraid of that. And you know, I think at the end of the day, you really have to just trust who you are, and like she is saying, trust who you are, trust that your work is good. And you know, so many times you have friends who are musicians and they do a show and you're like, that was unreal, I can't believe it. And they're like, we messed up in like 4 places. I didn't see it. You know, we don't see it. And so the imperfections that you see, most everyone else does not see, too. So just take that, and like I said, it's good that you're a little bit picky and hard on yourself. I mean, that's how you're gonna ultimately find that joy in who you are. But as you're doing it, just acknowledge it, calibrate it, move on.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My goodness. Well, I'm sorry, but you guys are perfect to me. I've learned so much today. Jobby, butterflies, off-road ramps. I'm so impressed with you. And thank you for your hearts and for your giving. And you guys, we are so here for you. Thank you for coming and asking thoughtful questions. I hope we get to see you more around Hall of Fame week. And let's hear it for these extraordinary people.
What an incredible panel with our Hall of Fame 12 inductees. What did you think, Jess?
I thought it was a really great one. I love to hear from them, especially when they're like right on the precipice of being inducted. I feel like all they want to do is share more information. So I really, really love to see panels like that. Usually my favorites during Hall of Fame are the ones with all the inductees on them.
You know who else I love to hear from?
Ooh, I bet I know. Is it the incomparable Tracy Wu?
Our special field reporter who is currently out at the silent disco getting down with some students and a special guest. Tracy, how you doing out there?
Oh my gosh, Shay, I'm so excited to hear from you guys. What's up, everybody? I'm Tracy Wu. I am hanging out in the silent disco here at CX. We got a bunch of students jamming out. Well, they're not really jamming out. They're pretending to jam out. But I'm also here with one of my favorite Hall of Famers. This is Leslie Brathwaite right here. Hey. How you doing, Leslie? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
What were you jamming out to?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. You didn't mix that song.
No, I did not.
All right.
I probably did. I don't know.
You mix so many songs you don't remember anymore?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well, if you don't know who Leslie Brathwaite is, well, who the heck are you and where have you been?
I mean, sometimes I don't know who I am.
Leslie, give us a quick summary of who you are, what you do, when you got inducted.
I am a 1992 graduate of the RA program. I got inducted in 2010 in Hall of Fame 2. My name is Leslie Brathwaite. I'm a mix engineer. That means I make the music sound pretty okay.
Pretty okay is an understatement. You have like 80 million Grammys. How many?
Yeah, 80 million. Let's go with
80 million Grammys is good. So actually, you have a panel today at 2 o'clock called On the Road to the Grammys, correct?
Yes, on the road to the Grammys. Me and Carlton and Lynn, and we're going to tell our stories and talk about, just the trials and tribulations and working and getting to the Grammys and getting to more Grammys and just working.
All the Grammys. So apparently, if you go to this panel, you'll get a Grammy too. But let me tell you folks, at 2 o'clock, there's also another panel called How to Grow Your Business Using Data, which I'm in. So are you going to go to the Grammy panel or the data panel? I don't know.
Data. Go to half of each.
Okay, I mean, Grammy sounds a little more exciting, but...
The data on how to get the Grammy. See?
Right.
See what I did there?
Okay, so you've done Hall of Fame numerous times. For someone who is new to Hall of Fame, any advice for the students on how to take advantage of this week?
I would say definitely get out, meet people. Not only meet the people in the industry that you look up to, which is part, the purpose of this, but also network with your friends and your fellow students and start companies and help, get on the road to really genuine friendships. Take advantage of meeting the industry professionals that took the time to come out here and to be with you guys and share knowledge. That's why we're here. We're here to meet with you guys, talk to you guys, get out, enjoy all the activities. Don't look at this as a vacation. Come to campus, experience all the stuff.
Absolutely. And for our online students, hi, everybody. One last question before we get our groove on. Why should somebody participate in the silent disco?
Because you can like jam out and it's covered. So A, if the sun's too hot, you can be under here. B, if it rains, you can be under here. And C, because the music's jamming.
Well, music is definitely jamming. Leslie, for those who want to get to know a little bit more about you, we have a video showing how incredible you are in case they haven't figured it out yet. Boom, roll it.
I grew up in the Virgin Islands, on St. Thomas. It's a very musical kind of culture. The biggest factor musically in the islands is calypso music. I remember at an early age sitting on one of the trucks for the calypso bands and just kind of, while everybody else is paying attention to the festivities and the lights and the dancing, I'm looking at the equipment and I'm looking at the music and I'm looking at the speakers. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do they hook all this up? Like, you know, so I remember even then being kind of like super curious and super interested and just always wanting to know, like, man, I wonder how can I do that for a living? Most of my childhood and early adulthood was growing up in a single parent home, so it was my mom just kind of handling everything, and she did a great job of, you know, doing whatever she could do to, you know, make sure I stayed on top of my A's and B's in school, and you just couldn't bring a C in the house. Wasn't happening. Whatever I asked for musically, I would ask for keyboards every Christmas and every birthday, and even in between, I would ask for drum machines, and she always found a way to make sure she made it happen because she saw that I was so interested in music. Me and Tian, I was an intern at the time when I met Tian. One of the first tracking sessions I ever had, Tian was the one who kind of vouched for me in the sense of they had to get a record done by the next morning, and they were waiting for the engineer to show up. And for whatever reason, the engineer didn't show up. Tian kind of came over and was like, you can do this, right? You can work all this stuff. I've seen you messing around before. You can do this. And I was like, yeah, but, you know. She was like, oh, Dallas, Leslie can do it. Let's go, let's record it. That night was probably one of the scariest nights in my career because now I had to kind of do what she said I can do. I know how to do it, but it's just, this is T-Boz of TLC, the largest selling girl group of all time at the time. And she's now lobbying for me to record her song. And I kind of know what I'm doing, and then, you know, I kind of don't because I erased some vocals right off. So she kind of hit me with the, oh my God, just keep going. And we've made it through the night, and then, you know, from there, our relationship has always been based on a little bit of work and a whole lot of play. One of my biggest inspirations would definitely be my mom. But I have to say my mom plays second fiddle to Zoe now. You just have to look at the way she accomplishes the little things and the way she grows from day to day and understand how much is possible. I don't think I've experienced the best part of the accomplishments yet, but I will when it's time to teach my daughter how to navigate through life.
I would love to see that info about Leslie, such an awesome Hall of Famer. But I've got somebody else great here with me right now. It's production supervisor for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Stephen Lynch. Hey, Stephen, how
How's
you
it
doing?
going, Jess? Thanks for
Pretty
having me.
good. Yeah, thanks
You're
for
doing
coming
a
and
great
hanging
job
out.
up here.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
My first introduction to Jess was at the Esports event that we had on Sunday, and she did an awesome. As I'm sure all of you already know, she did an awesome job.
Thank you so much. That was my first like big hosting gig.
You did
Usually
great.
I do smaller
You did
stuff.
great.
So
the Armada represented. Armada, stand up.
Oh yeah, big Armada fan. Let's go Armada. We're gonna crush this season. I'm telling you, we're winning the whole series. I think maybe.
Absolutely.
That's the energy
Absolutely.
you have to have, right? So, so let's just talk a little bit about Hall of Fame. How many Hall of Fames have you been to?
This is my third one.
Third one.
So I came, 10 was 2 years ago at this point. And it was the one right before that. So 9. If we're
Right.
Doing, if you're
It's a
doing math at home, it
numerical
was
order.
number
I don't
9.
know if you guys know.
But the first time I actually got to do Hall of Fame week was 10, and awesome time. I mean,
Okay.
being able to hang out with the students, hang out with the other alums, the Hall of Famers, obviously yourself. It's a great time. For
Love
sure.
that. Love that. What are you most looking forward to this week?
I would say that it's really just that. Being able to get back with the students. I know that it's been a long 2 years. It's sort of been the long year that never ended with COVID and all that good stuff. But to be back, to be together, to be able to hang out and just really sort of reignite those relationships with the students and the alums, and just be able to pass along whatever sort of knowledge that I may or may not have.
Yeah.
As well as listening to the other Hall of Famers, with, no matter what, where they came from and what their degree, program, and career path was.
Yeah.
It's awesome to hear and see.
You ever learn anything fun at Hall? Like, have you ever been in a panel and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I came and watched this. I didn't know
just
that.
came from a Larry Katz, Stephen Barris special.
Oh, Stephen
where
Barris gives a sick panel.
It was awesome. We literally were on the back lot. We went to the production office. It was meant to essentially recreate, if you are a PA, an up and coming PA, what it is like to report to set and all the challenges that come along with that. So shout out Larry and shout out Stephen. It was a great panel for sure.
Awesome. I love that. What advice do you have for students or recent grads or somebody who's like right on the brink of graduation? They're hoping to get into the same industry you're in. They want to do sports broadcasting, but kind of behind the scenes. Are you working with editing? What's your advice for them? How do they kind of get into it? Where's a good place to start?
The cool thing about sports, I'm obviously in football. The cool thing about sports in general, though, is that the industry just continues to boom. The appetite is pretty insatiable in terms of people that want to consume the content, they want to produce the content. They need people to be able to do that.
Right.
And so I think that it's a very awesome question about what can people do if they want to enter it. Because the jobs are certainly there. I think you just need to come at it from a humble perspective. You need to not be afraid to learn and not be afraid to admit that you don't know everything, and just really be open and willing to start from the bottom and do sort of anything. Everybody wants to be the director. Everybody wants to be the managing producer.
Right.
The editor. They want to get the tight spiral touchdown pass from Tom Brady to Rob Gronkowski, but they don't necessarily. I think that the pitfalls that you see is that people don't necessarily understand or appreciate the work that goes into. You don't just graduate and get to that spot.
Right.
You need to stay sort of open to the other opportunities and the other jobs that can eventually get you there. But there's so many great career opportunities in sports and in football. So yeah.
So in your career, you're working with a lot of high-profile players, stuff like that.
For sure.
What is that experience like? Is it different than when you're maybe somewhere like here? What are those differences like too?
It's really, I would say it really is inspiring to be around people that are the best at what they do. And you experience this at Full Sail. No matter if it's athletics like me, if it's football, if it's recording arts, if it's movies, whatever, to be surrounded by people that are the best at what they do, the top-notch athletes, it's inspiring.
Yeah.
And I mean, everybody, I think it's become a cliche at this point, but to be around somebody like Tom Brady, for instance, and you just see somebody who is timelessly dedicated to just day after day, the beat goes on, and just the work that goes into being great at what you do, it almost doesn't matter. Like, if you're in interior decorating, it's hard not to be inspired by this guy and just, wanting to be the best at what you do as well.
Right.
So it's neat. In short, it's neat to be around them.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's awesome. So, okay, going back to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
What was that like? What was the best part? Do you have a moment that you just like relive and replay in your head over and over again?
This is a Full Sail story, actually.
Oh, okay.
So Austin Porter is a film grad from, I believe, 2011. Austin, if you're watching this, I apologize if it's 2010. But anyway, so Austin shoots for NFL Films in addition to a production agency on the side. But he's amazing at what he does. I mentioned that tight spiral shot earlier. Austin is incredible with a camera. He and I were actually sitting next to each other for the Super Bowl, and we were in the end zone. I mentioned Tom Brady to Rob Gronkowski. Austin looks at me. We're sitting in the corner before the play, and he's like, Brady's about to throw to Gronk right in this corner. next play, bang,
Wow.
happened right in front of us. The COVID Super Bowl, it was sort of unofficially called.
Yeah.
It was a weird one. For obvious reasons, it was only, I think, about half full the stadium was.
Wow,
But
yeah.
it was at our home stadium. Humble brag, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, first team to win the Super Bowl in their home stadium. No big deal.
Amazing.
Shout out James
It's a big
Donware.
deal.
Yep. And Austin and I, it was just a special experience for so many reasons.
Yeah.
And then, to come to find out after the fact that you get to share it with another Full Sail alum, Full Sail doing big things, for sure.
Yeah, I love that. I love to see other Full Sail grads out and like what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, you went to Full Sail too? I actually was getting on a plane one day and I saw a girl with the launch box thing, and I said, "Are you about to start at Full Sail?" And she was like,
you try to be cool, but you're freaking out. You're like, I mean, is that a launch box? Like, oh yeah, no big deal.
Oh, yeah.
No, but meanwhile, I'm like, oh my God.
No big deal. We're like connected forever
Yes,
now. But,
yes.
Did you get a Super Bowl ring? Can I see it?
Yes, I got one, and no, I didn't bring it.
You could have been showing it off to everybody. Everybody would have wanted a picture with you.
So give me your take on this, because
Okay.
I didn't want to be pretentious and be like, hey, everybody, look at my ring.
But you would have been the only guy here with it.
I know.
I would have been impressed. We could have done like a cool Zoom shot just
Dang
now.
it.
onto
We could have
the
done
ring.
TikTok, I think, is a thing or something. Maybe there was a TikTok.
Yeah.
Who knows? But
when I see you next year,
I'll bring it next
You better
time.
have the ring.
It's pretty cool. There's like a whole box, like it opens up and it's like the box has like lighting in it. Where you,
Ooh.
like it doesn't make the sound.
Yeah, I was
but it's
gonna
like it may
say,
as well.
is
And
there
there's
like
a light
a-
that shines on it and the diamond sparkle and everything, and it was a very cool I still have it. A very cool keepsake of the whole experience.
I love
it's
that.
neat. It's got my name on it. I mean, it's something that I never really thought that I would have, but
Yeah.
Here we are.
So if students are walking around campus this week and they see you, are they allowed to come and say hello?
Come holler at me, guys and gals. Anybody, holler at me. I'm sort of just kind of popping around. I'll be in and out of labs, or panels rather, and just hanging out around campus. So yeah.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much for chatting with
Thanks
us
for
today,
having me,
Stephen.
Jess.
It
I
was so
appreciate
good
it.
to catch up with you.
Good luck to everybody this week. Enjoy Hall of Fame.
And now we're going to learn a little bit more about Stephen in this very well edited video about him.
Maintaining the brand of an NFL football team is very intricate. There's a lot that goes into it. There's video, there's corporate partnerships, there's community events, graphic design. There's people across the board and behind the scenes that you never see. Now, I happen to be one of those people working in the video department for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now. What I try to do if I'm doing a video profile on a player or if I'm telling any story, I want to make sure that really you're able to connect with the subjects. Like we were doing with Levante David, where you're highlighting maybe some community work that they've done, or they recently were featured on the cover of a magazine. I want to get out of him really emotional stuff, you know what I mean? So when we're sitting down, I want to be able to get him comfortable, forget the cameras, because then he's truly able to open up. Okay, this guy's talking to me just like anybody else would. You know, this doesn't have to be some formal thing. We try to capture the environment. You know, right now we're in training camp, so we want to make sure that we're capturing, you know, the fans that are coming out, the little kids that are playing in the kids zone in the back, the cheerleaders that are dancing at intermission. We want to make sure that we capture the full emotion, so people that couldn't make it out here, we're able to show them exactly what they missed, and we're able to really almost make them feel like they were there because they saw a comprehensive look of everything. A regular day throughout the week, if you can even call it a regular day, it could range from, you know, you're starting the morning editing. You're starting the morning maybe putting some graphics together. And then in the afternoon, on a day like today, we have practice. And the 2.5 hours in the heat, we're lugging gear around, we're trying to tell the team's story. Game days are adrenaline from the moment you wake up to really the moment that you go to bed. You show up to the stadium and you're setting up for the game, then you have the game. Hopefully you win the game, and then you're breaking down. You're coming back, you're posting highlights, interview clips. It's nonstop until you get home, and then you're able to relax and kind of reflect on what just happened. Because no 2 days are the same, you show up and it's a blank slate. You don't necessarily know what's gonna happen. And the thing that inspires me every day really is the reason why I got into this business, why I wanted to get this job. And it's the guy who's gonna watch my work and be inspired by it. You're gonna be fired up for the season if, you know, I'm profiling Jameis Winston, you know, in his draft night process and what he went through and what he continues to go through. during the rigors of training camp and preparing for a season, I want to sort of grab you and jolt you and be, okay, this is a little bit different here. This work is hopefully a little bit different than all the other stuff that I'm seeing on other teams' websites and things like that. I want you to leave learning something and feeling something. Like I felt like I was there and I was a part of that.
I absolutely love learning about Stephen Lynch. You did a good interview. Good interview.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What a good guy. Such a good guy to talk to. I had a blast. I can't wait to talk to more grads. We'll be doing it all week.
Yeah. But up next, we're going to learn more about our next inductee, Bobby Jones. He's a 1997 digital media grad, and Bobby's credits include Disney, Cartoon Network, NASA, and more. But I'm not going to tell you about it. Let's learn about it from the man himself.
Hi, I'm Bobby Jones. I'm founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, and I'm a graduate of the digital media program. One of my favorite projects is when we got the opportunity to work with Lego at Comic-Con. Our team got to work and really started to come up with some ideas, and we thought what a really cool experience it would be if you could take the minifigure concept, put it into an interactive experience, and then allow the user to put it into a comic book theme, which was Marvel and DC based, and then ultimately create a unique, one-of-a-kind storyline with your minifigure, print it in real time, and walk away with it. It was a highly successful, kind of one of the most sought-after booths at Comic-Con. It has really forged the way for us to continue in this awesome partnership with Lego, so we're excited to see what's next. My advice for any student who is still in school, really invest in your passion, whatever that is, whatever that looks like for you. You're going to get more bang for your buck in life in general if you try to get as much out of your time at Full Sail as possible. One of my biggest takeaways was don't be afraid to ask questions. There are no bad questions. They can lead to some of the greatest ideas ever. Spend as much time as you can with other students that are in other programs. Like really spend your time wisely, just soak it all in. If you put your heart and your passion into what it is you're doing, it can take you places that more strict regimens can't.
Alrighty, we've got some more stuff coming your way later today. In just 20 minutes, actually, we'll have our 12 p.m. sessions kicking off, working with esports teams, and we'll be streaming this next one, Tech Tuesday, Women in Tech. Can't wait to see those sessions.
And then eventually later today, I believe we're having the cosplay contest. Personally, I am a huge cosplay fan, so I'm super excited to see the cosplay contest. We've got a video for our viewers here to give you a look at what's in store later today, so let's check it out. Hall of Fame Week's annual cosplay contest is a chance for students to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the Full Sail community. The contest, hosted by our campus cosplay club, invites students to strut their best looks across the outdoor stage in front of a panel of judges, all in hopes of being awarded best cosplay in categories including video games, film and television, anime, and more. Be sure to check it out during the week. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus. And while you're trying to decide what events you'd like to attend, let's fill you in on what's been going on so far in this week's Hall of Fame.
The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and my personal favorite, Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event's sponsor, MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with free play gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter Al Pacino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in the best of 3. Want to see the whole stream? Head over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada and catch the full show. Do you want to learn more about esports at Full Sail? Just follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all the gaming action.
A huge shout out to the Armada varsity and junior varsity teams and the challenger teams who really showed up.
They really showed up and walked away with some sweet gear from MSI.
But that's not all that happened.
Oh, yeah?
On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and many, many more.
That's an awful lot of tech companies that were there. I wish I could have gotten over there yesterday, but we were rehearsing for this awesome show. But that's okay because the ever popular career fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday. The career fair gave students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers.
You know, we have career fairs throughout the year, all across the nation. We have them in LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event in your city. And you can go to the Full Sail alumni website to check out when it's going to be near you.
Awesome. Sounds like a good time if you're not here in sunny Winter Park, Florida. And the sun did finally come out. It was a little dark earlier, but it's looking good now. But I think it's time to check out another one of our incredible Hall of Fame inductees. Shay, what do you think?
I think it's time.
This one is from the 10th class. Margaret Haig is a 2009 graphic design and 2010 digital arts and design grad. But let's learn more about her in this next video.
I had gone to a traditional college, which was Penn State. I remember wanting to get into graphic design, but they only accepted 9 people a year, and you had to have a portfolio to do that. And I didn't have any of those things. All through high school, I was drawing. I was constantly being creative and doing stuff. But when I had gone to Penn State, I think I kind of abandoned a lot of that stuff. But I still had the hunger, to just be creative and do something. I think at 26 years old, I just packed up everything and came to Florida, and I don't know, started a new life, I suppose. When I started my class sessions, I hadn't touched a computer in, God, I don't know how long, The one thing I really liked about going to school here is that it wasn't about handing in the best looking thing. It was about your work ethic. And if you met your deadlines and you were really into the work itself, you were rewarded for that. Every free night I had, I would come home and practice my craft. And I would start actually by finding things that I didn't understand. So I would see these amazing visual designs and I'd be like, how does someone do that? And so I would take it and try to recreate it. So I did that a lot. All of a sudden, my muscle memory was starting to make stuff. And I think the first time in my life, I was like, I can't believe I made that. I've had several people in my career that I think have helped me become who I am today. I've been working at USA Today and now at Capital One with, his name is Eamon Burke, and he has been one of the best managers that I've ever had. I look up to him so much because I don't know how he handles it all. He is a father of 2 kids. He's a husband. He is a senior manager. He is a professor. I have a cat, and that's exhausting. I don't know how he does all of this and remains so calm and collected and being things will work out. I want to be like that.
Some of the biggest things that stood out about Margaret at an early stage in her career, especially at USA Today, were more so around just the creativity level she could bring to her work. But in addition to that, the passion level she brought to her work. And I've seen that level of passion evolve over time. Initially when we first met Margaret, it was very much visual design oriented. Her illustration skills, her UI skills, her ability to kind of bring in branding elements to the design work at USA Today. Through the time that we worked together at Capital One, where It evolved to being more centric around the user experience and the user's needs. Her ability to kind of have a really strong amount of empathy for our users and the customers of Capital One and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, Margaret could definitely relate to that.
I started working on this product called CreditWise, and this was huge for Capital One. And they were like, we're gonna make a free tool for everyone, and anyone can download it, and it doesn't matter if you're a customer or not. I think I remember my first day, and you do competitive research, and I had the moment of, I was like, I'm scared to check my credit score. And that spoke volumes to me. I downloaded another app, just to check my credit score. And I remember feeling, oh my gosh. And then it was like, well, what are other people feeling?
At Capital One, we all had to conduct our own user lab studies. And Margaret was in the room with the user. We were all behind a sort of two-way mirror watching the interaction. And we were learning about how customers view their credit scores or whatever it may be. And Margaret just had this really strong way to kind of connect with people in those interviews. Really having a deep interrelated conversation with someone she's never met before in her life. And it got the user so comfortable that we could learn a ton about their personal opinions. So Margaret had a really strong ability to kind of relate to people in that sense.
I have a personal mission to help people through tech. And how do I translate that? How do I make people feel like they're in control? I don't necessarily know where I'll be in 10 years, but I feel like that place that I'm going to be is probably a pretty special one.
Alrighty, love that video. Don't forget to follow us. Keep up to date on everything happening during Hall of Fame. Just check us out at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And don't forget to use the hashtag FullSailHOF so you can see your posts right here on Hall of Fame Live, and then you can see them up on the big screen. We cycle through all your tweets. It's a good time. So make sure you're using that hashtag and following us online.
We want to know what you're doing out there. I see Josh Goodwin said, congrats to the new hoppers. Thanks, Josh. We got to get you over here.
Those sales.
Ooh, they're giving swag giveaways. Swag. Congrats to the first winner, Chase. Look at that.
Look at you, Chase, with your new Full Sail shirt. You're going to look good in that. You could do like us, Full Sail shirt, blazer. It's the look. It's the look of Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. Please keep sharing all of your photos and everything. We have photo booths on the back lot.
It's a Bill and Ted phone booth.
Be excellent to each other.
Oh, that's a good one. Very clever. Ooh, who's gonna be inducted someday? Brendan Hawkins? I think so. You keep pushing, bud. You keep working hard.
Fingers crossed.
We'll see you on that stage someday. I believe in you.
Repping Y1 at Full Sail Armada jersey at Lionheart Games while I work for hashtag Full Sail Hoff this week. That's from Duncan. We see you.
Let's go, Duncan Reynolds. I like that Armada jersey. That's the inaugural jersey. That's our first jersey. Okay, so he's been with Armada since day one. We love to see it. We love to see it. Good for you at Lionheart Games. All righty.
Now, let's learn a little bit more about another inductee. We have 2011 game design grad, Nadi K, whose credits include Zynga Games, BioWare, and more. Also, she's got amazing hair. Let's check out the video.
Hi everyone, I'm Nadi K, and I'm a 2011 Game Design Master's graduate, and I'm currently a senior producer at Zynga. Favorite thing that I've worked on so far, it's got to be Star Wars. It's always got to be Star Wars. It's an arena PvP player game. It's really super fun. The lore is so amazing, and there's so much depth there, and I am really enjoying all the revitalization of the new lore and the characters that we don't know as well, and so it's nice to see it kind of get revamped and get back into popular culture. Robin Coleman was my favorite professor. She definitely helped me to set a standard for equality, and that is something that I've taken with me through my career and at all my companies and jobs that I've worked at, to make sure that, I am fighting for the little guy and fighting for myself and making sure that everybody has a good, hospitable, and safe environment to work in. My time as a mentor, the thing that I love about it is being able to help and watch your mentees grow. There's just a really great feeling about being able to help that person grow into the person person that you know they can be. Soak everything up while you're at Full Sail. It's the best and most important thing that you can do because you definitely get out what you put in. I can tell already that those of us who put in the work and time and the hours, we are some of the more successful Full Sailors.
Let's check in with some more tweets, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on? Tough to beat connecting with your favorites. I'm here with my favorite, so.
Oh my gosh. Is it me?
No, it was when Stephen Lynch was up here before.
I knew it. Well, he didn't even bring his Super Bowl rings.
I know. What a disappointment. What else do we have? Full Sail Hoff. Is that a bunch of gum? The gum is the cutest. If you get the gum,
there's gum.
Look at the facts on the back. Tells you all about the Hall of Famers, what year they graduated, and
these pens throw it back. Like they got all the colors,
and they're actually like good. Like the blue is like a fun blue.
They're very pretty. If you can snag one of these, make sure you try to get one of these.
Montria Anderson, can't believe this is year 12. Me either. My first Hall of Fame was 8, and that feels like forever ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, we're gonna be handing out swag. So if you're walking around, you know, like we are in the EB lobby, Entertainment Business Lobby.
Come give me bunny ears if you're tall enough. Only Tremaine is tall enough.
Stop by, hang out with us. We're gonna be giving away some swag. We got some fun trivia we're gonna be doing eventually.
That's right.
It's gonna be great. And also, I love that if you tweet #FullSailHoff, there's a likelihood that the Full Sail official verified with that little checkmark account, they're gonna reply to you.
And we'll see your tweet right here on stream, and we can talk about you and hype you up. Networking 101. Maybe 102 is tweet a bunch, but
yeah, just tweet a lot. We will pay attention to you.
Yeah.
I'm super excited. What else do we have? We got all the hashtags. We got master's degrees,
Ready to
networking.
go. Oh, watching grads tell their story helps keep me motivated. I can totally relate to that feeling. It's like we go through this whole year, and if you're a Full Sail student, you know it's non-stop, 20 months. You get like 2 weeks off the whole entire time. So to have a week like this where we really just get to be reminded why it's worth all the hard work, it's the best.
And did you know that the Student Community Association is also giving away cool swag?
Make sure you check out all the student clubs out behind CX. There's a whole row of them. Get involved. Become a member of the Full Sail community in ways that maybe you weren't before. You can make a lot of new friends. I know I'm a big part of the Armada Club. So if you want to join Armada, come hang out with me and Shay all the time.
Absolutely.
But there are tons of awesome clubs on campus, including the Pride Club, the Black Student Union. So yeah, definitely go check them out.
We have I See the 10 Together. That was from all of it.
Yeah, together with a 10 in front. I think that's located somewhere in like 3C or something. Or maybe it's in building 4. It's pretty far. Yeah, scavenger hunt. Go take a picture in front of the 10 Together sign.
I love, Full Sail alumni, Full Sail grad. I love people coming back this week, ready to represent their university, immerse themselves in the experience all over again.
Yeah. I know a ton of my friends who I graduated with like come back even if like it's not like they're on a panel or anything. They just want to come back and soak it all in and network and connect.
Yeah.
So
well, there's something for everyone. That's the best part.
Yeah.
There's always new people to meet. There's always fresh faces, so why not?
First Hall of Fame. Oh, that's honestly the most, sometimes for me, I think the most memorable one is usually your first, but hopefully it's not your last.
What was your first?
8.
Mine was
yours?
4.
4. Shay's been here a real long time.
I guess the SCA, the Student Community Association, they're at the Orange Tents, and that's where you can win some Full Sail shirts. And it's probably gonna be like those like exclusive ones that they've been like hiding in the back, waiting for the perfect moment to give them out.
And we're only 2 minutes out from our next session. Gonna be exciting.
Shrek says.
Shrek. Oh, you're a big fan of Shrek. Shay got really excited last night because I guess they had a Shrek to Netflix.
Yes, they did.
I don't know. We didn't watch it.
Shrek said they just got some amazing advice from panelists.
Is that Gary?
That is Gary.
Is that Full Sail President
That's
Gary
our buddy.
Jones? That's my buddy. That's your buddy. He's everybody's buddy. If you see him on campus, you better say hey. He's a real friendly guy, I promise.
Also, let us know what shoes he's wearing because he always has very good shoes.
If anybody can do like a tweet thing for me, tracking the best shoes at Hall of Fame, I'd love to see it. It would give me a lot to talk about here at the desk.
Will it be Tremaine? Will it be Gary?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've got some good tweets going on. But I hope that you're all out there using the hashtag FullSailHOF tag so that we can see your tweets. You can post on Instagram too. It just doesn't have to be Twitter. You like TikTok? Make some TikToks. Hashtag FullSailHOF, and then we can watch them. I love a good TikTok.
And I think next we're gonna get into another panel. We're gonna see some more action live for you guys. So don't go anywhere. I'm super hyped on this. I'm ready to get into it.
In our next panel, we're gonna chat with some of our most accomplished grads about their experiences as women in the technology field, featuring Nadi K, Margaret, Haig, and Shanae Evans.
help me give a warm welcome to our host, Dr. Haifa Mamar.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome today. Welcome to another session of Tech Tuesday. And today's topic is about women's in tech. My name is Dr. Haifa Mamar. I'm the Education Director of Emerging Technologies here at Full Sail. And what a beautiful topic to talk about today, especially on International Women's Day. So happy International Women's Day to everyone, women here, and everyone who's watching us through YouTube and Facebook. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, ladies, for coming today. And we have a beautiful panel today, and I'm so happy to finally see you and be able to hug you and to talk with you about women in tech. So before we start, what about you introduce yourself? Shanae, you want to start?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Shanae Evans. I am a UX designer and Coverse Inc., an SAIC company. Yeah. Good to meet everyone.
Thank you, Nadi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nadi K, and I am a senior producer at Natural Motion.
Thank you. And Margaret?
Hello, I'm Margaret Haig, and I'm a design lead at a biotech company based in San Francisco called Invite.
Thank you so much. So today's session, the way we're going to do it, I'm just going to be asking questions for our panels. And then for those of you, if you have questions, please, later on, we're going to have a Q&A. And for those who are on YouTube or on Facebook, feel free to send your questions through the chat. We'll be able to get those questions later on during the Q&A. So I wanted to start first, since we're talking about women in tech, and I am a big, I'm all about technology and women in technology. I feel that we need more women in tech. So I want you to start talking about, let's talk about your current role at your company. And if you can give me an idea about how many females right now, percentage of females, even if you don't know the right number, percentage of females, specifically in tech in your company. So, Chene, you want to start?
That's a good question. Yeah. Well, first off, happy International Women's Day. It's great that we're having this talk. At my company, I would say it's pretty low percentage. There are women that I work directly in that are developers, front end and back end developers, but it's like around 20%.
20%?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And they're in tech specifically?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So I also am not exactly sure about the percentage of the women in the company, but also so the parent company is Zynga, and globally we have quite a few women in sorry, I'm jet lagged, you guys. I'm so sorry.
No worries, Nadi.
I've been struggle busing all day today, so I apologize in advance. Let's see if I can do this. Okay. Zynga actually has been one of the first companies where there are several lead producers, executive producers, lead tech directors as well, who are women. So that I actually got chills just saying that. So it's one of the first companies that I've been at that has that prominent and that leadership. So I'm super excited to be a part of that company. And it's also just a testament of how many of us are making it through. We're pushing through and we're making it up there, and we're able to kind of just finally be at that top level. So it's really, really great to hear. And then even on our C board or C-suite, the advisory board, there are also a lot of very high-level women on that as well. So
amazing.
It's really
amazing.
Nice. Yeah.
What about you, Mark?
Yeah, that's great. That's great to hear. So I've shared in both worlds. So working for Capital One previously, I'm going to tell you the story. So we were in Chicago, and I went for kind of an internal conference. So we have an office there, and I'm out to dinner with everyone, and someone across the table goes, "So, Margaret, what is it really like being a woman in tech?" And they did that because I looked around and I was the only woman out of 20 people at that dinner table. And I was like, oh, well, I guess this is what it's like, always kind of that was more of the vibe. I think at Capital One, although there were a lot of women, it was kind of we were consistently outnumbered. flip that, at the company I work for now, I will say like someone else that I reached out for like an open position was like, I am literally so impressed about the number of women in leadership at your company. And I was like, oh my gosh, like he's absolutely right. Like I work with tons of women. My boss is a woman. My partner, you know, like my other partner designer, she's a lead, she's a woman, you know. That's like there's amazing. So many, to the point where when I was talking with my boss, she goes, yeah, we should probably hire like more men. We were like, oh shoot, are we like flipping the pendulum, you know, the other way? But yeah, it's been really fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's been difficult to get more women interested in technology, and sometimes like, especially in big companies, sometimes like it's difficult to see women, but like now that like I'm hearing from you, Nadi, and from you, Mark, and hopefully like, yeah, they're gonna be like, it's a sign that there are more women interested in technology, going into technology, studying technology. So what got you interested in technology? Why did you join, start learning about technology?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I graduated from the Digital Art and Design program. The best program, I would say.
Seconded.
But yeah, so I went into the workforce with a design background, and how I got into UX is like it's a good cross between the very technical side, but also the creative side. And so that's where I really fell in love with, and just how applicable it is to everybody's lives, and being relevant with emerging tech and just the landscape that is pandemic days and stuff like that. So yeah, just really got my foot in the door first at Amazon, and that's like a big heavy tech company.
It is.
Yeah, and then working in I transitioned to Samsung, which is also e-commerce tech, and Microsoft, and then here I am at like SAIC, a very science data driven company, and I just really thrived in this environment. And I do recognize that there is a movement and an interest of women in tech, but also through my journey, I look around and it's, there are a lot of women in tech, in my experience, but when you look upwards, it's less and less. And so that's why this conversation is very, very important to have, so we can all get together, make that momentum, keep pushing that momentum, and have those results when we look at, people's progression in careers. But yeah, that's how I got involved in tech. A non-linear story.
So my start was very interesting as well. I actually graduated from Texas A&M with an undergraduate degree in English literature. I first started as journalism, but then midway through, the university was like, no, we don't want journalism anymore, so they killed the program. So I was like, great, what am I gonna do now? And with an English degree, you can basically do literally anything, be a lawyer, historian, whatever you want to do. But I went into teaching, so I taught for 2 years, and ever since I was little, I always wanted to be in video games. Ever since I started playing Galaga and Donkey Kong, Final Fantasy, all of that stuff, I was like, I want to be in games. And then when I saw Final Fantasy X, I was like, yes, this is what I'm going to do. So I was like, I was trying to figure out how am I going to do that, because I have dysgraphia, which is dyslexia with numbers. So I knew that I could not do any math. And then obviously design also requires a lot of math as well. So I was like, oh man, I'm really shooting myself in the foot here. And the most artistic I'm gonna get is stick figures. So I was like, can't do that. So I kind of was just biding my time until I found some place where I could try to figure out how to get into games. And lo and behold, Full Sail. And I was just like, yes, this is my chance. So went to the master's program in game design. And way back then, it was actually just the one program, more focused on production. And so I just kind of did that, got some certifications, and then that's how I got into video games. So, and in tech in general. So it's been a wild ride, but super, super fun. And I've been saying this the whole time, but I do something that I call a jobby. It's a job that's also my hobby. So, I
love this word.
Yeah. Hobby. So I consider myself to be very lucky. So I'm like, yes, this is awesome. So yeah, so thank you, Full Sail.
Thank you. What
Amazing.
about you, Margaret?
Yeah, so 2 things. I want to say, Shanae, I am literally so proud of you.
Thank you.
She graduated not that long ago. She came out the gate like working for Amazon. Like, look at that. Like, it's insanely impressive.
She is amazing.
Yes, I am so like every day I'm like so proud of her. It's awesome. And that's so funny. I have a journalism degree as well. Yeah, when you were talking about that, I'm like, no way. So yeah, I did the same thing. Went to a traditional college. Went to Penn State. Did that whole thing. Part of my story is like, they only accepted 9 people a year into their graphic design program, and you had to have a portfolio to get in, you know? Like, it's weird. Like, I have to have a portfolio to, like, pay you to teach me about something else. It was just really wild, you know? They were like, you like writing, and you like taking photos, going to journalism. So I did that. I worked in a really crappy job with, like, cubicles for 2.5 years, you know? Like, it was just not my thing. Actually, I worked for a student loan company, and then a parent wrote in who had a loan for their kid. So I was like doing fancy emails, you know? If you email a company, that was me, like replying to you. And I looked up like their account, and it was, they had a loan for Full Sail. And I was like, what the is Full Sail? So I go to the website, and it was back in like some portion of the 2000s. And it was, I'm going to date myself here, but it was a Flash website that animated, and it had music, and I was like, that place looks legit. Like, I want to go there. And so I did, you know, like kind of at like 26 maybe, like just packed up everything and came to Florida, you know, and my job wasn't even a job then. Like, that's how crazy like everything has shifted. You know, when like the iPhone came out, like everything, you know, just kind of like took off. And I remember, I think when I was completing the DAD program, maybe the iPhone came out then, and it was just so new, and we were all like really experimenting with it. And I had no idea that this was going to be my future. It's just kind of something that evolved over time. So I had jobs at like different agencies, you know, like worked at creative places, and I was doing websites, but I knew I really wanted to get into mobile, and there was a connection. I had Foursquare, and when I was living in Orlando, sorry, this may be a long story, but I was living in Orlando. When I was living in Orlando, I stole his mayorship of Planet Fitness, and then he ended up adding me as a friend, right? So lo and behold, he actually went to Full Sail too. Yeah, and he was like working at the Golf Channel and was trying to get me in there, and it never happened, right? Because you had to have like a pretty steep code base back then. Like, you had to be both, right? So we kept in contact for years. We never met in person, right? I was always just sharing my work and stuff, though, like doing stuff on the side, free time, you know, like just practicing my craft. And no kidding, one day he was like, we have a designer position open up here at USA Today, and I think you should talk to my boss. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll talk to him. So I talked to him, and then they brought me down for an interview. And I interviewed. Me and 7 dudes sat around me, you know, but I like had it together. And then I remember this thing, somebody was like, oh, if you want the job, like you should do something to like impress them. And I had no mobile experience. And I was like, what am I gonna do? So I took a side project I was doing, and I made an app, you know, and I faked it. And I went in, and I was like looking at what other people were doing, and I was like, yeah, I could do that, I could do that, I could do that. So I was like, all right, maybe I could. Literally, I did the interview, I had everything together, I was like running them through all kinds of stuff, like making jokes, you know, I was super uncomfortable, literally like how I feel right now, you know, up here. And 48 hours later, they called and they were like, you got the job, do you want the job? I was like, oh, you know, like freaking out. I was like, literally my life changed, you know, in a matter of 3 days. So yeah, I've been riding that train.
That's a beautiful story, Margaret.
Thank you.
That's a beautiful story. So I'm gonna share my story as well, because like I've been in technology. So I was actually I'm gonna date myself.
Let's do it. We're here. You know,
we're here together. So back when I was like 6 or 7 years old, back and when they had the Macintosh, and please don't ask me about my age, but anyway, so my dad was working for a company, and sometimes he needs to go work at night, and he would take me with him. And I was so impressed. I saw this thing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I really want to learn more about this. And then he will let me play games, or he will show me. And I'm a fast learner, so right away I will be like, yeah, but what's this? But what's this? I was 7, but the good thing about it is that he let me explore. He let me touch, and he let me try things. So slowly I started also like loving games, technology, anything that is related with a computer. I'm like all about it. Then when it came, so I was like more interested. Now I want to learn more. So I was interested in programming, and then back then it was Pascal, and I'm like, okay, let's learn Pascal. And I was 11 when I started learning Pascal, and it's all about like seeing how the computer is talking to you. Like you're typing something, and the computer is bringing back the information to you, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like oh, I'm talking to a machine. And so when it came to going back to college, I was like, no, I want to go learn this. And that's how I joined the computer engineering. I went to a traditional university, but like my background is computer engineering. But and I was always like, I always wanted. I live technology. I breathe technology. So when I joined Full Sail, I was like, yes, oh my gosh, like they have. I joined for the Mobile Gaming Masters. I was teaching their capstone back then. And it's funny because. My PhD was on like it was simulation, but one of the application is gaming. So I was like impressed. It blew my mind. I was like, do we have gaming programs? How come? And development, like not like usually when we're talking gaming, like it's more design, but like development. So when I joined here and I saw like everything that we do here in technology and in emerging technology, I was like so impressed, and I'm so glad we're here. But every time I reflect, it goes back to people that helped me throughout my journey, my parents who believed in me, and they let me study technology, people at the university, my advisor, everyone believed and helped me. And even here at Full Sail, even throughout my journey, either at Full Sail, like my professional journey, I always had mentors who helped me like throughout my journey. So I wanted to know, it's not easy to be a woman in tech. Having a mentor is really important because we can always, we're all women in tech, and sometimes it can be very difficult on us. So did you have any mentors that helped you, or like any mentors growing up that like facilitated this journey for you?
Yes, can I go first? I still do have a mentor. And she's amazing. It's funny because, when we're little, it's not to say that tech is discouraged in women, but it's definitely not encouraged.
Because usually they look at it as like, it's more for boys.
And it's, again, if we have an interest that is, traditionally not feminine, it's just kind of, people wouldn't stop you, but it's just, you'll get those kind of microaggressions like, oh, don't you want to do X, Y, and Z instead? And it's just kind of like at every step of your growth as an adolescent, you kind of get that. And so by the time you're in a place to make a choice, you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't pursue something that I'm good at because that's just not, the powers that be think that I shouldn't pursue that. But anyway, that's kind of a side story there. But I do have a mentor currently still, and that's because I've joined like a lot of UX support groups out there. And kind of the pandemic brought a lot of bad things, but the silver lining, one of the silver linings is that like a lot of meetup groups are online now, and you don't have to physically be there. So I joined like every UX group, regardless of time zone, and started being involved. And that's how I got a mentor. There's a lot of mentorship programs, and I've had that relationship with her for like 3 years now. And she's very great. So
that's amazing.
That's awesome. I think I've been very lucky. Robin Coleman was probably my first.
I was going to say, it must be Robin.
Gotta love Robin. Yeah, so Robin Coleman, who is a professor here for those who are not in the Master's Game program, she's just absolutely wonderful, and I love her to death. So she's definitely like one of my first mentors, right? She just kind of really made me feel comfortable in myself, right? It's like this whole time, like you said, it's just those microaggressions that you grow up with, and you're just like, man, how do I shake this off? So she kind of really helped encourage me to kind of own who I am as a person. And then throughout my career, I've been able to be very lucky. I feel like it's just like they just fall into place. Like it's so beautiful. But again, like with Zynga, there are so many strong women producers there. It's like, who do I pick from? Like who can I talk to? And they're just all so welcoming. And of course, they just want to share knowledge with you. So it's just amazing and super supportive. And there's a really strong mentorship program at Zynga as well. So, I mean, it's literally pick of the litter, and it's just, I couldn't ask for anything more. Again, because I have the dysgraphia, I actually sought out a female engineer because I just was like, I need somebody to help me understand what is happening here. And as someone who's a producer, you do need to be able to talk to a lot of different disciplines. So she really helped me for a really long time. Just kind of get my bearings and own it, really. So, yeah, been
That's
really
amazing.
lucky.
That's amazing. What about
Great.
you, Margaret?
That's great. All right, mentorship. Okay.
And it's okay if like you didn't have any mentors. I
do. Okay, so I'm gonna just point her out. There's like a lovely woman in the back there, and that's my mother. So I come from a line of So it's my grandma, it's my aunt, it's my mom, and then it's me. You know, like there's a kind of a line of strong women. And my mom, like, not to blow up her spot, but she raised me on her own, like while I was young, and that was super impressive to me. You know, that like someone could do that. Like obviously not at the time, or probably when I was 16, because hormones, right? But later in life, I appreciate her a ton, and I think what helped, although she doesn't always agree with my decisions, I feel like she always supports me, you know, and like stands there and says like I basically grew up thinking I could do anything, you know, and I don't like that people would grow up not thinking that they could do anything, because literally you all deserve that support. Like if no one is in your life telling you that right now, like I'm going to be there, and if you need me to be there to reinforce that for you, I will. But you can do anything, like anything you want to do, right? And that means it's limitless at that point. And I'm gonna be like really honest, a lot of my mentors have been men. And that's okay, you know, because like that's kind of like where I am, like that has been where I've been in life, because this whole women in tech thing is like still pretty new, you know, and as we're talking about it, like there are still struggles, right? So like I had to learn from men because like men were there. However, like I feel like we're in there just crushing the ceilings, you know, for everyone coming behind us. Like, we're all here for you. What else was I going to talk about? I think I had like one more thing. We talked about this the other day. So I'm just going to be like really honest. There was a Twitter feed that happened months ago, right? And I think over the summer, and someone had asked a really simple question, and it came from a good place, and they said, well, like, why aren't there more women in tech? And that's how they asked it. And he was asking the question just so pure-heartedly, like really asking the question. And the responses were horrifying. It's because women aren't smart enough. It's because they can't do this. It's because they can't code, right? And I saw that feed. I saw all of the comments. And it was heartbreaking, because I was like, we work next to these people, right? And I have to go to work tomorrow and work next to these people. Not that I knew them, right? But I know they exist now. You know, like I know this is how some people are really thinking about me. And I will tell you, it gives me a lot of drive to be better than them, you know, and to show up for everybody else. So I don't know, I feel like I just went on a really long rant. But yeah, I don't know. I believe in you. Go out there. Don't let anyone dull your sparkle.
I love this message.
My favorite thing to do is when I talk to somebody who thinks like that, and I can see them be like, oh shit. And I'm like, yeah, expletive.
Can I also add though?
Yeah, no,
I also recognize that, you know, there's not just women in here, and I want to applaud, you know, everyone that showed up, because in the workplace, like you too will be our advocates. And that's how we level the playing field, right? It's yes, we exist. Women in tech exist. So when people are like, oh, where are the women? It's like, we're here. You just don't see us or recognize us as equals to to push us in higher positions. But, you know, the conversation is not just for women. This conversation is for everybody in the workplace. So
yes, and I agree with you, Tremaine. When we're talking about mentors or women in tech, and I agree with you, Margaret. I didn't have just female mentors. It started with my father, and even my advisor at the university. He was a man. He's a man. So I mean, having.
Jet lag.
Just checking. Anyway, it's not a woman.
We're all jet lagged. We're all jet lagged.
So, yeah, having mentors, like it's not necessarily women. Yes, us as female will always be here for all of you, but even you guys, you can be mentors for your friends. You can be mentors for your daughters later on, for your sisters, for anyone. So, women, female students, please come to us, and please don't ever think that you can't do something. I agree with you, Margaret. Even with my own daughters, impossible does not exist in my dictionary. Everything is possible. There is no such a thing that is a male word versus a female word. No, or a toy for boys versus this is a toy for boys. And no, then you're gonna get that, and you're gonna learn how to play with that. This is how I am, and this is how I was raised. And for me, it's. I want you to understand also sometimes technology can be very intimidating for female. And robotics, it's like, no, this is for boys. No, there is no such a thing that is for boys or for male. We can do it. You can do it. You just believe in yourself. If you have an idea, just come and share with us. Find someone who can help you. Believe in yourself and go do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say absolutely. And okay, the reason I left the previous company, well, one of the reasons, right? I was passed over for a promotion 4 times. 4 times. And then the last time I was passed over for the promotion, they asked me to take on more work. I was already doing more than enough, which is typically what we do, and then get passed over for promotions. I was like ahead of a campus recruiting thing, right? I was head of a COP, like a community of practice for visual design within Capital One Design, right? And then I was also managing my work lane, doing my own work, managing 2 direct reports, and now I was also I was leading other people who had other managers, and they were then asking me to take on other people to lead another lane of work on top of what I was doing. And I was talking to my boss, and they said the promotion's not going to happen this year. And you know what I did? The next week, I put in my 2-week notice. And they didn't think I was going to leave, right? Because I was part of that culture. But I was like, I'm done. You know, it's like dating someone who's really toxic for you, and you like break up, and you're like, it'll be better this time. You know, like we've worked out all our issues. I think at one point I realized like I wasn't using them for, I did use them, right? I used them to like essentially grow my career and get really smart. Like they did a ton for me, like, but in the same time, they weren't like returning the favor anymore. And I was like, I'm not here anymore. Like I've outgrown you. And now I have to say goodbye, and which was for good reason, right? Because I ended up at a place that, like, I will say when I left, stress. I was like, I feel like I'm floating. Like, you know what I mean? And I didn't realize how much of that was hanging on me until I left. And you have that power, right? Nobody has the control over you. I think I thought that, right? I thought, oh, like, what am I going to do if I leave here? It's my safety net.
It's because we feel comfortable, too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you do get comfortable, and I think that's what they do. They, like... I want to say, I'm like, oh my gosh, the Capital One lies you or something. And it's cushy, right? It's great benefits. Like, it's pretty chill, that whole thing. But yeah, I'm talking too much. I would like someone else to talk.
It's fine. Anyway, yeah, I agree. So how did Full Sail prepare you to be a woman in technology? Do you feel that it helped you to be ready for the workplace?
I'm smiling.
Versus if you went to a traditional university. What's that? Sorry?
I'm smiling because I have a story.
Okay, well, share with us.
It definitely prepared me. I mean, I can't speak for other degrees, but in my degree, we have a lot of group projects. And a lot of times I was the only woman in the class, which is rare for DAD, but I was the only woman in the group. And so many times, because I'm very type A, and I need to have an A in these classes. There's no excuse for anything less at the time. But anyway, the word aggressive kept being thrown around. And I can't, I'm sure a lot of the women on stage can identify with, what does that mean when you're, when you're just trying to voice an opinion or trying to keep, people on course, and you feel like you're hurting cats and just really driving the conversation. These negative stereotypes get thrown around that, oh, you're aggressive and blah, blah, blah. And, when you're young, you're trying to you are experiencing those microaggressions at a young age, and you're not even in the professional world, but also you're learning you're growing thick skin, but also you're learning how to drive a group conversation towards a common goal, which is a project. And yeah, you're just learning a lot of leadership skills, and just, I don't know where I'm going with this, but
yeah.
You're already experiencing those kinds of biases already. So when it happened in the workplace, I'm just like, yeah, but I'm just trying to get work done. Mm-hmm. And so we did. And now I'm aggressive. And I'm okay with that.
So for
That's an interesting panel today.
It's great.
Yeah. Let's see. So the classes all were very practical. So I think that I took a lot from that as well. So being able to actually be in the group projects and, do the everyday classes and work with the technology that we had, that really helped a lot. I think when I graduated, I was one of the very few candidates amongst interviewees that actually had experience with Handsoft and Jira and Trello and all these other project management things that we do.
Very important.
Yeah. So I think because I was able to put that in my proficiencies or whatever, it was definitely one of the top reasons why I would get called back so quickly. I mean, I would put it out there and next day, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, thanks. So yeah, I would say that having the ability to get your hands on and work through and work with the programs that we use in our everyday careers, that really helps give you a huge leg up.
Thank you. What about you, Margaret?
Wait.
How did Full Sail help you? How did Full Sail prepare you?
I was like, getting lost in all their stories. I share the same sentiment with everybody else. I mean, when I went here, they still called it full male. That's just kind of how it was, which was actually surprising because my graphic design class was actually, there were 6 of us, I think it was 3 women and 3 men, from what I remember. Yeah, what are we talking about? Oh, the aggressive thing. I love that she talked about that because that's so on point. Because if we do it, oh, you're leading with emotion. God, she's so this, that, and the other thing, And if Tom did that, you'd be like, yeah, Tom, way to really lead that meeting, And they'd be all patting him on the, all patting him on the back for it, It's not fair. Yeah, I mean, you experience it all the time. I don't know what I'm doing. I have literally no idea what I'm doing right now. But I think I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I think for me, it's what happens is Full Sail mimics what's in the industry. We're working in a male-dominated field, so and then probably that's how we're experiencing. Probably you went through Full Sail, so it's you experienced that. It's the same image, you were in a cohort that is male-dominated. So you just had to learn your way, how to communicate with them, negotiate, manage them, team management. So it's So it will get you.
Yeah. I just realized I used the word Tom. That was in no relation to Tom Todia. Just so we get that on the record.
Okay. For the record.
I know.
I do want to say, we obviously learned the technical skills going through the courses, but, our experiences is also, learning the soft skills, which is just as, if not more important. And
it is very
especially
important.
dealing with those kinds of, microaggressions and experiences. It's an art to navigate through, because you still want to be the team player and don't want to mess up with the dynamic and stuff, but also you need to learn how to deal with those things in a way that people still respect you for. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I can expand on that, it's actually really good for you to ask those kinds of questions in interviews as well. Like you can ask them what kind of mentorship programs are going on, like what is there like a women in whatever company name group or things like that. Like you can ask those questions, and if they don't know what to tell you, then definitely probably not a great idea to be there. So if that is something that is one of your top foundations for going to work at some place, that's a really good question to ask. Like, don't be shy about asking those questions, because you don't know what you're getting yourself into, right? I was lucky, so when I first interviewed at Zynga, it was all women that interviewed me. So it was like super candid. We had very frank and honest conversations about what kind of company Zynga was. And they have absolutely lived up to everything that they told me in the interview. And it's probably one of the first times that I could say that company didn't lie to me. So don't be afraid to ask those kinds of questions. It's well within your right. You are interviewing that company just as much as they are interviewing you, and like live in that power. 100%.
I agree with you, but sometimes like in smaller companies, probably they don't have something like this. So maybe ask the question also and see what kind of answers you get. That will give you an idea about like the mindset of the company. But please don't feel intimidated. Just be strong. We all went through this. You can go through this. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the audience and to our friends also on YouTube and Facebook. So if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Karina, but I like being called Kat. And I'm currently in the film program. I know you guys are in tech, but I wanted to ask, as someone who's going into film, I always have had like big dreams. I grew up in a small town, so it was like the small town mentality type of thing. It's like, why are you doing this if, it's not very safe for you to go into this field? And that always like discouraged me to like, it's like, oh, maybe I'm not good enough because I'm a woman or something like that, Is there, I guess, what's a good way to be motivated, or like something that you guys use to be motivated and to like basically like prove people like, hey, I could do this? Sure.
So if I can go first.
Sure.
I always say to myself, I can create a human, so I can do effing anything.
Yeah. Oh, amazing.
That's what I tell myself. I'm like, I can grow a human. I can literally do anything. So that's what I tell myself. If I'm ever feeling like, oh, I'm not worthy or whatever, I'm like, you know what? I can grow humans.
I identify with your story. I too am from I'm from Hawaii, but like I'm from a very small town on like an island nobody cares about. So, and it's hard because you look around and there's no example, like especially a person of color, like a minority. You look around and you don't know anyone in positions like that in Hawaii or wherever, in a small town, but you don't know what a successful person looks like because you don't know if that industry even exists where you are. But the good thing is, again, like there are communities out there that are more than welcome for new talent, for new people, interested minds. Just join them and be fearless and ask all the questions and ask us. Like we're more than happy to connect you to where you want to go.
Yeah, I'm actually like Hispanic, so that's also like a big thing. I'm like, oh my God, this is so scary to step into like film and be Hispanic at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I share in the same. I grew up in a small town as well, where they like make bologna and there's like Amish people everywhere. So I get it. But I feel like, if you don't mind, I say you're here, and that, man, I should have worn this shirt because I like bought this shirt the other day and it said "show up," and I feel like you're doing that. Just keep doing it. Like I used to cry in the bathroom all the time, at work. But I would like wipe myself off and show up, and sometimes it sucks, but I'm essentially going to think you're here at Full Sail. You're going to love what you do, right?
Yeah.
Like show up even when it's hard, sometimes even when you don't want to, and power through it. Sorry, is that?
No, you're good.
That's good.
Okay. I was like, wait, is this all awful advice. So
it's fair.
I was gonna say lean on people, and then lean on people. You know, like she was saying, well, they're both saying like lean on people who are there for you, right? Your like circle. There's always like you can always go home kind of thing. Like you gotta have those like good people around you. You know, your people. I do it here. We're like, sorry. You're really busy this week, and we just met. But like her, you know what I mean? I was like sticking to her like glue like the past couple of days because like she's my people. You know, you need that.
Yeah, I really like you. You're like so inspiring.
Oh my gosh.
I related so much.
Oh
to you,
my
by
God,
the way.
that's so nice.
Yeah.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Great.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do it. You can keep going. Oh my gosh. You're so sweet. Can you hit me up? Yeah, sure.
My name is Alice. I'm in the Game Design Master's program. I'm the only girl in my program. There's 15 of us.
Nice. Nice.
I'm also, I picked a different track compared to everybody else. I thought that, I could teach myself, how to, code, and I can teach myself how to work with Unreal Engine and all of that. What I can't teach myself is UX and research. And I went into that thinking that, I completely changed my direction of what I wanted to do because I studied art, I studied digital art, I studied traditional art for 4 years and many years before that. And I came here because there was nothing I could do with it. There was nothing that I was able to do with the experience that I got from the school. And now that I'm, going to their school, I actually get a lot of this, that I'm a little aggressive. Whether it's I'm doing projects with my classmates or I'm working at the lab, and I know sometimes they say it as a funny thing that I'm being a little aggressive, but I'm trying to take, I don't know what the term is.
Don't change yourself for them, Yeah, it's just something they need to get over.
I want to do things, and I'm not gonna let somebody else tell me, hey, you need to be less aggressive about this. You need to be I'm gonna say how it is. Unfortunately, I guess not everybody accepts that. But my question is how do I stand out compared to all the other? How can I stand out compared to all the other UX researchers? Compared to all the other researchers in general? How can I make myself stand out in the field? I don't have previous experience. My experience is in art, but I want to know how I can make myself look better in the eyes of the people who are hiring me.
Mm-hmm. Be really effing good at what you do. Like, it's, for me, it's super simple. I don't like saying this because I'm not like a person to not be humble, but I'm really good at what I do, and my work shows that, right? And so I'm able to knock other people out, of the running because I'm that good. And then I get that good because I pay attention to what people are better than me doing, and then I try to make my stuff look that good, and I never stop practicing my craft. Never.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Just if confidence in what you are already doing and being able to really speak to that speaks volumes, right? Because there can be anybody whose work looks really good and that's great, but if they can't speak to it or if they can't walk you through how they got there, I think that's where the value is, because it just shows me that you're really proficient in your profession. So that's probably the other thing that's the most important, because if you can talk like somebody who knows what they're doing, everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, all great points. The other one I want to, emphasize is stay curious. Keep your ear to the ground, because especially in the world of UX and user research, that is changing on a day-to-day basis with technology, with how we interact with things, with the changes of our lifestyle. It's an industry that you'll never learn everything of. You'll never be you'll be one of the greats, but you'll never hit a point where you're I've learned enough, I'm good, I'm the master of it. So always keep your ear to the ground, keep connecting with people and relationship building. That's just as important. And, you'll grow with those people in the industry, and that's how you stick out. Yeah.
Yes, and that reminded me you both reminded me of something. Using, so especially in research, using your insights that you've gathered, understanding how that has then impacted something that was built, and then understanding how, like, essentially, what does that data look like on the end of it, right? Because you aren't like just part of the beginning, like you're informing what's coming behind that, you know? So like having a full picture of like how your work has essentially impacted things that are out in the world is awesome.
And don't forget that your perspective is also very unique. You know, whatever your life experience has been and like the way that you've gone to where you are today, like all those things are still unique and that can make you stand out as well.
I definitely didn't think that I was going to be going completely different direction, going from art to numbers, which I don't like numbers. If you ever met any artists, we don't like numbers. We like drawing.
I did the opposite. I was, you know, I was in international trade regulations, and then I pivoted to art. And my whole family was like, "You want to go back to school for art? Like, what are you doing?" You know. So,
hey, I already disappointed my family when I went into art. So this is a step up. At least, you know, they can now brag about their kid being in a master's program.
Yeah.
What I would say is that with technology, it changes every day. As Shanae said, keep learning and keep adding skills, because that will help you build your portfolio, will help you or will make you different, like from others who are already like have the same skills as you, or like have kind of the same background. But like if you add extra skills, that will differentiates you from others.
Definitely, I've been trying to stand out as much as I can because it's difficult.
But you can do it.
You have to if you want to get somewhere.
You can do it, and
so
you have no choice.
Seeing you guys is very inspiring, and I love talking to you, Mary. I already got to meet her a little bit before because I snuck into one of the. I wasn't even supposed to be there. I just snuck into one of the panels that they were doing a little earlier in the classrooms. But thank you guys.
Thank you. Next question.
Hey there. So I'm running the YouTube chat, and we have several questions that I'm going to try to lump together. So we have students from several degree programs, and they're interested in how any of these skills are at play in any of your everyday lives. So we have mobile development, graphic design, public relations, and social media management. So we're just curious of any of those things, if they play a role in any of your everyday lives at work.
Yes. Yes.
Can you expound upon that?
Yes.
Quick answer.
Especially
yes.
in tech. But go ahead, Shani.
Oh, I feel like I'm always going first. Sorry. Yeah. I don't remember the long list of those degree programs, but
I think mobile development, social media, graphic design.
Yeah, I mean, especially for UX, right? We're designing a product that product has graphics involved, has interfaces involved. So you're designing assets, you are putting it out in the market. There's marketing involved, there's writing involved that a lot of people don't realize. So it overlaps a lot, especially in my profession.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, yeah, that's it. Everybody's leaving. I'm sad. She said exactly everything I was going to say, so.
Okay, cool. Do we have more questions?
Hi, so my question was, is there anything in addition, any certificates or courses I should take in addition to my degree at Full Sail that could help me build street cred and stuff like that?
What's your degree program?
I'm thinking of going into media communications, and then I'm also considering cybersecurity and IT.
Oh. Okay. I don't know anything about cybersecurity or IT.
I can talk about cybersecurity and IT.
This is you guys. That is my profession. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Full Sail gives you a great foundation, right? It gives you the technical skills, but my advice is like, don't stop learning. You'll get in your field and realize there's so much to learn, so much to connect, and that's really how you stick out. Was that your question, to how to stick out?
Certificates or things.
Oh, certificates.
Or other certifications.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there, especially for, cybersecurity, tech.
Yeah. So for the cybersecurity and the IT programs, you will have 2 certificates in the associate, 2 certificates, especially for the cyber, 2 certificates in the cyber. So it's part of the program. As you're going through the program, you will have those CompTIA and AWS certifications. So if you're interested in that or interested in being part of the cybersecurity or the IT bachelor's, you will graduate with professional certifications as well. So for the web development, I think that was also another program that you were interested in. We don't have a professional certification for those for that program. And then for what was the other program? Media communication. I have no idea. I don't oversee media communication. So okay, we have one. We're gonna take one last question here.
Hi. Oh my gosh, that's loud. I'm Ezekiel. I'm in the game development program. And hearing stories like what happened at Activision Blizzard, and also my mom is in tech and she tells me stuff sometimes. What are some things that we can do to make women feel more comfortable in tech?
Sorry, that was mumbled for me. Was it mumbled for you
Yeah,
guys?
same for me. I couldn't understand
Sorry, yeah,
anything.
yeah. Pull it down. Yep.
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm in the game development program, and I was just wondering what men can do to make women feel more accepted in tech.
Thank you for asking that question. First of all, that is how the conversation starts. That's exactly how you can, I mean, for me, it's like just having other players willing to, understand that, there are biases that are in place that, that are barriers for us, and to recognize that and be advocates for us as well. That is my take on it.
So I have a story, so I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. So my inductor actually is here, and he was the first person that showed me what it was like to be, he's in the pink bandana. He was the first person to show me what it meant to be an ally. And what was going on is there was a person who was very creepy, and I, up until that point, I just was kind of like, okay, whatever, just do what I can to kind of make this guy stop talking to me kind of thing. And he actually basically rallied everyone else and was like, look, this guy is not okay. And he was able to make the case, and he got fired because he essentially was being inappropriate. So, doing stuff like that, if you can recognize that people are overstepping or talking over us or any of that stuff, and it's not just women, right? Like, it's anybody that's in a, what's it called? Minority group, or so as long as you can stand up and call people out, that is like the biggest thing that you could do. If someone's being kind of a jerk, you can be like, hey, you're being a jerk, and just being able to just say that, it lets all of us know that you're on our side, and we know that it's a safe place because of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that story.
Thank you, everyone.
I love Jared. He's my man. Yep.
For me, so a little bit of that, and then for me, I have like a trick that I do when I notice people aren't talking or that they're keeping to themselves, and I like usually, so I'm on Zoom a lot, right? But I'll call them out by name and say, "What are your thoughts?" And then that gives them like I just don't like when people are quiet. I know they have opinions and they're in there, and like, give them to me, and maybe they think that like this is not the space or this isn't their lane when you're here, they're there. It absolutely is their lane. So like, and like noticing stuff like that, calling people out, asking, sharing their thoughts, it'll get everyone involved in the conversation. And hopefully, I feel like I've been in a lot of meetings where like dudes just talk to each other and I'm like, cool, why am I even here? Like that kind of vibe. Anyway.
Yeah, we're human beings. We just want to be treated as a human being.
Perfect. Thank you, ladies, for sharing your thoughts with us, your experience, your advice. Thank you all for coming today. Feel free, if I have another piece of advice, please, ladies here, don't be intimidated. Please reach out to anyone. Try to find a mentor to help you throughout your journey, and believe in yourself. And tech is not for men. You see all these amazing women here, so believe in yourself. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
back to Hall of Fame Live. Scott Kirk alongside Ellie Davis. What a wonderful panel we just saw. Women in Tech, Full Sail, great school, gives you everything you need, and they set them up for success. It was great.
Absolutely. I thought it was phenomenal. I always love seeing women come in here that are doing great things, and they give such concrete advice to the students. I know you're sitting in there and you get to ask all these questions and you get such great advice. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Oh, exactly. Hall of Fame week, everything we expected and more. And like they said, tech just isn't for men. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. So we're filling in for Jess and Shay, Scott Kirk, alongside Ellie Davis. Of course, we're from the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, current student and a current alumni, and you're doing great things. Currently about 13 months in the program myself. I love doing play-by-play, commentary for Rollins College. We have a great partnership with them. So just a huge shout out to Gus Ramsey and all of the staff for the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting for this incredible opportunity. It really is a great program. And Ellie, since you're a graduate, what's kind of your experience been like?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started the program in September of 2019. And I was the only female in my program, like in my month. And while it's very daunting, it gives you such a will to want to succeed.
Of course.
And so since I graduated in May of 2021, I started working for Tennis Channel and the United States Tennis Association as an on-camera reporter and a production assistant. So I work out of the USTA National Campus, which is in Lake Nona, getting a lot of great on-camera experience. All of my reports go out onto their social channels. So it's honestly been a great experience. I worked the US Open over the summer as a production assistant. And none of that would have been possible without the experiences provided by Full Sail. So honestly, just a wonderful experience all around.
You got to go all the way to New York, and Full Sail set you up for that. And this is why we're celebrating Hall of Fame Week. It's been fantastic. Well, don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Be sure to use the hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame, Full Sail HOF, throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame Week. Let's go ahead and read some tweets, shall we?
Absolutely. Alrighty, so starting off, I'm going to be inducted someday, hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame, from Brendan Hawkins.
He's going to be inducted someday, and we hopefully expect that from Brendan. And, we got a tweet from Ethan Hayes. Day one of Full Sail Hall of Fame is in the bag. It's a blessing to be able to return to such a fantastic place, surrounded by others living life in so many wonderful industries. Every second I get to spend around people here restores my spirit and inspires me to continue doing what I love. What a great paragraph. That was really touching.
I just love hearing, how inspired everyone is, like he said. This one is going to come from Aaron Eberhardt. World-class team, great job, everyone, in regards to all of the capable hands of the events team and the student event crew here at the Full Sail Hall of Fame.
Aaron Eberhardt, a great Hall of Fame grad. She's done great stuff in the industry. Of course, Armada, one of the top teams right now for esports and all of collegiate esports in America. And, it's been a great week socially and everything. And while you're on your phone, make sure to be excellent to each other. We have Bill and Ted, nice photo booth there.
Love to see it. Alrighty, and while you're on your phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app. It is the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week. Now let's get to know another one of this year's inductees. 2011 Entertainment Business grad, Phil Palin. Phil's career has seen him build brands from clients including Shark from Shark Tank, a White House staffer, and more.
Hey, I'm Phil Palin. I'm a brand strategist, and I'm an entertainment business master's grad. Personal branding as we know it today, it's become something that has a meaning in everyday conversation. But when I started this, that wasn't necessarily the case. This idea of a brand being built around a person was relatively new and unique. I really believe it comes down to achieving consistency between who you are and how you show up in person and how that's portrayed online. So while I love to talk, a big part of my job is listening and figuring out how can I take what makes this person so awesome in real life, how can I recreate that online to achieve that similar experience? if I'm gonna stand up on stage and give someone advice, I still better be in the trenches actually doing the work. So after this, I'll jump in and code a website. I'm involved with our team in deciding photography, brand identity design. I am in it. Our team is in it. It's small, but we all love it because we get to be a part of it. And it's lean, but we all play a really important role in delivering that final product. And I just don't ever see that changing because we all love our work.
Alrighty, we have got a lot of great events going on today, so let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. Scott, it looks like starting us off for the 2 p.m. sessions in the Fortress, a funny thing happened on the way to my Grammy.
Okay, well, I'm interested to see what the story is. That's something I might have to attend, actually. Maybe they'll let me off my shift. Then, of course, in Full Sail, Building 3, 106, we have changing jobs. Of course, when you graduate, maybe something you want to consider. So that might be something you want to check out that interests you.
Alrighty, and then we're gonna head to Full Sail 3B, room 112, become a content creating machine. Definitely something, we've learned in the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, being prepared to always create content.
Hey, content rules all. That's what they say. Content is king. People want more and more and more. And, well, you got to give it to them. Speaking of more, we're going to go out to Tracy Wu, who's live at the Creative Experience. Tracy, what's your favorite Hall of Fame snack? Is there more food trucks there or what?
Oh, yeah, we are in Food Truck Alley. That is what I like to call it. My favorite of all time is right here, Florida Juice Company. These guys are a staple to Hall of Fame, but you know what else is a staple to Hall of Fame is my dear friend, Fernando Delgado, who came all the way from Las Vegas. How are you, Fernando?
I'm lovely, Tracy. How are you?
Lovely. Good to see you as well. So for people who don't know who you are, they're silly because they should know. You are a Hall of Famer. Tell us a little bit about you. When did you get Hall of Fame? Blah, 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 blah.
My name is Fernando Delgado. I'm a production sound mixer by trade. I got inducted Hall of Fame 9.
Hence the shirt.
So is that 2016 or 17? I don't really remember. And yeah, I'm just happy to be back. We're back.
Thank goodness we're back, because, man, that was a rough 2 years, at least for me and most people. But anyway, yeah, so you're back here. You've done this multiple times before. What do you want our students to get out of Hall of Fame Week?
I think the biggest thing is to just network and learn about all these different industries in our wonderful entertainment world. And yeah, I think networking is probably the most important thing. Make some friends. Make some friends.
So basically, Fernando is opening up the door. Come find him. He will talk to you about anything: sound, Vegas, juice.
Life.
Actually, are you hungry at all?
I'm starving right now.
What would you like to eat?
I kind of have a hankering for a pretzel, maybe?
Let me show you how it's done. Oh, we didn't even have to ask for it, and there is the pretzel. That, my friends, is the magic of Hall of Fame. Yeah. So much magic. I think we're done. I don't really know. I can't really hear because there's this giant thingy behind me making lots and lots of noise. I think that giant thingy is there to make all the food happen.
Yeah, I think so. Damn, this is good.
Am I going to keep going? I'm going to keep going. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, we're going to keep going. So, okay, so another thing. Are you laughing at me or with me?
At this.
You're laughing at this. Okay, so I've met a lot of students in the past couple days, and a lot of their issues are, they're like, oh, I'm graduating soon. I'm so scared. What's going to happen next? You've been there. You remember graduating and being like, oh, no. Any advice for them of what's next in their future?
Well, the one thing that I would say now, we're coming out of a pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, and 30% of our workforce is gone. So students that are graduating today have a much better opportunity to find that first gig than, maybe 5 years ago, from students graduated 5 years ago. So I would say just keep an eye out for those open opportunities and jump on them when they're in front of you.
That is excellent advice from a Hall of Famer. You are brilliant, sir. No wonder they gave you that beautiful Saley. And yeah, Rick, come over here and just wave to the camera. We don't have time for you, but just wave. He's another Hall of Famer. These people are cool. Okay, we're going to go now because they're going to buy me pretzels, hopefully. Pretzels. Oh, yeah, let's watch some video. A video. There's a video. I think it's about you. I don't know. We'll find out.
I never wanted a real job.
Like, that's the one thing I do remember about myself in high school, is that I never wanted a real job. I never wanted to wear a uniform, and I never wanted to wear a name tag. But I didn't believe for a second that people made a living in entertainment. I thought they went and they did whatever they did during the day, and then at night, they'd all run home, get showered up, put on their show blacks, and let's go put on a show. John Morris was my technical theater teacher at the Las Vegas Academy. And he came up to me one day and he asked me what I was going to do when I got out of school. And I told him that I was probably just going to get a criminal justice degree like my dad. And he just kind of shook his head and he's like, I don't know about that. He was like, you're here in the theater every night till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, building sets, hanging lights, PA systems going in, whatever needs to happen. And he handed me a brochure to Full Sail. And he said, I just learned about this school. I think you ought to check it out. And I walked into Studio A for the tour, and that was it. I was just like, oh man, this is real. People actually do this. When I was younger, one of the things that I started doing is taking a look at all of the people that I was working with, and I was, okay, who is living better? And I don't mean financially, like who's driving the nicer car or anything like that, just in general, who seems to be happier and stuff like that when they show up to work. And it seemed like overwhelmingly the common denominator is always community. Stickman Sound is a company that provides audio services. We mentor people, we sell equipment, we rent equipment, we offer advice. We're a community. When you have a high sense of community and you're not selfish with information and stuff like that, the stronger our community is, the better the work we put out as a community, the better we look, the more work it's going to bring into our community, and it, turns into this like very organic cycle. Las Vegas has a very large and pretty fantastic production community. It takes a little while to get in, but the thing that was really cool, I think, is once, especially the sound community in Las Vegas, once they saw that I was serious and that I wasn't going anywhere, it was like getting accepted into a family. I've worked on Top Chef, I've worked on Project Runway, I did a season of The Apprentice, and I did a season of Hell's Kitchen, and I was having a good time, but I think you have to work to get there. There's a lot of competition, but what ends up happening is the people that are serious, they show up 15 minutes early, and they're always the last people to leave. And I call that grit. You sleep for just a couple hours because you can't wait to get back, and that's what it was for me.
We got food. Saw all that food with Fernando, and we were super jealous, so we made someone run and get us juice and pretzels.
Yeah, this is famed. Every Hall of Fame, everyone always talks about the Amish pretzel food truck.
I dream about it all year until Hall of Fame rolls around. I don't know where to get one outside of Hall of Fame. Maybe I should just Google it, but it's okay because it makes the experience all the more special here when I get to eat one.
Should we cheers, take a bite? Yep.
Want to hear me chew, guys? Ugh.
Oh my gosh.
It's delicious. Okay, seriously, go get you some food every year. Let's check in with our sportscasting kids, see what's going on. Hi, everybody. You guys killed it.
What's going on? What's going on, Jess? Shay, how you guys doing?
Just hanging out, eating pretzels. They're pretty good. Are you guys having a good time so far?
A wonderful time.
Oh, my goodness. Are there any panels you're looking forward to seeing if you're not here with us?
Honestly, the art of the analysts in sportscasting, Byron Saxton, AJ Krasinski, Charles Davis, that looks phenomenal tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard Jay Harris is going to be here on Thursday. That is something I am 100% looking forward to. One of my favorite sportscasters.
Oh, awesome. Sure. That's going to be fun. You guys got the business cards ready? You ready to introduce yourselves?
Oh, yeah. Got my whole elevator pitch. I am ready.
Let's go. We love to see it.
Got a little bit of a demo reel going. I'm excited.
Okay. Very good. We got to get you the QR code. You just scan it and then goes to YouTube.
Hey, use tech to your advantage. That's what Full Sail's all about.
That's
right?
what Full Sail is all about. And how'd you guys enjoy that last panel that we watched on Women in Tech? Pretty good, right?
Phenomenal.
Honestly, as a guy myself, I thought it was pretty inspiring because there were things that were talked about that I didn't even know about myself. Right. I'm not looking to get in the tech world, but just hearing their stories, it really made me kind of get behind them. So I did appreciate it.
It's good to hear from everybody's perspective.
Absolutely. I think we have some swag that we can give away, right?
Ooh, time to give away some swag.
Ellie, do you have any swag for me? I'm kind of missing out here.
You? Okay, so here's what we can do. You can have these.
Okay.
We can match.
Oh,
yeah.
besties.
You know what? I think it's cool because at Full Sail, maybe the students need shades because our futures are so bright.
That was a good one. We should get that on a shirt, huh? I think so.
We have more that we can give out. Maybe our lovely friend can give us some swag to be handing out.
Let's go some swag.
We do.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Let's go.
So how do people get this swag, though? Are we going to do like some...
We've got some trivia questions going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey.
Who wants to win something?
Who wants a prize?
Hey,
Let's
come on
go.
up. Come on down.
Ellie, you go.
Alrighty. So, we have a question for you, and if you get it right, you win a prize.
Oh, this is hard. Okay.
Really easy, okay? Released in 2020, this popular first-person shooter game sold more than 3 million digital copies in its first month alone.
Call of Duty?
You want to try again?
Shit.
Oh, give him a hint. It's
gotta hand him the
scary.
I need a microphone?
It's scary. There's your
Oh,
hint.
it's scary.
It's not Cyberpunk. Oh man. Resident Evil. No?
There's a grad, Carrie Allen. He worked on this game. This game has been around since like the early 90s, I want to say. This is just the latest.
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey, you just won a Full Sail t-shirt. Yeah. What's your name?
Andres.
All right, Andres, congratulations. You won a t-shirt. Who wants a t-shirt?
Who's our next victim?
Let's go. You two, get up here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, folks. You mind holding my t-shirts, Ellie?
Absolutely.
All right. So,
Alrighty.
who do I got here? I got
Isaiah.
Isaiah?
DeMarcus.
All right, I have Isaiah and DeMarcus next to me, so I'll ask you guys a question each, okay? So, Isaiah, you're going to be first, all right? Okay. So, this superhero-themed cinematic universe boasts a family of 23 films spanning over a decade of production time. What franchise is this?
That's the MCU.
Ding, ding, ding! You got a t-shirt! All right, DeMarcus. All right, next one's for you, buddy. In this 2021 blockbuster, directed by Full Sail alumni Adam Wingard, this was the 4th installment of the Monsterverse franchise. What movie is it?
Sorry, can you say the question again? I'm sorry.
This movie in 2021 is the 4th installment of the Monsterverse franchise, directed by Full Sail alumni Adam Wingard.
Is it Godzilla, King of Monsters?
Yes, it is. Godzilla.
And you just won.
Matter of fact, I want to say, Adam Wingard, he is one of over a dozen grads contributing to all these movies being made in Hollywood. So guess what? You get a t-shirt!
Oh, yeah!
It's t-shirt time.
We love a t-shirt.
Let's go.
Okay, what's your name? What's your program?
I'm Nick, and I'm in the film department.
Alrighty. Starring beloved characters like Homer and Bart, this 2007 video game was published and distributed by Electronics Art.
The Simpsons Hit and Run.
Ding, ding, ding!
Hey,
You just
buddy.
won sunglasses!
All right, you get to pair and match with me. How do you feel about that? You get to match with me?
I don't know about that. But
Okay.
But look how nice they look.
Thanks for playing along, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Scott, you want to ask one more question?
You know what? Sure.
We got a big
We've
giveaway.
got a big giveaway. Are we going to do the big giveaway?
The
You know
big
what?
giveaway.
Who wants to
think we
win a
should.
big fancy prize? I didn't
Hey.
see anyone raise their hand. This guy looks curious. I see you in the blue
Let's
shirt.
go.
Every time
Let's
I
go.
said prize,
Let's get
you
him up
looked
here.
over
Let's
here.
get him up here.
Let's
Let's get him up
go.
here.
Alrighty. All right, what's your name and what's your program?
Nick, and I'm in sportscasting.
Oh, he's a sportscasting.
Oh.
I've seen you before, haven't I?
You look familiar too. I wonder where you're from.
I don't know.
Are you from The Full Sail Live?
I am from Full Sail
I'm a
Live.
big fan.
Crazy.
All right, Ellie, ask him away.
Alrighty. This video game console, developed by Microsoft, is in the 3rd in its series and was released in 2013 to compete against the PlayStation 4 and Nintendo's Wii U and Switch consoles. Which platform is this?
Is it the Xbox One?
Scott?
Close. Close. Come on, come on.
Xbox One?
Ding, ding,
Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. You won. You gotta come on. Show him the bag. Show him the bag.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Gorgeous.
Scott, tell him what he's won.
Nick Riley, you have just won a brand new Sennheiser Case Logic DSLR camera bag. This means that with your Project Launchbox, you can put all your gear in one place and keep it safe. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I'd like to thank the team, especially you. Huge fan. Choosing me out of the blue. I didn't know I would get picked. I was nervous about it. But, with the help of you guys and this amazing crew, I feel honored to have this bag. It goes out to all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
Nick, thanks for playing.
Always love
to. Wow. I love Hall of Fame week.
Best time of the year, better than Christmas for sure.
Oh, yes.
Suck it, Santa Claus.
Jessica! Okay. All right. Well, I think we're going to keep the ball rolling. We got some more people. We got a video that we're going to go into.
Yeah, we're going to see a video about an esteemed Hall of Fame inductee, Mr. Albert Perez. Let's roll that tape.
Games, what they do is they bring people together, right? Either when you're playing with your siblings when you were young, even if you hot swap controllers, or you hate your brother, you hate your sister for not letting you play, it's still a bonding moment. I know so many people who have fond memories of games, and most of them are actually because they played with someone else. In the Philippines, I did play a lot of multiplayer games like Counter-Strike or StarCraft, but they're all on the local area networks and internet cafes. But when I moved to the United States, the internet was a lot better, and there's actually a lot of players with computers at home. So in the US, I started playing a lot of online games, connected games, and connecting with people who weren't in my neighborhood and all across the US. For me, game design and making games was like the only thing I could really pursue with a passion. I thought about it. Should I be a doctor? No, I don't like blood. Should I be an engineer? I don't like to be too precise. And I knew I was creative, and I knew from my research that making games required you to be creative and technical at the same time. So that was something like, I could do that. So I started sending out my resume 8 months before graduation. 2 weeks before graduation, I got a call like, hey, we have a contract at Microsoft. Would you want to come? And I said, yeah, I want to interview. So I flew out, got an offer the same day. I went and got an apartment that day, flew back, literally 30 minutes before graduation, drove straight to graduation, got my diploma. I'm going to head out now, and went back to my apartment and started packing. And, within 2 or 3 days, I was out back in Seattle working. I was in and out of Microsoft for a few contracts, and then worked for XNA, which is basically what started the indie game revolution, making it so that creating games became easier because you had all the frameworks set up for you. The opportunity came when Windows Phone launched, and I said, you know what? No one knows how to make games for Windows Phone. I know how to do it, and I'm gonna own this market, which I pretty much did for the first year. I pumped out 24 games. I made more than $130,000 in a year just making games that I liked. And for me, that was like, wow, that was awesome. Working in the HTC Vive, I knew that feeling that I was working on something very special is in the early days when we gave demos. And these kits we were using were kind of like, they're very alpha, very prototypey. Every time we gave it to someone, they put on the headset, oh, I'm in VR, oh, I can walk around, oh, that's cool. But when we give them the controllers and they touch it, oh my God, suddenly they just became a little kid. They're just like, oh my God, this is so fun. And they'll be there for like 15 minutes. And it was like the simplest demo, and they were so amazed and happy. So for me, seeing those moments over and over and over again, very consistently, like 100%, you've had every single skeptic turn into a believer. It's like, this technology is real, this is gonna change the world. VR is awesome by itself, but it is magical with other people interacting with you and experiencing it with you. And for me, that's really what drives creating Roomy and Doghead simulations, is giving the people who are naturally social beings, giving that power to interact in new ways that we haven't even understood or invented yet. And that's really something that drives my passion right now. Even though I know that making a network game or a social game is like, 100 times harder because you have so many things you have to account for versus a single player game. But that challenge is worth it because what you get out of it is like magic. So now that I've said that I've worked on a world-changing technology, I want to continue that. I want to actually change the world, change how people communicate with each other, how people relate to each other, and how people, in the most basic sense, react to the world, and how do they touch things, how do they interact with things. And it's an overarching thing. And VR is just one part of it, right? There's going to be other technologies that come on that I would want to use and play with to change the world. And I have a long path ahead of me, and and you know, I'm nowhere near done. I haven't even begun yet.
Alrighty, we're back. I gotta say, I love my boy Albert Perez, but VR makes me super sick, so I don't play any of those games. But it's okay because we're still a huge fan of Albert over here. But you know what else I'm a huge fan of? Guy sitting right next to me, it's Shantoni Grant, Director of Esports at North Carolina Wesleyan College. And some of you may know him as Too Toxic Tony, former Full Sail Armada stream team member, athlete. So happy to have you here with us, Tony. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, man. I'm so glad to be here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
That's good. That's good.
So tell me, what was your first Hall of Fame?
This is my first
This is Tony's first Hall of Fame.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to have you here with us, Tony. So tell me, what are you looking forward to most this week?
The events actually.
Yeah.
I saw a couple previews of Hall of Fame. Obviously, it's my first one, and I never experienced it, but I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Lights, camera, action, WWE style, baby. We here. So, yeah.
So I know you were just on a panel about careers in the esports industry. Can you give me a little synopsis of how that panel went for anybody who didn't get to see it online?
Oh, it went great. You better check it out. But we talked a little bit about our careers, our titles, what we do, and different aspects of the esports industry. All of us have different titles and also different responsibility, but we all do the same thing. It's kind of weird. So make sure you check that out.
Tell me a little bit about your role as a director of esports at North Carolina Wesleyan.
So at 6 a.m. Nah, I'm messing. But on a day-to-day, you know, we do I take care of a lot of the paperwork, budget, finance, funding, and also coaching. So, and recruiting, of course. So, you know, just like a regular coach, I do the coach side and also do the paperwork side of my job. So, yeah.
Cool. Do you miss being a student at all?
Here, of course.
Yeah, right?
I would do it all over again.
Same.
If I can do it all over.
Hey, there's no time limit on your education. You can go back whenever you want. One day I'll have a PhD, Mom, I promise. So what's some advice that you would give to students looking to get into the esports industry, whether it's from maybe a player standpoint or a standpoint like yours where you're kind of more behind the scenes?
Honestly, I would say first things first, you need to do some self-reflecting and see what you like to do, actually. Like, that's the number one thing, and work on your craft. And also, do not just close yourself into just one thing. Explore the industry, make sure, like, you know, so if it's writing, graphic designing, playing video games, content creation, make sure you have a vast knowledge of all the areas, because you don't want to close yourself in. It makes you less marketable.
Tell me, have you been outside to the CX?
Not yet.
Not yet. Is there anything that you know you're like going out there to do? Like, is it food trucks? Is it a game? Is it paint by numbers?
It's everything.
It's
I'm like
everything.
a kid at a candy. So listen to me. I have not walked across the stage nor been on campus that much in 2 years. I'm here for all of it.
Oh, we are everything. I love it, Tony. And yeah, just any thoughts, any final thoughts about Hall of Fame or anything else? Anybody you're really looking to meet?
Everybody.
Everybody.
It was COVID, so I didn't get to see no one.
Right.
And I tell people right now, if you ain't here, you missing out, bro. This is it. You know, Full Sail Hall of Fame 12, baby. We all we got.
Oh, man. So good to chop it up with my guy, Tony. But right now, let's check out this really awesome video about the man himself.
Growing up, I love video games, and a lot of people kept telling me, hey, Tony, yeah, you like video games, it's cool, but video games is not gonna get you into college. 5 years later after high school, I go to school for video games, and now people are like, man, I should have went to school for video games. I should have focused on video games. So if you do not follow your dreams, you're just gonna walk around miserable. The day I realized I wanted to pursue a career in entertainment media was my senior year of my undergrad degree. I started a gaming club, and I was so fond of the productions and the creativity and the gaming aspect that I decided that I need to go to the best school that focused on these concentration. That's why I chose Full Sail University. Let me start off my streaming career. It's kind of funny. And I had the little MacBook. We had a little MacBook Air, and I plugged it up and I streamed, and it looked so horrible. It looked so horrible compared to now. And I was sitting there like, boy, I was just a man with dreams. And look where I'm at now, you know? So I think the trial and error is very important in life, actually. But you keep improving and practicing. Then you start learning tips and tricks on how to make your content better. And I think that's what I did. Because I didn't want to start a brand. I didn't want that load. I was like, I'm already in my master's program. I'm doing esports. And then my friends were at my head like, nah, Tony, nah, you need to start it now. I'm like, no, like what? And I was like, you know what? What I gotta lose? I mean, just me, you know? Because I was so invested in the BJ that my boy Dynamite was like, what if they take it away from me? I was like, you know what, bro, I didn't think of it like that, but you never know. So I was like, you know what? I'll create Too Toxic Tony. I was like, I sat down one day, had my leg up, called up the boys. We don't talk on the phone, so that imaginary call up the boys. I was texting the group chat, bro, I need a name. And then my boy was like, how about Triple T Game? I said, what, Too Toxic Tony? Got it, done. Called up my designer. I was like, hey, Gary, hey, man. Hey, I need a brand. I need a picture. He was like, what you need, big dog? You know, he didn't say that, but in my mind, he said that. And I was like, hey, man, I need me with a gas mask with smoke coming out of it. He said, all right, man. In real life, he said, all right, man, take a couple of pictures like this and send it to me. In my mind, it was like, hey, I got you, big dog. Hey, man, take some pictures. So I'm like, I bet. So I took some pictures. I was like, man, this thing gonna be whacked. I'm like, he don't need, like, what is he, like? And I said, you know what? I trust you. Show me what you got. He sent me this. I cried. And that's when this baby was born. You just gotta be a grinder. You gotta want it. If you don't want it, then yeah, you're gonna easily fall out. But you gotta want it. I wanna be in Full Sail Hall of Fame. I wanna be the best esports program in the USA. Okay, all right, I'm going too far. But yeah, that's what I want. That's my goals. Like, I wanna be top. I want you, when you see me, go, that's Too Toxic Tony. And I'll be like this, how you doing?
Oh my goodness, love Tony. His energy is unmatched. You could tell from that video. He was just sitting with us here. If you see Tony on campus,
there's also a
you
demo
better.
that just
And Demo's creeping in the back here. Let's say what's up to Demo. Hi,
Hello,
Demo.
Demo. How you
Hanging. Yeah. Do you want to tell everybody what to do, how to connect with us on social?
Absolutely. Don't forget to connect with us on social. Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and be sure.
Margaret's here
too. Oh my God, Margaret's here.
Come on in.
So yeah, check it out. Hashtag Full Sail HOF for Hall of Fame throughout the week to see your posts featured live during Hall of Fame.
How exciting.
It's the first time I ever read a teleprompter.
I think
you did a pretty good job. Yeah, I'm impressed, Demo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit better on your timing, but.
Well, yeah, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
Margaret, Shay, did you guys plan the pink?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. We have to coordinate.
We have to connect on Twitter through Full Sail Hoff, being like, Margaret, what color are you doing?
What color are we doing
Pink
this Hall of
again?
Fame?
But
Okay.
you know this is her natural hair color. Like, it just grows like that. You know that, right?
Insane.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I need to meet your parents.
Yeah.
I mean, she's right over there, one of them.
Her mom's there. So, how is everyone doing?
We're doing good. How are you guys doing out on YouTube in the chat? Blow it up. Say what's up.
Oh,
It's really fun.
Yeah, this is amazing. It's so good that now you're at home, but yet you're here.
Right?
Exactly.
You
We
get
never
it.
did this before. They get to feel the vibes of how fun it is on campus.
It is quite amazing. I got to catch a couple panels. How were your panels?
Same, they're pretty good.
Yeah, my panels were nice.
We streamed one of your panels, the one you just did on
the
Women in Tech.
one. That was pretty enjoyable.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in here with Michael Benford, Nadi, and Aaron Hamilton soon.
Oh,
I
nice.
think Demo said he was going to drop by.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
stopping
that
by.
we're gonna stream that one too. You can see that one on YouTube. Fantastic.
Whoa, nice.
So popular.
Well, listen, stay locked in. Keep doing what you're doing. You're here on campus. You might not be, but you're here in spirit, and there's a lot of wonderful things that are going on. And check out all the videos, everything you can see, dial in. And if you can, get out here next year whenever you can, because it's an amazing place to be. So lots of blessings to all of y'all.
All right, thanks for stopping by, guys.
you.
We're gonna
Thank
see you
you.
again. You come back whenever you
We're
want.
bringing you back.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Demo.
Thank you, wonderful producer peoples.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Whew.
The energy they bring, I'm like, okay, now I got to focus.
You can tell Hoff is really ramping up.
Yeah.
I'm ready for tomorrow. I hope we get bombed like that all day.
Right? Well, let's talk about what's been happening so far. We got a video that's all about our presentations and panels.
Ooh.
Let's roll that.
Throughout Full Sail University's Hall of Fame week, students can attend a series of conference-style sessions held on our Winter Park campus. Attendees are invited to learn, engage, and make connections with graduates, faculty, and industry professionals during these sessions, many of which are also live-streamed for online students. With panels, presentations, and workshops covering topics across the fields of entertainment, media, business, and technology, as well as career-focused sessions devoted to networking, mentorship, and more, students can get a perspective on what their chosen careers are like in the real world. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
Well, while you're trying to decide what events you'd like to attend, let's fill you in on what's been going on so far in this week's Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event sponsor, MSI. Shout out to MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with free play gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter, Al Pacino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in a best out of 3. If you want to see the whole stream, don't worry. We have it on our Twitch channel. Head over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada, and you can watch the whole show. If you want to learn more about esports at Full Sail, follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all of the gaming options.
So fun. Shout out to Armada varsity, junior varsity teams, challengers who came in. We had some kids from online who qualified, who got to come out. It was really a blast. But that's not all that has happened so far during Hall of Fame. That's right. On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Some of the exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and many, many more. So many tech companies, so little time.
Oh, I love that. You know, I hope they have those robotic arms. They had them for Hall of Fame 8. I just remember those.
Fun fact about your friendly host, Jess Ryder. I'm terrified of robots. I'm really glad I didn't see a robot arm.
Well, you know what was not there was no robot arms at the career fair.
Oh.
You would have felt safe there. Because the ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who are within 90 days of their graduation received exclusive access to meet employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers.
That's right, Shay. And we do these all over the country. You can find them in LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event happening near you.
I would love to attend one.
Oh, a career. I went to one in New York.
You went to one, right?
I went to one in New York. It was great. There was like really fancy water that they gave us for free. And I got to talk to a bunch of cool employers. So it was awesome.
Good deal.
It was really nice water.
Getting back on track away from the
I'm
water.
a little thirsty. Sorry, it's hot in Florida.
It is hot in Florida. But you know what else is hot? Our next session. It features a few Grammy winners, and we're going to meet another Hall of Famer, Sir Carlton Lynn. Let's check it out.
What I like most about my job is just the creative aspect, being able to just mold something. So if it's 80% of the way, I want to give it that, that last 20% or the last 15%. I consider myself as the finisher. I graduated around Halloween of '94. So a month before, I think it was our fall break or Labor Day break, drove up to Atlanta from Orlando. My original plan was to come, I was gonna work at Southern Tracks because Brendan O'Brien was doing his thing. So I'm gonna go to that studio, gonna intern and work for Brendan O'Brien and Nick Didia. So went there, and Mike Clark was the studio manager and owner. He said, well, you can come here, but there's a lot of guys in front of you, the queue's kind of long, so I'd go check out these other studios, which I already had on my list. So I ended up going to the Dallas Austin studio. It was an amazing place. It was kind of like a Beetlejuice set, a lot going on. Had really good energy. So they told me, when you come to Atlanta, give us a call and start interning. So I did that, and you had to get in where you could fit in at the time. So that's what I did. I unloaded trucks for UPS during the day, come in and work at the studio all night long till the wee hours of the morning. But I was really fortunate and got on and started getting paid within like a few months. So I think by January or February of the following year, I started doing sessions. And shortly after that, actually, Leslie Brathwaite got me on, and I started working with Leslie in Dallas on a day-to-day basis. So I tell people I spent my 20s in the studio, and in one particular studio, like literally my whole life was in that studio, so I don't even really remember my 20s as anything but being in the studio. So, and that's like all day, all night kind of thing. So, my first credit was the Panther soundtrack. It was Usher and Monica had a duet on that album. We cut live drums and a bunch of other live instruments there. When you're in the studio with real talent, somebody like an amazing singer like Monica or Leona Lewis, and you get your hair stands up on your arm because they just sound so amazing, and that's when you're like, okay, this is pretty cool. I'm getting paid to do this. This is awesome. So yeah. The TLC, the fan mail album, I didn't realize at the time how big it was going to be. Each session, and as the song progressed, I realized, well, this is an amazing song. This is going to be a big song, but didn't realize how big the album was until it got released. I was just going along and working and just doing the sessions, and I think Leslie's probably the glue. Leslie can work the room really well. You have many things going to have multiple songs being recorded, so we'd have both rooms going. So Tion could be able to doing her parts with Leslie, and Chili could be doing the parts with me. So it just it worked out right. It was like a nice team effort, and luckily it came out amazing. Winning the TLC Grammy, that was once in a lifetime thing, and I was like, cool. That was something. And and the latest one last year for Lecrae, that was just kind of a surprise. I just would have never guessed that. And I was like, that's just kind of icing on the cake. I just thought that I won the Grammy in 1999. I was like, but then I won another. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So it's kind of wild. I think it's imperative, if you have a dream, you got to find people that are going to help. You can't do it on your own. You got to go out and make contacts and get people to help you. And then I appreciate the Phil Tans, the Leslie Brathwaites, the Monica Tanians, the Rick Shepherds, and even all the assistants that were at DART when I came up. When I look back, it's just the family and the friends that helped me get to where I am now. That's what kind of goes through my head. I took steps I thought I should take, and it worked. So I just feel like, okay, I'm here, and I feel blessed to be able to do what I want to do and get paid for it. Maybe if I do anything different, it's going to be in the music business and more of business level and starting a new venture or whatever. But right now, I'm just going to mix records and have fun. So.
Mix breaks records and have fun. I couldn't love that anymore. I feel like that is the Full Sail vibe. Like, let's just make cool stuff and have a good time. And if it happens to win us a Grammy, hey, we're all
Also,
about
like,
it.
the list of his credits, like he was going down, then I'm like, yes. Leona Lewis, yes.
Yes. We want to talk about Grammys. So, yeah, we've got Carlton Lynn on this next panel, and we have Leslie Brathwaite. Between the two of them, the credits are insane. These guys have worked on some of the biggest projects in music in the last 20 years.
I mean, like TLC, hello.
As a big R&B fan, I could not be more excited to introduce this next panel. It's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to My Grammy, featuring Carlton Lynn and Leslie Brathwaite. This panel of successful grads is going to talk to students about what that is all about, and we'll be getting to that session in just a couple minutes.
welcome to the stage Carlton, Lynn, and Leslie Brathwaite.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up?
What's going on?
Oh, no, we got to do it better than that. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up?
All right, all right.
I like it. Good energy. Carlton came all the way from Japan.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, quick story, funny story. Carlton used to be my assistant, and now I work for him. So, there you go.
Yeah, so today what's the theme today?
The theme today is a funny thing happened on the way to our Grammy. I guess we should start out by introducing ourselves. My name is Leslie Brathwaite. I'm a 1992 graduate of the RA program. Also a Hall of Fame inductee. I was inducted in 2010 in Hall of Fame 2. I'm a mix engineer in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'll be mixing some records, you know. I have the honor and privilege of working with people like Pharrell, Cardi B, Lil Uzi Vert, Rihanna, Beyonce, Jay-Z, blah, blah, blah. And before you start clapping for me, wait till you hear his rundown. I mean, Carlton has just as impressive credits as I do, and like I said, Carlton used to be my assistant back in the day, and you know has kind of worked his way up, and I'm super proud of this guy, and also a Hall of Fame inductee. So tell him a little bit about yourself, Carlton.
So my name is Carlton Lynn, and I'm a 94 graduate, and worked in Atlanta for a long time with this guy for probably about 10 years, working on a lot of the same projects he did. Won a Grammy in 2000 for TLC, Fan Mail, and then won a Grammy again like in 2012 for Lecrae's album, Best Gospel album. And yeah, so now I'm living in Tokyo and still working on songs here in the States, but also doing a lot of J-pop stuff, so yeah. Yeah.
So what you see on this stage is definitely a culmination and a summary of a lot of hard work. One thing I admired about Carlton when I first met him, how I knew he was going to be the standout, you know, assistant and person at the studio. His work ethic was crazy. He never said no to anything. He always figured out how to do everything. He was handy with tools, with anything we needed, he was Johnny on the spot. And I knew he would be successful. I knew he had all the skills and the mindset to be successful. I knew it right away. And the interesting thing is, ever since I worked with Carlton, he came in as an intern. I snatched him up real quickly. I was like, nope, that's my assistant. And he has been the measuring stick or the benchmark to which I hold every other assistant. He's the standard. Every other assistant I've ever had.
I don't know about that.
There's only one person who has kind of come close, you know, Corey Coriander.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He's had a lot of other assistants probably better than me.
No. Carlton has still been the best. Corey came close. Corey's another Full Sail grad, but nobody else even came close. And you know, just it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of you know, perseverance, all that kind of stuff. So tell us. Let me start interviewing you first.
Okay,
so
sure.
Tell me about what it was like when you won the first Grammy, and we won that together actually.
Yeah.
So that was your first Grammy. It was not my first Grammy, but tell me about how. No, I wasn't trying to
just
making the facts, you know.
Like leading up to it, or like.
I mean that project was insane.
First of all, a lot of you are probably kind of young and may not even know about the TLC Fan Mail album. So that was an album we started working on in probably 1998, and the actual Grammys weren't until 2000. So yeah, it took off and on for like 24 months or so. Mm-hmm. We were working on that thing, and I honestly, I don't think either one of us thought it was going to get finished, but we got it done, and yeah, it ended up being a smash, and we got a Grammy for it. So
and Carlton worked really hard on that album. He worked a lot with both Tion and Chili. And you spent a lot of tireless hours in there working, recording vocals. We could tell you probably 8 million stories about working with TLC and all the ups, the downs, working with Lisa Left Eye, God rest her soul. Yeah. We could tell you all it's just so many different adventures we had on that project. And it was, for me, it was really cool to see that your work paid off, because you worked way harder than me on that album, let me tell you.
And I think that's kind of along the lines of the theme today. So it's one of those things like, when you leave here, everybody's going to have aspirations to be, engineer, producer, or win a Grammy. But the thing is, you really just have to work hard, because you can't just come out and say, I'm going to go win a Grammy, because it's probably not going to happen. All you can do is like work really hard, have a great work ethic, keep your head down and do your task, do your thing, and something good is going to happen. So I don't think we were trying to win a Grammy. We were just like, okay, we got to do our best on this project to put out the best product we can, and hopefully we can finish the project. So just finish the project, and then maybe you'll win a Grammy or something, or you even have a hit record. So I think that's kind of part of what we want to talk about today, is just working hard, having a good work ethic. And maybe you'll win a Grammy, maybe you won't, but there's a space for you to fit in. So.
Yeah, and it's about doing good work, like Carlton said. It's about working towards this outcome of, I just want to do good work, I want to do the best, I want to have fun doing what I'm doing, I want to be a good person to be around. Yeah. All those things are important. It's funny, anybody who's ever seen me talk or go into, doing these types of things, yes, the technical stuff is important. The stuff you learn here at Full Sail, the technical knowledge, all that stuff is important. But what's, in my opinion, sometimes even more important is, what kind of person are you? Are you a person that people want to be around? Are you a good person? Do you have a good heart? Do you, really listen? Do you, a lot of times, I get cool with a lot of the artists I get cool with just because I sit down and listen to all their stuff and really care about what they care about. I tell the story all the time. I remember the very first time I worked with Cardi B, I was meeting her for the first time. They were rushing to get the album done, and she had just recently told the label that she was pregnant. So they had just found out she was pregnant like a few days before I met her. And when I walked in the room, the first thing I said to her wasn't, okay, how many songs do we have to mix or expo? I didn't talk any business. The first thing I asked her was, how's your pregnancy? How have you been? Have you been sick? Have you been da-da-da? It was about me connecting with her as a person first. It wasn't about the work. It wasn't about technical stuff. A lot of times we gloss over that stuff and don't realize that stuff is important. And it's the thing that attracted me to Carlton. The minute I met him as an intern, I loved the guy. Like, he was so cool to be around. He always knew something. He always had an answer for anything. If we was trying to unscrew a doorknob, Carlton would be right there with the screwdriver. Yeah. Or like, he always was Johnny on the spot, fun to be around. So all of that stuff is important. And I want y'all to always focus on that stuff as much as you walk up to me and ask me, like, what are you doing on your kick drums? And what's your secrets on this, da-da-da? It's just really the perseverance, the hard work. I saw all the work Carlton put into that album, and I was so happy when, we won a Grammy, and he got his Grammy, because it was like, you was sitting there, we was lounging, we was going out and having fun, and you were like sitting there recording vocals and, putting all that stuff together, making my life easy to mix, making some of the other mixers' life easy. I would get some of the recordings and be like, oh, this is great. I could just do what I do. So it was very cool. I think that was a cool point in both of our careers, where we got to a place of, you came in as an intern, I wanted you as my assistant, you worked your way up, and you were a recording engineer, and then we got a Grammy together. Yep. Like, that was super cool. So, and then talk about the Lecrae Grammy.
So Lecrae Records, so I started a relationship with Reach Records probably in 2008. They moved from Memphis to Atlanta, and I think that was probably the last time I ever checked my MySpace page. So I happened to check my MySpace page, and somebody hit me up, and say like, hey, this is so-and-so, and I want to see if you can mix this Christian hip-hop stuff. And so I hit the guy back, and he happened to be living around Little 5 Points, where I was at the time. I said, well, sure, I'll go meet you. And I met the guy. He was the head of the label, and went and mixed a record for them. Ended up mixing a whole album for them. And then, so found myself probably 10 or 12 albums working with these guys, and ended up just mixing a couple of Lecrae albums, and mixed that one for him. Gravity that won it won a Grammy for Best Gospel Album, which is actually it's actually a hip hop album, but it won Best Gospel. And you know, that's another thing. Just never expected it to happen. I had no idea. Next thing I know, it's nominated. And then when I was like, okay, it's nominated, I said, it's never going to win a Grammy. But you know, I worked really, really hard. I worked hard on all their records, but worked really hard on it. And you know, it won a Grammy. So it's just keeping that mentality and that work ethic and that pace going, and something good will happen.
And the thing I get from that story that I really want y'all to lock onto and pay attention is, he said he mixed one record at first. And then from that one record, they came back to him to mix more records. And then he mixed more records. It's all about always giving your all in every single thing you do, because you never know what that thing can produce. That one thing that you're working on, somebody can be paying attention to how you do that one thing that leads to the next things. One record led to albums of work. And so, and it doesn't only, here's the thing. It doesn't only apply to what you want to do. It doesn't only apply to audio and mixing and records. Anything you're asked to do. A lot of times, I know for myself and you know others, a lot of my peers, Carlton would tell you the same thing. If I have an intern and I ask them to go clean a toilet, I'm not so much concerned about the actual toilet. I'm concerned about how you do it. What's your attitude? What kind of effort do you put in it? And to some people, it sounds silly. Some people have laughed at me in the past. But how you do what you do determines everything else about you. When I see how you treat, you know, certain things, it's going to tell me how you're going to treat.
What kind of detail you put even into the menial tasks.
Exactly. So all that stuff is important. So that's the thing I pulled out of that story more than anything is that he started with one record, ended up with albums, ended up with a Grammy. So, and again, even though the name of this thing is A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Our Grammy, we don't want to focus on just that as an outcome. For both of us, I'm sure I can speak for Carlton too. The outcome is just doing good work. And if you get a Grammy, that's cool. But it's about doing good work, putting out good work, you know, that kind of thing. What I would love to do in the most organized way possible is take some questions, because sometimes just sitting up here talking can get a little hazy. I think if you correct me, if you have a microphone, or they could come up to the microphone, let's try to keep it organized, so maybe one or two people at a time get up and walk to the microphone if you have a question. And, you know, shoot your question off, let us know, and we can kind of answer the question. I see one person getting up now. Don't step on nobody. Whoa. But yeah, a couple people at a time, try to keep the line kind of short for now.
They're queuing up. They're queuing up.
Hey, this is loud. My name's Arya. I'm a recording arts major here. I just wanted to ask you if you would be able to give one piece of advice to your college self. What would it be?
One piece of advice. Yeah. So what I'll do is I wanted to touch on what Leslie said earlier, so this will be my advice. So he was saying, you know, just kind of be a person that other people want to hang out with. So, and I'll take it even further. Try to be a person that your client or anyone else would want to travel with. Okay. So, you know, you ever think about like, hanging out with somebody and being cool to hang out with is fine, but if you want to travel with somebody, it means you really have a good, you know, you're a cool person. So Leslie was cool to travel with. Here's a story. So on that same TLC album, we had, for some weird reason, we had to go to LA in the middle of that and record the girls. And so we went there, and then Dallas Austin, the producer we were working with, he wanted to take the red eye back. So we'd been there, we were recording and working long hours, took the red eye back, and we were both tired, and I think Leslie had some allergies or stuff going on right then. He was miserable. We got in the plane, his head was hurting, and then we hit bad weather coming into Atlanta. So we had to spin around Atlanta and go to freaking Birmingham. And Leslie's just up there miserable. He's just like, I'm so effing tired, you know. But in the middle of that, he's laughing. You know, he's like in pain and laughing, but he's just got, you know, just great energy and was still like upbeat about it, even though he's miserable. So, you know, he's cool to be around, even though he's traveling and miserable. So you kind of want to be that kind of person with your clients, everybody around you. So you never want to have any kind of negativity. And Leslie, like, almost never has any kind of negativity. So that's why I think part of his success is that. So that's my advice, is to be someone that other people want to travel with.
And I'll add on to Carlton's, to add on to what you were saying, Carlton, I think one of the important things in that same theme of being somebody that somebody wants to be around and travel with is the practical things like hygiene. Take a shower every day. Seriously.
Fair enough.
It sounds funny, but we all know that sometimes this place, sometimes I walk through some of the classes and I'm like, oh, that's the smell of learning. But, hygiene is important. Nobody wants to be around somebody where they're smelling you and that's all they can think of, or they're trying to talk to you.
The Central Florida funk, right?
Yeah. They're talking to you and your breath is kicking. Like, nobody wants that. People want to be around people who smell. One of the best compliments I hugged somebody last night at the hotel after a long day of being on campus, and she goes, oh, you smell so nice. I love that. People want to be around people who smell nice. And it sounds like the most practical, funny thing, but it's true. Simple things like the way your body odor is can deter a Beyonce or whoever and be like, man, I really like Leslie, but man, that dude don't take no showers. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or the opposite. I've seen the opposite. Well, so-and-so is not the best engineer, but boy, he always smells good, and he always has snacks. I like him.
So if you're in the studio or on set, keep your little kit with you, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. One of the things I remember the very first time I worked with Beyonce, this is when she was in a group called The Dolls. She wasn't even in Destiny's Child. She was in a group before that. And I heard that she had liked those little Klondike bar things. I showed up with a bag full of them one day. And that was the thing she told the studio manager the next day. She was like, oh, I like that guy. He came with all the Klondikes. So, it's about all those things, too. Be somebody that people want to be around. Take a shower. Brush your teeth. Chew some gum every now and then. Just be self-aware. Don't just be in this bubble of, I just want to learn what I want to learn and walk around sweaty all day. No, nobody wants that. So,
thank you guys so much.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Aaron Mendoza. I'm in the recording arts program. My question was going to be towards what kind of advice would you give for the seniors about to graduate and looking into internships, and if they're debating on, oh, I don't want to do an internship, I want to go work on my own projects, I don't want to work for someone, what kind of advice do you think you could give for that?
Well, I would say in sections, the first thing is, as a student, when you're coming to the latter part of your time here at Full Sail and getting ready to leave, getting ready to graduate, I would say absolutely get to know the career development department, get to know your rep, go in for office hours, even if you don't have an assigned rep yet. I know they do office hours. I'm not sure how scheduled that is back on track yet, but just get to know people, get to know your career dev reps, start to kind of obviously figure out where you want to be. A lot of your decision as to where you're going to go is going to depend on what kind of setup you have. If you're moving back home, if you got things a little easier to where you don't have to worry about certain living expenses, blah, blah, blah. I always recommend that you don't move back home if you can. If you can afford to not move back home, I think that is one of the #1 killer of dreams, is moving back to where you grew up. Because what happens is you have all the conveniences of life.
It's too comfortable.
It's too comfortable. And then you got all the fallback plans, and if your mama is anything like mine, she's gonna ask you to do 50 million things all the time. So you just don't wanna move back home if you can afford not to. So start gearing towards where you're gonna live, where you wanna live. But I also say, the second piece of advice I give to that is, don't get too fixated on a plan. Because what can happen is, you can get so fixated on what you wanna do, and then you can derail and miss out on opportunities. So I always tell people, follow the opportunities. You can say to yourself, well, I would love to move to New York and work at so-and-so. And then somebody calls you and goes, but hey, we have an opportunity in Nashville. Take the opportunity. Because even if Nashville wasn't in your plans, you may end up liking it. And you may end up hating it. So it's just one of those things where, take the shot. And I always tell people, don't look at it like you only have one shot. you can reload the gun and shoot again. Take another shot. Don't always look at it like it's just one opportunity, one thing. Take a shot. If you go to Nashville where the opportunity was, you don't like it, reset, go somewhere else. But try to follow the opportunities more so than the plan in your head, because a lot of times what we've all learned in life, sometimes we plan it all out, and it usually never goes according to plan. And a lot of times that's beautiful if you learn how to run with that.
Yeah, so, have a plan, but don't have blinders that you can't see those opportunities on the side. Like when I went to Atlanta, I had a plan. I wasn't planning on interning at DARP Studios and ended up working with Leslie. I wanted to work at another studio, but I couldn't get in that studio, so I went and worked at DARP and ended up having an opportunity. Yeah. Don't be stuck with one thing. So.
Thank you so much.
And one other thing on that with career development, I just had a conversation with career development this morning, and like Leslie said, start now. Start talking with them now. Don't wait till you graduate. Go and have the conversation now. Like I had my internships lined up before I graduated. So go like any kind of break you have and wherever you want to be. If you have a spring break, fall break, don't take that time to party or do something. Take that time to go visit where you want to work.
Absolutely. I knew my career dev people day one of being here. Because one of the things that attracted me to Full Sail was the fact that they said, oh, we have it, at the time it was called placement, the placement department. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, y'all have a whole department of people dedicated to helping me find a job when I get out of here? Oh, I need to get to know these people ASAP. You know, so I knew, I was in Tammy Elliott at the time, who she's now the president of the LA Film School, but she was my placement rep. And I was in Tammy's office every morning.
The building 110.
To the point where she would buy me McDonald's breakfast because she knew I was coming. I was in her office every morning.
So building 110, everybody, go over there. That's where, so.
Yeah, go to building 110.
Thank you guys so much.
Hey guys, my name is Emerson Pimentel. I'm an RA student originally from Anaheim, California. And as an aspiring producer, engineer, artist as myself, you know, we all have that feeling where it's like, then the next thing we're working on is going to be the biggest thing, or the next thing, or the next thing. Can you guys kind of like describe, like, once you guys realized, like, the last thing you guys did was, like, it was that moment of, I finally did it, but, like, obviously, you know, you guys are obviously not done. There's still more to. But what was that moment like when you guys realized, like, that work finally paid off to the point where you're now at a point where you want to be at? If not, you're at a point where you can finally move on to the next step into your, you know, progress.
What was that moment like? You said?
Yeah, like what was that realization like? Where it's like all that hard work.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great feeling. Like to put it in perspective. So yeah, like it was really great to have like a hit record, or see a song we worked on, in Billboard or whatever. But like I just remember the moments like. Probably like on a Monica record, being at this, I just remember all these scenes from working at DART with Leslie. So I just remember, Billboard would come in every week and we'd see, something on there. And I can literally picture in my mind now Leslie running through the studio, I mean, he's just screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like, yeah, just like fist raised up. And then we have, record on there with a diamond on, and he's just like, yeah, and it's like, it's literally like you can be, like fist pumping kind of moment. So yeah.
For me, that moment came. It was a super emotional moment for me too. But it came when the very first time I received a check from being an assistant engineer, where I can pay all of my bills. Where all of my bills fit into the check. I can pay my car note, my apartment, my little car insurance, everything I could pay with that one check that I made. That was like the moment I felt like I finally made it. Like, I actually can make a living doing this, and I don't have to work at FedEx or UPS or all these other places that I worked at. That was a moment for me. Like, I was dumb emotional. Like, I was like, oh man, for me, I came from an era of people telling me I couldn't do it, right. People telling me this is a hobby. I'm sure some of you have experienced some level of that, where even still, parents and family members can kind of look at what we do as hobbies or as things that don't really translate to real jobs kind of thing. And so it was hard for me to kind of, get to that point. So when I got to that point and I saw that check, I was like, man, like, yes. Like I can actually pay for all my stuff with one check, so.
For sure, thank you.
Hi, Leslie, I found you.
Hi.
What's up?
Zandy.
Hi, Carlton. My name is Zandy.
Hey.
So first of all, thank you guys for being here. I know you traveled all the way from Tokyo. That's amazing. You from Atlanta, and like seeing your enthusiasm, Leslie, every time you're back here, like I resonate with that. When I move back to Orlando and I like come back to Full Sail, I'm just like, the inspiration, like the creativity, it's amazing. But I had a question because I know you were talking about working on TLC's fan mail, and you know that was a more or less 20-month project, and it almost felt like that wasn't going to be finished. Personally, right now, it feels like I'm working on a project, and I've held on to these songs for so long, and sometimes it just feels like it's dragging, and you as a creative, you're always like moving on to the next inspiration. Like what advice do you have when you feel when you feel stuck and you're still working on that project and like you're really hoping for like that light at the end of the tunnel, but you just feel so down about it? Like, how do you keep going? How do you motivate yourself?
Here's the one piece of advice I give to artists all the time in that predicament.
Mm-hmm.
Put it out. Just put the stuff out. A lot of times what happens, especially with artists in your position, well, first of all, let me pause. I met Zandy as a music production student, and she is dope. Like, your stuff is actually really good. Super dope. We had talked about doing some stuff at one point. We're going to talk again today. Yes, we are. Find me after this so we can talk. But no, she's dope. But a lot of times I meet artists in your predicament where the music is great, your stuff is good, but it's that you're trying to finish and trying to get to this thing. Detach from your music. Detach from your music and just put it out. Just even if it doesn't feel complete, but it's complete enough to be good, just put it out. A lot of times, that's the biggest thing that holds artists back is they are so attached to their music and they want it to be perfect, and perfect just does not exist on this planet. There is nothing that is perfect on this planet. Just put it out. And the beautiful thing is you're the source. You can do it again. You can do more. So just put it out, release it, let it go. Stop trying to hold on to them songs for the right moment and for the right collection of songs. And I want to just put it out. Let it go. It's like kicking a child out the house. Me and my wife always joke about the fact that when my kids turn 18, hey, they got to go.
Oh, happy birthday to your wife, by the way.
I will let her know.
Yeah.
But yes, they got to go. You got to put them out the house. They got to go fend for themselves. My job is to keep them alive until they're 18, teach them how to hunt, and then send them on their way. Same thing with your records.
Awesome.
So
get them to a point, send them on their way.
So obviously you've played some stuff for Leslie. So are you playing your stuff for other people?
More or less. I mean, we're out here like performing more, trying to get like tracks out to other places, but.
Okay, so that was my other advice was, don't just hold it and not play it for people. Like get other people's advice, like play it for stuff and get feedback, like almost like market survey. And if they're like, hey, this is awesome, put it out, then that gives you an enforcement and motivation to kind of put it out too.
What motivates you guys to like finish like a bigger project, I guess?
A check.
Yeah, no doubt. We don't get paid till we get it done. It's like, oh, this is good. This is done.
Yeah, I want my money. No, a lot of times it's just the thing about art. And I think what we can all relate to as creatives in this room, and even the people behind the cameras, people behind the boards, the thing about art is you want to see a result, and you want to get to the result. So that's the thing that motivates me is I want to get to a result. I want to see what it becomes. There's nothing, in my opinion, more fascinating than taking something from absolutely nothing, a bunch of ideas, seeing the process with Cardi B was amazing. Seeing somebody that ridiculous and that crazy and that ghetto, and she is just like that in person, and then to see all the people involved come together with the ideas, and then they got the producers, and then they got the tracks, and then they got her in there, and da-da-da, and to put all that together, and we mushed it together and did this and worked on this and put it out and see the result, and then it's a Grammy, it broke all kind of records. That was amazing to see something go from nothing to something. So the problem is you're in that area where you created something, from nothing. Now you got to release it into the world. You got to just put it out there. And then work on more stuff and put that out. and work on, like Carlton said, make sure it's exposed, make sure people are hearing it. You're getting honest feedback. You're getting, taking in the feedback from people, and seeing how people react to your music is the best feedback sometimes. So, just don't be scared, and don't just try to hold on to that music too much.
If people start moving, put it out.
Yeah.
They hear it, they start moving, put it out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
I have to go to work, so I'll catch you sometime this week. I'll be here so we can
perfect.
talk. But yeah, thank you guys.
Hello. My name is Heaven, and I'm a creative writing major, but I'm also an artist. And my question is, what is the most challenging song or project you've ever worked on?
Most challenging song.
I know mine. I'll answer while Carlton is thinking.
Go ahead.
So, I think for me, so I mixed this record called "The Good Life" for Kanye.
Oh, I know that song.
Let's go. Yeah. So need I say more? So yeah, that was.
So he was adding stuff to like.
Yeah, it was
printed.
just challenging because you're dealing with all the elements of a producer. Let's just start with just the producer. You're dealing with a producer who never wants to stop adding stuff to the song, never wants to stop changing stuff. So there's never this moment where you have this thing that you're trying to bring to the finish line, because you don't even know what the thing looks like most of the time. He keeps changing it. Then you got to deal with him on the personal side, which we don't even need to talk about. We've all seen play out in the media over the past few months. That's been how it is dealing with Kanye for years. And so there's all of that stuff. Sometimes he could be super extra, sometimes he can't. So it's dealing with a very volatile personality on top of all the creative, and he's a genius. The dude is a real state-of-the-art genius. But with the genius comes, I shouldn't even say a little bit, comes a lot of crazy and a lot of other stuff. And so it was challenging to get through that project because it was just, dealing with Kanye is a whole lot of Kanye, So, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about him or anything. I mean, it is what it is. It's a lot.
That was one of my favorite projects too.
Oh, nice.
In recent times, probably the most challenging thing I've done is, so I do some records, like they call it in Japan, like 2.5D, where it's basically like animation, but they use animation like the voiceover people to be the voice of these songs. So, and I did this one thing recently, and it was basically 16 different rappers on a song. 16 different rappers, and so the song ended up being like 7 or 8 minutes, and it was like just hundreds of tracks. And then there's, of course, like hooks and melodies, and these are voiceover actors doing this, and they're singing, but it's not necessarily right. So we're actually, I'm giving sheet music, like, okay, they're singing, and they're sort of in the right, singing the melody correctly, but can you make it be correct? So I'm actually kind of putting the record together and mixing, so it's basically a lot of work. So that, in recent times, that was a very challenging thing. So, in your career, you get handed various and sundry things to deal with. So
you had a Melodyne them, like
yeah. Because I mean, they're voice-over actors, and some of them had rap before a song, but some of them hadn't. So they just were getting as close as they could.
Wow.
So yeah, so you have to do
Thank you.
a lot of stuff. So.
No problem.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Dawson Beckett. I'm an artist. I'll put that first, and I'm an engineer second. I'm in a recording arts program. I had a question. I forgot it, but it's okay. I want to be like one of the greatest artists that a lot of people haven't seen. I know this sounds cliche, but how do you keep yourself unique? Or like, how do you keep yourself motivated when you see other talented people? Because I feel like sometimes it can be overwhelming, like being like a mix engineer, but you see other people get like recognized when you don't really get the recognition that you feel like you deserve. So how do you deal with that?
Well, I think the basic answer to your question and my mindset in general is I don't compare myself to anybody, I never have, never will. I don't, and I'm not, it's not to say that I don't look at my peers and see what they're doing, and I always congratulate them, and I'm always in awe of, I was just talking the other day about one of my favorite mixers, a guy named Serban. Serban is amazing. All his mixes be banging. I talk about Manny Marroquin all the time, a friend of mine. Right. His mixes be banging. I called Manny the minute Charlie Puth's album came out.
Oh, yeah. That's
and I was on Manny's heels like, bro, what reverb were you using? This sounds amazing, da-da-da. But I don't compare myself to those guys. Those are my peers, and they could be viewed as my competition, but I don't look at them as competition. And I think that it's all about the mindset. Everybody is my peers. Like, we all got carved out for us what's on our plate, and it's okay. And it's okay for all of us to eat and all of us to do our thing. I just focus on me. Yes, so I don't look at other people or look at other competition or Instagram and be like, oh my God, I'm not measuring up. I'm good. So it's about really just focus on you. The way you stay unique is just focus on stay in touch with who you are and just do that.
Yes, sir.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, because if you see someone else doing something well and getting recognized, okay, obviously they're doing it correctly. So why not check out what they're doing, and instead of maybe hating on it, like, okay, check out what they're doing. Like, for example, like I pull up Leslie's mix, like Rick Ross mix or whatever, and it's like I'm referencing that when I'm mixing. I'm like, okay, my bottom end should be straight, because Leslie did that, and then I should be good. So yeah.
Or we both going off the cliff. Either way.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello, my name is Mario Rivera, and I'm a audio production major, and I guess I sound really nervous. My fault.
No, you're good.
But it's a pleasure to meet you guys. Thank you for being here. Leslie, I watched you on, I remember just watching you on YouTube on Waves Audio, and I think that paved the way for how I started mixing and getting better with my progress. Just watching videos and studying you guys. So it's very surreal for me. I'm shaking now. It's surreal for me to just be here and learn from you guys. My question was, because a lot of them have been answered already, my question was I'm sure you probably go through this. What happens if you have an artist and yourself as a mixer? What if your ideas don't click? So what do you do in that situation?
Try not to overthink.
Yeah.
Try not to overthink things. If it just don't click, it don't click.
Okay.
Sometimes you're mixing a record and it just don't feel like it's coming together. And sometimes it's as simple as going back to fundamentals. Like sometimes you may be mixing a record, it doesn't come together, or you got a song and it's not really clicking, like you said.
Yeah.
Maybe just take a break. Or maybe just come back to it another day, or that kind of. If I have that kind of time,
right.
Now, if I don't have that kind of time, I just got to make it click. I got to figure it out, and that's also part of being a professional.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't have the luxury for everything to feel great, and you just got to muscle through it. But sometimes it could be as easy as just taking a 5-minute, 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Reset your brain, come back. Something might sound a little different to you.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
But if you're trying something like what you think might be cool for the mix, most of the time the artists and the producers appreciate it, even if they don't really like it, but they appreciate you trying something and the effort. They almost always appreciate it. And you say, for this part, I was feeling this. And they're like, yeah, I could see that, but kind of put it back, do it like the demo is better, Yeah. But maybe more than half the time they usually like what you did, because they were actually probably maybe thinking the same thing, like what should I do here? And then the fact that you have tried something cool, then they like it. They usually appreciate it.
Yeah. For the most part, I've just dealt with stubborn artists. So it could happen like every once in a while. So.
And I always try to translate it to think about life for a second. This is something I think that we all do that in the creative space. Every single song, every single mix, every single rap, every single song, it's not gonna be great. When you think of anything else in life, some days my kicks be banging. Some days I'll be wearing some duds. You're not gonna be. I'm not gonna wear the hottest kicks every day, or you're not gonna. How sometimes you wear a T-shirt and you be like, oh, this ain't my best shirt today, like that. Life just doesn't work like that. You don't do something and every time you do it, you hit a home run. Every time you do it, it's the greatest thing ever. So you also have to adapt that mentality with creativity. That's the hardest thing for a lot of creatives to do, is realize that all your stuff ain't the greatest. Yeah. And it's not that you're not putting in the greatest effort, just like Carlton just said, your effort is what a lot of people care about. It's not always the result. And for some reason, creatives trick themselves into thinking every single thing has to be perfect and great, and nothing else in life is like that. When's the last time has every single meal you ever had from McDonald's been perfect and great? No.
Not at all.
You know, sometimes you pull up and the fries is dumb soggy, or, you know, like nothing is ever always perfect. So we have to get out of that mentality that this always has to be perfect. Just do and get to the next thing. And you know what I mean? So it's a little bit of ease of mind too. Give yourself a break sometimes. Don't always think everything has to be perfect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Yannick Emile Smith. I'm originally from Barbados, and I'm a recording art student. I make beats like on the side, whatever, but I decided I want to try and start to do like mixing and mastering and different stuff. So that's why I came to Full Sail. And my question for y'all is, have you ever felt discouraged about your dreams, and how did you overcome that?
I've never felt discouraged. You know, sometimes maybe get a little burned out. You know, with your career, like especially if you're like working really, really hard. Sometimes you get a little burned out. Never really felt discouraged. I feel like if you maybe feel that way, you know, like I think Leslie mentioned earlier, like, you know, step away from it for a minute. You know, like, and when I say step away from it, you know, take a day off. Go do something other than music. You know. I think a lot of times just being discouraged is just maybe being a little fatigued. So I know sometimes you may not be moving in the right direction and may not be getting work, but you just kind of got to step back and look at what's going on in your life and your network and figure out what you're not doing. Why are you not getting to where you're going to be? But I personally haven't like felt discouraged, just maybe sometimes a little bit burned out. But
okay, all right,
yeah.
And I would say too. So I have a really good friend, a fellow engineer. You know Fabian Marshall. Yeah. So Fabian always says this thing where he's like, we'll talk. Like Fabian does all my Atmos mixing, so I'll send him stems. And so Fabian has this saying that he always says when we're on the phone. He's like, bro, we got a good life, bro. And at least we ain't somewhere slinging tar on top of a roof in the hot sun. Yeah. So my point is, whenever you get discouraged in doing this, think of all the things you could be doing that are way worse. And when you think about our life, even the hardships of whether it's getting paid or getting on or getting people to hear your stuff and da-da-da, you ain't out in the hot sun slinging tar on a roof. We all right, you know what I mean? So it's always about putting things in perspective is my point.
Okay.
Make sense?
All right, thank you. All right.
And real quick, before we get to the next young lady, I will read a question from YouTube. We got a couple of questions from YouTube. Oh, cool. From Heather, Bachelor of Science in Audio Production. Heather asks, what advice would you give to the female audio producers like myself on standing out, and how do I do it with family? So the first part of the question, I would definitely say, Heather, you know, that's what I actually have a panel, I think either tomorrow or Thursday. I think it's tomorrow, where I'm on a panel talking about men how men can support women in our culture and in the culture of creative spaces, and the way certain things have been a little oppressive to women, and just culturally, I mean, I think it's ridiculous that women get paid less to do the same job a man gets to do in certain spaces. Still now, in 2022, that still happens. I think that's the dumbest thing ever. So I think it's important for the men, all the men in the room, to also be interested in changing the culture. I don't think it's something, I hate when I see a women's topic or a topic about women in the industry and it's just women on the panel. Men should be as involved in that conversation, whether it's from a learning perspective or whether it's from a change perspective. We're the ones that have to also actively participate in changing that culture that's, oppressive to women and blatantly disrespectful in some cases. So I think as a woman, it's about understanding what your boundaries are and knowing that, you don't want to be in environments where you're obviously harassed. Sexual harassment is not limited to women, but it's more prevalent, with females. And it's all of that all the hard topics that we don't like to talk about and that are taboo and that we want to brush over sometimes. I think all of those things are things that women, unfortunately, have to think about all the time. A woman, 9 times out of 10, has to think about working in an environment with a bunch of men, who are going to be a certain type of way, and it's all of those, navigating those spaces is important. So I think it's just important to make sure that you're comfortable, make sure that you voice to your superiors or whoever anything that's happening that you're not cool with, anything that you ain't rocking with, and it could be something simple. It's funny. I remember I had to learn one time, I have this habit of, I watch The Office. I think it's one of my favorite shows. And I have this habit of saying, that's what she said. And I remember a young female intern came up to me and told me she finds that offensive. And while I don't see it as offensive, and while I didn't mean for it to be offensive, my intention is not to offend her, I also had to be sensitive to what was offensive to her. And I stopped saying it around her. I didn't stop saying it, but I just don't say it around her. But the point is, it's about understanding, and it's about understanding that there's certain things that we do as men that are offensive to women that we may not think is offensive. So it's having those conversations as a woman, saying, I was so grateful to that young lady to come up to me and be like, you know what, I know y'all just be playing and, that's what she said jokes are a little kind of offensive. Cool. I'm so glad you came and told me, because I would have never known. And I didn't mean for it to be. You know what I mean? So it's about speaking up, speaking your mind, saying how you feel. The second part of the question, doing it with family. I have found a very interesting balance over COVID where I love working from home now. I love being around my family. I get way more work done because nobody, in the studio, I can have 50 conversations about audio and I can nerd out about kick drums and 808s. At home, my kids don't care about none of that. They just want me to finish working so I can build this Lego set or watch Encanto or, whatever. So, I would say just find your balance with your family. Anybody that has a family that's juggling family and this kind of life, whether as a student or as you become a professional, find your balance. Make sure you have good quality time with both. And, just find a way to make sure both things are supported. Don't put too much energy into one and not into the other. It's about that balance.
So on the second part, so I'm married. I don't have kids, but I feel like a lot of the engineers, producers, songwriters that have kids have an advantage because they actually bounce some of their work off of the kids, and the kids, I feel like a lot of times are great barometers because they are really in touch with the culture. They know what's cool. So if the kid's oh, that's cool, they actually hear stuff and point out stuff that as an adult you wouldn't think of. This part is that part's not cool, but this part's really cool. Turn that up or whatever. So I feel like kids can actually help you. Yes,
absolutely. I remember when I was mixing Happy, I thought Happy was cool when I was mixing. I was like, oh, it's a cool song for the Despicable Me, whatever. My daughters went crazy. They thought it was the best song ever. And I was like, really? Turns out to be, it was kind of, a lot of people's favorite song at a certain point. Or when we the first time, so we've watched Encanto 50 million times now. Because I'd be like, what y'all want to watch tonight? Encanto? Yeah. But the first time we watched it, the song, I don't know how many of you have seen it, but there's a very popular song in that movie called We Don't Talk About Bruno. The minute that song went off, I saw my youngest daughter still humming it in her head, just still singing. The movie's still going. She's just humming along. And as soon as the movie went off, they both got up off the couch and said, we don't talk about Bruno. I was like, that song is a hit. Yep. Right then, I was like, that's a hit. So kids are a good barometer. They know the hits. So like Carlton said, incorporate that into your workflow. And utilize them. Yeah, exactly. Use them little tax write-offs, I call them little friends that eat for free. I don't, my kids they be mooching. One more YouTube question from, I think, Conroy or Canoy. I can't see the writing. In music production, what advice do you have for obtaining internships? Be yourself, come in, be ready to work hard. one of the key things, this is something that Carlton mastered as an intern. This is how I knew he was going to be successful. This is how I knew he was going to be my assistant. I was going to have to fight somebody for him to be my assistant, is he always did the things that nobody else wanted to do. He always filled the gaps. Be good at different things and always be willing to do the things that you see need done. Whenever you see something, whenever you see a need, fill the need. If you can do that, people will always want you around. And I was like that as an intern. I remember my first day as an intern, we both know Dallas well, Dallas Austin, the producer. First day as an intern, Dallas was walking around looking for a box of Phillies blunts. You know, he wanted some Phillies blunts. So the next day, I made sure I had a backpack full, and he was running around looking for a lighter all day, every day. Anybody got a lighter? Anybody got a lighter? So the next day, I had a backpack full of Phillies blunts and lighters. And the minute I see him start looking, boom, I'm right in his face. And then boom, I'm right in his face with a lighter. And then boom, I'm right in his face with whatever he drinks. I figured out all his little quirks and things that he likes, and I always had them on me. So it's about filling the need is the best way, to get an internship. Next question.
Hello. Thank you guys for coming. I'm very honored to be here. You are part of the reason why I am here, because I saw the interview with T-Boz, and she mentioned how you mentioned to fill the gaps. You were the person to do that, and that's most of the reason why I'm here. My question is, if you could possibly give me some advice for a beat I have, any type of constructive criticism, good or bad. Here it is, and just let me know when you want me to stop playing the song.
Well, I tell you what, the best way to do that would be off stage, off mic. I'm going to do some kind of office hours thing, maybe on Thursday, where I can, because a lot of students have come up to me, asking me to listen to stuff, judge stuff, and I think it'd just be done better in an arena where we can sit down, listen, I can give good critique. Now wouldn't be the best place for us to kind of do that, but find me and we will do that.
Okay, and I'm open to internships if anybody is wondering. I am a lyricist, so I can help with some bars if anybody.
Absolutely. Next.
Leslie Carlton, how you doing?
What's up?
What's up? My name is Luca Mejia. I'm soon to graduate with my bachelor's in recording arts and eventually plan on getting my master's in entertainment business. I actually have 3 questions, but I'll just, speed round them. The first one's a little controversial. I don't even know if you want to answer it. Do you think the Grammys are less about the quality of music now and more about numbers and politics?
Well, I think anytime you have a situation where people are voting, it's going to be not just about the quality, because quality also is subjective.
Right.
So you have to factor in, there is no way to have anything just be about what's good, because we all have a different version of what's good.
Right.
And so I do think there is politics involved in any system where you're voting for something, where something is considered to be a prestigious award and blah, blah, blah. Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, I think, there's probably been some issues in the past, but I feel like they're moving in a good direction. Like Harvey Mason Jr. is leading up the academy now, and I feel pretty good about his leadership. So.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, even little things, big things, I remember they used to make us vote on every single category, and now they've truncated that to where we don't have to vote, because the problem that produced is, let's say I don't listen to reggae music ever, and I have to vote in the reggae category. Most people pick the name they're most familiar with. So the minute you see a Marley in the category, you vote for Ziggy Marley. Or if you don't listen to gospel, but you know a few names in the gospel world like Winans, you're gonna vote for whoever Winans.
Yeah.
So that used to be problematic, and they changed that to where you don't have to vote for every category. So I think, like Carlton said, they've made tons of strides. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but they definitely made strides.
Yeah, we had to vote on the best polka record, and I was like, I don't listen to polka music, so.
Facts.
Now.
Cool. Second question is for Carlton. Since you work in an international market, you work in Tokyo, I know that my dream is to move to Japan when I'm old. I plan to retire Japan. That's dream. Okay. So working in Tokyo, I know that work ethic and everything is different. I've heard of 996 hours, which for most people, if you don't know, it's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. that's crazy to me. That's just straight insane. I would never do that. Is the culture in terms of working different, or are there similarities that you like, pros, cons kind of thing?
Well, yeah, in general, I think people work like crazy hours in Japan. I still kind of do the same thing I've always done, you know, get a song and mix it in whatever amount of time it takes. But yeah, I think you just, if you try to stick to Japanese culture, which I think they're trying to change, people not working like crazy hours like that. I think the culture is trying to shift, but I think you need to just do your thing and not kind of, you know, because you're not Japanese, so don't go there and just try to like be a Japanese person. Go there and be you if you plan on doing that.
And I am so sorry, but we are at the end of our time. What I would do, and I don't know what your schedule is, but I know for sure I can hang out in some area. I'm sure they'll designate me to an area where I can take the rest of the questions in line for sure. Yeah. I'll hang out with you guys and answer some questions. But I didn't want to, I know we're kind of over time, and I didn't want to overshoot things and make it weird. Am I making it weird? I'm not making it weird? Okay. Am I making it weird now?
Yeah.
Not yet? Am I still not making it weird? Okay.
Now it is.
You know, I want to make it weird, you know. Okay, no. But thank y'all for coming out. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back. We just watched another wonderful panel. My name's Ellie Davis, and I am joined by a fellow Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting student.
Thanks for having me, Ellie, and I'm Hanky Q Hazelton.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell us a little bit about your involvement with the program, just to give us a little introduction.
So I'm 2 months away from being able to graduate in May, and I am a sports broadcaster. I've been able to do just so many things and get my foot in the door when it comes to just being a runner on many Fox productions, working with Detroit Lions, and also just being a sideline reporter with a couple soccer teams out here as well. So everything that I've learned here so far has been so beneficial for me, being more comfortable in front of the camera and becoming a better writer and just having all-around better presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big part of that is social media. So don't forget to connect with us on socials at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame. Alrighty, so now we're going to be reading some tweets. I'm going to be inducted someday, Full Sail Hall of Fame, from Brendan Hawkins. You know, we've seen a ton of people that are going to be inducted this week, and we've seen, you know, past Hall of Famers. So obviously, you know, we hope you do get to be here someday.
The next tweet comes from Day 1 of Full Sail Hall of Fame in the bag. It's been a blessing to be able to return to such a fantastic place, surrounding by others, living life in so many wonderful industries. Every second I get to spend around people here restores my spirit and inspires me to continue doing what I do. Now, that is so true, and I can piggyback off of that, because once you come here to Full Sail, if you learn how to network with people, you're going to be able to go far and do a lot of great things.
Yeah, absolutely. This one comes from Aaron Eberhardt. World-class team. Great job, everyone. From the Full Sail Armada, no production is ever possible without the capable hands of the events team and student event crew. And I have to say, you could not be surrounded by better people here at Full Sail University.
And while you're on the phone, be sure to download the Full Sail Hall of Fame app, the best way to plan your Hall of Fame week.
Alrighty, so later on today, we are going to be doing a giveaway. We've got our friend Scott over here. Scott, what's going on?
What's up, guys? You know, right now, I kind of can't play the game. Hank, you might help me out real quick?
Yeah, absolutely, Scott.
Hank, thank you. So, okay. So right now, I'm actually playing Beat Blade. It's a really fun game. I'm listening to my favorite artist, and I'm kind of battling out with swords and blocks right now. There's a lot of lasers and a lot of lights. This is a lot of fun. I can't wait.
Scott, on a scale from 1 to 10, do you have one, number one, do you have one of these at home?
I do not have one of these at home. That's why Hall of Fame is so important. Only you can win these here while going to campus. Come to the Fishbowl right now. We're giving it away soon.
All right, guys, you heard it from Scott. Come to the Fishbowl in about 15 minutes. This is something you don't want to miss. It's the VR, headset that's amazing.
I'm in a bad time in my life.
Alrighty, so we are going to go to our next video of the day with Hervmaster.
Games helped me out in a bad time in my life. My out through that whole thing was video games. Half-Life Counter-Strike was the big thing. What we used to do is we used to go to a junkyard that was really close to one of my buddies' houses, and we used to get computer parts from there. And we built up our computers. So all the computers that we would have were just like these riggedy rigs that like normally nobody would play with, but they worked, and we would just play each other on Counter-Strike, go online and play other people. 2-3 years after I got out of high school, I just said, you know, things aren't working out. I kind of needed a reboot. So I talked to my family about joining the military, talked to a recruiter. Within 3 months, I was active duty Army. I was a wheeled vehicle mechanic. So anything that had wheels in the Army, I worked on. It was some of the best experiences that I had in my life. I got to learn a lot of things. I was stationed in Korea for 2 years. I had an NCO who always talked about Full Sail. Always said that Full Sail was like the best school to go to for video games. Always said that, you know, if you want to learn how to code, you want to learn how to design video games, Full Sail's the way to go. Wasn't really thinking much about it because I was like, I'm going to do 20 years in the Army. I'm going to be a drill sergeant. I'm going to do all this stuff. And I got into my accident, messed up my shoulder, got a concussion, dislocated my hip. So I ended up calling before I got out of the Army. When I talked to them, it just kind of seemed like a fit. It was one of those conversations that you have with somebody that's like, hey, you like video games, we love video games, we would love to have you here. If this is what you would like to do, maybe we can help you get into it. And it was actually one of the best conversations I had with a college. There were a lot of ups and downs while I was in, because I do suffer from PTSD. When I first showed up, that was the one thing that they had preached. If you have a VA appointment, if you have anything, and then also having all of the veterans sit down and have a meeting and saying, hey, if you guys need something, here's my number. Contact me, call me, don't care what it is, don't care what time it is. You're having a bad day, you just need somebody to talk to, call me. And that really resonated with me. That actually like helped me to talk to the other veterans that were here, talk to the other guys that were going through the same thing. That's one thing that helps, knowing that I had others just like myself in that situation. When I first heard about all the different clubs that they had for video games, they were just like, oh yeah, there's this group, it's Armada, it's just starting out. They're like collegiate esports for college. And I was like, that kind of sounds like something I would do. And that's when we ended up starting the actual Counter-Strike team here at Full Sail, which being a part of the first Counter-Strike team at Full Sail was really cool. And also helping set it up and being a part of that process was really big to me. Even if it wasn't just Counter-Strike, it just showed me and opened the door to me saying, hey, you can do this. You can help not just yourself out, but other people out with playing video games. Every single day I was dropping 20 applications just to try to get a job. And then I got a message from Jacob from Full Sail. And he was like, hey, we have an opportunity. So would you be willing to have an interview and talk with these guys? They're called Esports Tower. I talked with them and everything just took off after that. Really good conversations, really nice guys, very awesome staff. We will bring you in, we'll have you start up and go and do all of this small stuff, and then we'll have you build the team. I'm in charge of all of the players that come into our program, make sure that the players have everything that they need, and also training and teaching the coaches as well as the players. Positivity's always been a big part of everything that I've tried to teach, tried to be about, especially like within my past. I've noticed that preaching positivity, showing positivity, and having everybody just positive the entire time, it could be a difference between winning and losing. I'm not gonna lie to you, there's no way I cannot smile being at work the entire time. I mean, I'm playing video games and watching and helping people play video games as well. It's one of the coolest things that I've ever had to do in my entire life.
Hey everybody, that has to be one of my favorite Armada profile videos, and I'm here with the man himself, FPS ambassador with Esports Tower, Michael Herview, also known as Hervmaster in our community. How you doing today, Michael?
Great, it's so good to be back here at Full Sail.
Oh, we're so happy to have you. So tell me, what was your first Hall of Fame?
So first Hall of Fame was in 2017, and I didn't really know too much about Hall of Fame. Like, they told us a little bit about it. They weren't really too elaborate on it. So I was like, I'll go check it out. Talk to a few people, and the biggest thing was like the food.
Oh,
everybody talks about the food.
Everybody talks about the food.
Exactly.
I've been eating all day. Seriously, if I'm not on camera, guys, I'm eating. Just so you know, that's what's going on. So tell me, what are you most looking forward to this week?
So it's just meeting everybody, getting to talk to everybody who see what they're doing, especially like having, my old president and vice president here from Armada, talking with them, seeing what they're up to, also letting them know what I'm doing, and just meeting new faces, just having people come up to me and be like, Herb, I saw your video. Aww. Nice to see you.
I love that. That makes me so happy. So tell me a little bit about your role right now as an FPS ambassador with Esports Tower. What does that entail?
So pretty much what I'm doing right now is I do a lot of content creating and a lot of coaching. So I interact with a lot of the students. And then I get to go to places like this and, videotape, talk with a lot of people, and then push that out as content for all of our students so they can see what's going on in the esports atmosphere and what's going on in gaming as well.
Great, I love that. And can you tell me just a little bit about how your time with Full Sail Armada helped prepare you for the role that you're in now?
If I didn't do what I was doing with Armada, I don't think I would be prepared for the role that I'm in right now. Everything that I learned from Hoyt, Bennett, and everybody from Armada, they helped me mold me into the actual FPS ambassador I am today.
Oh, I love that. Shout out to the Armada community. It is like all family, all love. If you're not in the Discord, if you're not hanging out with us, I don't know what you're doing. You better get on it, right? So tell me, what's some of your advice to students who are looking to get into the industry, specifically the esports industry? Where would you tell them to start? What's the best thing they can do to put their best foot forward?
Network with as many people as you can. Come up to me, talk with me. I'll give you my business card. I'll try to help you out as much as possible. Doesn't matter if it's like the smallest job. If it's in esports, you're putting your foot in the door. And also, not just networking with myself, network with other people as well, because you don't know if that one person is going to be able to help you get the job of the one that you really want.
You heard the man. If you see him on campus, walk up to him, accost him, ask him all the questions. I want to work in esports. How do I get there? He's ready to answer your questions. Thank you so much, Michael. It was so good to chat. Oh, my goodness, of course. Yeah, we love to see you here. I love an Armada alum because you guys are like friends to me. I get to hang out with you in the practice space and see you guys at the Fortress all the time. So, and Herv's always here. Like, he's always coming back. Every time we have an event, he's there. He's just talking to kids, chopping it up, which is so awesome to see. So we really appreciate it. And go watch that video. It's on our YouTube. I've watched it multiple times. It always makes me cry. I'm surprised I didn't come out of that crying right now. I'm glad.
It always hits me right here every single time I see it.
I'm glad we avoided that. Alrighty. We're going to we're going to take a look at the schedule right now. Our 4 p.m. sessions. We've got careers in esports at the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, opportunities in spectator sports, and working at a startup. So make sure that you check those out, and you can see more panels, what's going on the Hall of Fame app. So make sure you get in there and make a schedule. And now we're going to throw it to my girl, Tracy Wu, our field reporter outside.
What is going on, you guys? I am here hanging out at the CX, which is my favorite place of all of Hall of Fame. This place is lit, but right now what we're going to do is we're going to do some tricycle races. I got my 3 buddies over here. I don't remember their names. They told me, but I don't remember. How excited are you guys right now? Yeah, wow, they don't seem excited. Either act excited or I'm going to drag these guys who are a lot more excited than you. Okay, they're excited. Okay, here's the deal, guys. Have you ever ridden tricycles before? Yes, no, he doesn't remember. Okay. Who thinks they've got what it takes to become the champ of tricycle races? Oh, it's totally you. This is Carter right here. See, Carter has the passion and the energy right now. Carter, what degree program are you in?
Music production.
Okay, so are you going to be making music in your head to motivate you through this?
In a way, I'll be keeping a mental image of Kanye West, the GOAT, and that'll inspire me to reach the finish line first.
Wait. Did you just call Kanye West the GOAT?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm obsessed with Kim Kardashian. We got a problem. I am now rooting for this guy.
I like Pete, though. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, some pop culture happening here. All right, you guys, here we go. I'm going to count from 3 down, and then you're going to go. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. I'm still voting for this guy. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, Carter not doing well. Carter is failing miserably. Unbelievable. Guy in the blue bike just won. Did you see that? Carter failed me. That's what he gets for being a little overly confident this afternoon. And that other guy's got a Billie Eilish shirt, so I'm a more Billie Eilish fan anyway than a Kanye West fan. Good times around here. What is going on back here? You see all these people? Are we having a good time or what? I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. If you are not at a panel and not here, I don't know what you are doing. You need to be out here because this is where the party's at, and we have juice trucks. Oh, no, the tricycles are coming back. I don't know what's happening. Why are they coming back? You lost. Get over it. It's done. Oh, yeah, he says it's not a regulation bike. Oh, well, but we're having a good time out here. So come on out. Come on, say hi to us. We have, I think, temporary tattoos out here. Leslie Brathwaite earlier said he's going to get matching tattoos with me. Anybody else want to get matching tattoos with me? Jess and Shay, I think you guys should get matching tattoos with me. I'm just saying. All righty then. Do I keep going? Should I just keep going? I'm just going to keep talking. Just going to keep talking. It is hot out here, but anyway, yeah, there's some great stuff happening. Don't forget to use your app, you guys. All the food trucks are there. It tells you all the great things that are happening. So keep up with that. Keep up with Full Sail Hall of Fame Live, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thanks, Tracy. I'll get matching airbrush tattoos with you for sure, I promise. Next up, we're going to see a profile from 2011 entertainment business grad and soon-to-be Hall of Famer, Phil Palin. Let's check that video out now.
Hey, I'm Phil Palin. I'm a brand strategist, and I'm an entertainment business master's grad. Personal branding as we know it today, it's become something that has a meaning in everyday conversation. But when I started this, that wasn't necessarily the case. This idea of a brand being built around a person was relatively new and unique. I really believe it comes down to achieving consistency between who you are and how you show up in person and how that's portrayed online. So while I love to talk, a big part of my job is listening and figuring out how can I take what makes this person so awesome in real life, how can I recreate that online to achieve that similar experience? If I'm gonna stand up on stage and give someone advice, I still better be in the trenches actually doing the work. So after this, I'll jump in and code a website. I'm involved with our team in deciding photography, brand identity design. I am in it. Our team is in it. It's small, but we all love it because we get to be a part of it. And it's lean, but we all play a really important role in delivering that final product. And I just don't ever see that changing because we all love our work.
Alrighty, speaking of Phil Palin, look, he's materialized right next to me. Crazy how that happened. Hey Phil, how you doing?
I am so good. I'm
So
happy
good.
to be sitting here with you. I'm happy to be soaking up this moment. My name is on a banner up there. My photo is over on the wall. It's kind of surreal, to be honest.
Did you take a picture like you and your photo side to side?
Yeah.
You took it sounds like you took more than one.
Yeah, that's how social media works. I need to have this moment. It's hilarious. I took a picture of me making the same face in the photo, looking at myself, and yes, I posted that.
Okay, new Hall of Fame tagline, Phil is the moment.
Wow.
So tell me, what was your first Hall of Fame? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do. I came back as a student for a single panel. I think it was maybe 2 years after graduating.
Okay.
I'm in a unique position because the nature of what I do is really urgent for students, right? Building a personal brand and getting some clarity on how you put yourself out into the world.
Yeah.
So I've really enjoyed coming back. Every year it's grown a little bit. It started with a single panel, and I was so nervous to get up there with a microphone like this. And every year I've tried to up the ante and increase the excitement around what I do. So in previous years, I've branded Hall of Famers live on stage, and I always try and challenge myself and make sure whatever I share is useful for students.
Right.
That I empathize. I feel the stress of going, what do I do next?
Right.
Where do I go once we leave this amazing place? What do I do next? And I always try and be a resource.
I think that's one of our favorite things about Hall of Famers is that we all know, as me, a grad myself, you were just like me. You were in a classroom, then you graduated, then you went into the workforce, and look at you now, giving back. So
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Every year as it progresses, that year it does get longer and I get more gray hairs. But honestly, we feel it. We're here. We feel how that feels. Especially I'd say for international students, have the added pressure of not only finding an internship or a job to start paying back tuition debt, but you need something to stay in the country.
Yeah.
And I was an international student from Canada. I feel that. And we are here. The Hall of Famers are some of the most incredible people that I've met in my entire life. They inspire me every single day. Now to be among them, it's really humbling, but know that at the end of the day, we are here for students as a resource. Please come up to us.
And we were talking a little before while we were watching the video, and you said like it kind of hasn't sunk in yet. So when do you think that moment is going to be when you're going to really feel like a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. I'm just kind of floating from place to place, going wherever I'm supposed to be and chatting with as many students as I can. It has not set in yet. I'm kind of operating in the same way that I normally would during Hall of Fame week.
Yeah.
Trying to take it all in, but maybe when that video plays and I get up on stage and I stare at the audience that is made up of my family, my friends, my Full Sail family, that moment, I can't even anticipate it. It's going to be crazy.
I've got $5 on Phil crying.
It could happen. I'm not usually a crier, but I don't know. It could happen.
The induction ceremony is very emotional. I cry through the entire thing, so, and I'm not getting inducted.
We'll see.
So, one more question for you, Phil. Tell me, like, you were talking a little bit about how important your personal brand is and what that's like. When you're looking at students now, when we're in this really saturated social market and everybody's, what are some things that students can do to really stand out?
Yeah, I try not to worry too much about saturation. That right away sets you up for stress and anxiety. Let's not be too worried about what everyone else is doing, and let's focus on filling in some variables, okay? The formula for a successful brand is this: something you love to do paired with something others need and are willing to spend money on. Nowhere in that equation is look at what other people are doing and get stressed out by all the things they're doing that you're not. That's not in the equation. I need you focused on creating a brand and a presence around something you absolutely love to do and pair that with something people need and are willing to spend money on. Don't make it more complicated than that. Those are the only two variables.
I love that. Sounds like if you follow Phil's advice, you're going to be successful. So do it. Go to any panel he's on. It sounds like good advice. Well, let's learn about another one of your fellow inductees right now. Let's meet Justin Rathbun in this video here.
My name is Justin Rathbun. I am a 2000 show production graduate from Full Sail. I'm currently the head audio engineer on Hamilton, an American musical on Broadway here in New York City. The favorite project that I've worked on in my career is, and it happens to be my current one, and that's Hamilton. And the only reason I say that is it's been such a journey since I started working on that show in 2013, being on that roller coaster ride of what it was in the beginning, performing a show at the White House, like being able to be a part of such an incredible experience. I mean, it's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. My theater ritual starts with meeting up with the Backstage crew. There are 3 sound folks that work on Hamilton on a nightly basis. We check every single microphone. I check every single microphone in the pit. We check every single microphone that goes on an actor. As far as personal rituals before the show, I tend to get out to the desk maybe 3 or 4 minutes before the show is actually going to start. I do some deep breaths. Just make sure my focus is in the right place, make sure I don't have anything else that's on my mind, and if it is, try to get it out of there, because the next 3 hours I don't have time to worry about that. But I do some stretches. I loosen up as much as I can before I sit down for a 3-hour session of mixing a show.
Don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF.
Absolutely. We want to see your experience all week long. So please share with us hashtag FullSailHOF. We want to see pictures. We want to hear about your experiences. We want to hear about your favorite panels, presentations, your favorite hosts.
For sure. I sure do. And now we're going to learn a little bit more about an inductee, Tremaine Williams.
The Tremaine Williams?
The Tremaine Williams. Has anybody seen his shoes? Always got good shoes.
Shoe collection on point. Let's learn all about him.
I had been playing at church and all that kind of stuff growing up, but high school is when it finally clicked. I was listening to a Jill Scott record. That record was so great to me, and I was like, I want to make music for the rest of my life. My time at Full Sail, I learned so much because I didn't know what engineering was completely. My thought process was, I'm learning this to make my music production sound better so I don't have to hire somebody else to do it. But then I got good at it, so then people would hire me to do it. I ended up at Flight Time after Grammy camp. We took the kids to a bunch of different studios in LA, and we ended up taking them to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis's studio. And so the studio manager was talking to me while we were waiting for Jimmy and Terry. And she was like, what do you do when you're not, called it babysitting the kids? And I was like, oh, I'm a producer, engineer, blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh, we're looking for a producer, engineer. And I was like, well, here I am. And so we exchanged information, and that following February, randomly got a call, and she was like, meet me at this address at this time. I had no idea what it was. Ended up being 50th Grammy rehearsals with The Time and Rihanna. And that was almost my introduction to live, because I walked in and they were like, we need you to do Pro Tools edits, we need you to tech, we need you to, I ended up doing monitors, like got thrown into the fire, had no clue what I was doing. But they didn't know that. So the guys told the studio manager, like, we really like this guy. Let's try him out for a session. So turned around the next week and did a Ruben Studdard session for American Idol. And the guys grabbed me from there. And so I ended up staying there about 2 or 3 years. And that was one of the most amazing experiences ever. Just me in general, I like to stay in touch with people, like good people. That goes for studio and live. People I don't work with anymore, I'll shoot them a text every once in a while just to check in with them. I don't want anything, just seeing how you're doing. And that keeps you kind of fresh in their mind as well. So I always get a call for work randomly. I ended up with Bruno Mars through somebody I met at Grammy camp. We stayed in touch over the years, and we were having Mariah rehearsal for South America, and the tour ended up getting canceled. But next door, Bruno was rehearsing, and I saw their road cases, and I was like, oh man, Andy's here. So I hit him up just to say hey, because I hadn't seen him in a couple years. And we ended up talking in the parking lot, and he was like, hey man, we're looking for a keyboard tech for this tour that's coming up. Would you be interested? And I was like, absolutely. So again, relationships. I tell the new grads and students, don't be closed-minded. All these opportunities have come because I'm open to them. Never thought I'd be stage managing anything ever. I thought I would be a studio rat forever. And all these opportunities have presented themselves because I was open to trying new things and just stretching my wings as far as they can go. And I still don't know if this is it, or am I gonna end up somewhere else doing some more crazy stuff that's completely unexpected.
Tremaine, the absolute legend. He's so inspirational. He gives me all the fuzzies.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
You know what also I'm a fan of?
What's that?
Prizes.
Prizes. I love prizes.
Yeah, we got our sportscasting students and grad, Scott and Ellie. You guys already do some trivia and prize giveaway. Hey, everybody.
I love giving out prizes because this whole week feels like a prize. Being with Ellie feels like a prize. Working here is like a prize. I love it.
Well, I think we got a nice little group of students back
Alrighty.
here who are
They're
ready to
win.
Yep,
Let's go.
absolutely.
So, who's up first to win a prize? Who wants to go? Wilman. Let's go. I remember you. I talked to you during the break. You said you were very ready to answer some Full Sail questions.
Yeah, man.
Well, did you study during the break?
To be real with you, no, I did not, but I'm pretty confident.
All right. Well, this one is for all the marbles, okay? We're going to start off with the big prize that we teased. The Samsung Odyssey VR headset. If you get this question right, you can go home with a big box. All right?
All right. Sounds
And
good
if
with
he
me.
gets it wrong,
You still get a prize, but
we'll give you a fanny pack.
I'm not trying to get the fanny pack. Get the Oculus.
Alrighty.
Okay. So, this Grammy-nominated heavy metal band just recorded their 9th studio album, What the Dead Men Say, right here on campus. Name that band. Hint, if you call Full Sail, you hear it in the advertisements.
I'm not too sure. Okay, I need to think of this one.
Win.
Scott, do we have any more hints?
I have one more hint. What would you call this sort of segment in a TV show? It kind of rhymes with that.
It rhymes with the segment of the TV show?
It rhymes with this kind of, questionnaire.
Okay. Cool. Ooh. It's gonna be hard for me, man. I'm not gonna lie, but my answer is Nirvana?
No, unfortunately, the answer was Trivium. Full Sail grads, Matthew Heafy, all of them, were in the Fortress, and they did it right here at Full Sail Live. I mean, I appreciate the effort, but hey, you get to go home with a fanny pack.
Woo! That's still a great prize.
Those fanny packs are coveted, my friend.
Honestly, the fanny pack,
Thank you
it's
so
kind of coming
much.
back in style.
Congratulations.
Coming back in style.
I think they're calling it a side bag.
Oh.
That's what I heard. I heard that's like the cool new way to say it, so you don't have to say
bag.
fanny pack. But I like fanny pack.
Their style.
I do too.
I can hold in this.
Look at all the space we have for activities inside of our fanny pack.
Okay.
I have masks. I have a whole lot of sunglasses. If anybody wants to win sunglasses, we've got more questions.
Do we have anybody else? I think
Come
this
on
young lady right
down.
here.
We also have T-shirts courtesy of Hanky over here.
Ooh.
Hanky, throw me a shirt. Throw me a shirt, Hanky. All right, we got T-shirts. Who wants to win a T-shirt?
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, if you want to come up and stand right here for me.
Hey.
Alrighty.
Wait, hold on. Before we ask her some questions, can we talk about the fit? Can we
Oh,
talk
the
about
fit,
the drip?
the fit, thank you.
I want those jeans. Please, girl, DM me where you got those pants.
What a wonderful combination. I love the hat. I love the sunglasses. I love it all.
Alrighty, you ready to win a prize?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Alrighty, so this video game console developed by Microsoft is the third in its series and was released in 2013 to compete against the PlayStation 4 and Nintendo's Wii U and Switch consoles. What platform is this?
Can I get it?
A console?
Think of all the different gaming consoles that you're aware of.
Some might say it's green.
Green?
Some might say it has a number at the end of it.
Xbox.
Xbox One.
What?
Xbox One.
Ding, ding, ding! You get a T-shirt. Congratulations. Now you can match with me. All right?
Amazing. Yes, and I love the support behind
Congrats,
her.
congrats.
We love a squad. We love a team.
Time for one more. Who else wants to come and win a prize? This time for the Oculus. Yeah? For the Oculus? Come on. All right, so listen. So unfortunately, first person that came up didn't quite get the question right, okay? So this one is for the Samsung Odyssey VR headset, okay? So, in Season 4 of Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister gives a Valyrian steel sword to Brienne of Tarth. What was the name of that sword?
Oh, I don't watch Game of Thrones. Okay.
Hint, it's literally in this room right now.
In this, like...
The sword from the show is in this room
it's like
right now.
over there.
Do you want to phone a friend?
Yes. Can I phone a friend?
Scott, can we phone a friend?
We can phone a friend. We can phone a friend. Yes.
I'm approving
Pick
phoning a friend. Let's
Pick
do
a
it.
friend.
Approving it. All right, pick a good friend.
You. Philippe. Game of Thrones?
But what's the name of the
Ask the
sword?
question, okay? I'm gonna ask the question. All right, look.
You can have him come join you. You
Come on,
can have
let's
him
go.
come
Let's
join
go.
you.
Come on.
I feel like the pressure.
Find a friend that knows Game of Thrones.
Nobody knows.
We're breaking all sorts of rules right now.
That's okay. We like to give away prizes.
Everybody's a winner at Full Sail. Does anybody watch Game of Thrones?
If one of you just runs through this room right now, you could probably find it.
It's in this room.
Like close to me or?
Yeah, I'd say you're very warm if you go in that direction over
It's
there.
in that direction.
I mean, it's the only
Let's
sword
read
in
the
the
question
room.
one more time.
I'm gonna read the question one more time to everybody. Everybody watching, I'm reading the question, all right?
I know there's people in the YouTube
In
chat like
season
typing
4
it in
of Game of
aggressively.
Thrones, Jaime Lannister gives the Valyrian steel sword to Brienne of Tarth. What was the name of that sword?
Has anybody gone and investigated? Start running.
Huh?
The Oath Keeper.
Ding, ding, ding! It is the Oath Keeper! Congratulations! You have just won a brand new Samsung Odyssey VR headset. I tried it out earlier. I loved it. My eyes hurt, but don't worry. It's awesome.
Incredible.
A wonderful group effort out of here.
Thank you very much, Full Sail. People that work with Full Sail. I'm going to enjoy this when I go home. Thank you.
Congrats, bro.
Thank you, Samsung.
Yeah, thanks, Samsung. All righty.
Hookup.
Well, I think that's going to end our giveaway today.
At least for now, at least for now.
At least for now. We'll be back. Don't worry.
It was good to see you guys for now. And if we learned anything from trivia, it's that teamwork makes the dream work. Thanks, everybody, for running around the space until you found that sword. We appreciate you. You know what else is a dream for a lot of Full Sail grads?
What's that?
Being inducted into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
It sure is quite the dream to aspire toward. Are we going to learn more about another
I think we are going to learn more about
I think we
another.
are. I think we're going to learn right now about 1997 and 2012 recording arts grad Tom Todia.
Hi, I'm Tom Todia, and I'm a recording arts graduate from 1997, and I am an audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon. So let's talk about my favorite project that I was involved in. I'm really fascinated by surround sound and by three-dimensional audio and spatialization, and I got onto this project where I was able to record the killer whales orcas for about 6 months, building some underwater microphones and creating a virtual reality project called Deep Sea Orca 360, which is a permanent installation at the San Diego SeaWorld. But I would go sometimes in the middle of the night, and I would be there at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the park would be empty except the security guard, and I was literally just hanging out by the tank with the microphones and the orcas. It was fascinating on so many levels, it's hard to describe, but I absolutely loved being involved in that because people to this day get to go and experience what we did there, and it was amazing. I'll never forget it. So one piece of advice I would give my younger, still in school self would definitely be to go after every opportunity that you see. The closer you get to being part of the community that you want to join, the better things end up working out. Be involved in every part of your industry that you can, and keep a really open mind about it. You can always have a smile, you can always be present, and you can always be polite when you're in the room. We spend a lot of time working together in production, and we prefer to be around people that are just lighthearted and fun to be in the room with. The easiest way to become part of a community is not to be contrived, but to really just join the community.
Every time we watch one of those videos, I'm like more and more excited for the induction ceremony Thursday right here on YouTube following Hall of Fame Live. It's going to be awesome. So pumped.
So excited to see that. But I mean, we've already been having such a big week.
Yeah, for sure. What has happened so far this week, you ask? Let me tell you all about it. The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Game this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. I tried to do the Shay thing. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event sponsor, MSI. Campus students and guests got in on the action with replay gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter Al Pacino. Student Challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the Challenger team in the best of 3. Want to see the whole stream? Just head over to twitch.tv/FullSailArmada and catch the full show. Or do you want to learn more about esports at Full Sail? Just follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all of the gaming action.
And of course, on Monday, we had the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress once again hosted the Full Sail Tech Expo presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to the experience and interact with presentations, new products, demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zune, Sennheiser, and many more. That's like all the big leagues.
Yeah, those are some big companies. And watching this video, I mean, I would run in there and just be touching every single button, turning every single knob. Look at all those control boards. Like,
I know.
I don't know what half of them do, but looks like it would have been a good time. You know what else was a good time? Yesterday's career fair.
Oh, yes, it was.
That's right, Shay. The ever popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had special access to company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers. Gotta love those career fairs. And we do those all over the country. LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event happening in a city near you. Ooh, somebody brought a dog with them.
Ooh,
Saw it in
that's
the video.
exciting.
Yeah.
But you know, Jess, I know we're here inside the EB lobby, but there is so much going on our back lot, including the paint by number mural. Can we see that real quick? Look how gorgeous it
beautiful.
is.
Can we zoom?
It's
zoom
coming
out?
along.
Ooh.
This is
Ooh.
live right now. That student, she's got her overalls on. She's ready to paint.
She's painting away. We should really get them a step stool because who is tall enough? Yes, girl, the overalls.
I mean, no, she's reaching. She's got it.
She's got it.
And it really fits with our theme this year. It says, "Our time is now." You can see the TARDIS for all the nerds out there like me.
The DeLorean, Back to the Future, anybody? And just like some clocks.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like clocks?
Captain Hook.
That's a good one. Shay. That was a good one.
That's why he
Shay.
is not featured
We
on
did
there.
not put. We should have put the gator though.
Oh, that would have been great.
Or is it crocodile?
I think
I
it's
don't
a
actually know
crocodile.
what the difference is, if I'm going to be super honest. But that mural, it's so beautiful, popping, and I can't wait to see it when it's all finished at the end of the week. I'm going to take a picture in front of it. Y'all should come find me. We could take a picture together.
Absolutely. And I love that, like, this only been up there since what? What time did it open this morning? And they've already accomplished so much.
Yeah, I saw they had gotten some done last night, but it was mostly like the letters. But today they're really filling in that background. I'm confident it might be finished tomorrow. I hope I can get out there and paint a little. Save a spot for me, guys, please.
I love that. I mean, there's so many opportunities at the creative experience, so many different things to do. There's photo booths, paint by number mural, and then you could just run into friends, all the friends out there.
One important thing I will say to anybody out on CX right now, and I know I'm on the Jumbotron so you can hear me, drink some water, okay? I need you to drink a lot of water. We don't need anybody passing out, all right? You need water, find somebody. We'll get you some.
We have been told by security to tell all of you guys that you need to be drinking water.
Drink more
As
water.
your moms, we're telling you to drink water. All right, I think now it's time to check in with Too Toxic Tony. You got to hear from him earlier. Shantoni Grant, Full Sail Armada alum. I'm super excited for this. Let's check it out.
Growing up, I love video games, and a lot of people kept telling me Hey, Tony, yeah, you like video games, it's cool, but video games is not gonna get you into college. 5 years later after high school, I go to school for video games, and now people are like, man, I should have went to school for video games. I should have focused on video games. So if you do not follow your dreams, you're just gonna walk around miserable. The day I realized I wanted to pursue a career in entertainment media was my senior year of my undergrad degree. I started a gaming club, and I was so fond of the productions and the creativity and the gaming aspect that I decided that I need to go to the best school that focused on these concentrations. That's why I chose Full Sail University. When we started off my streaming career, it's kind of funny. And I had the little MacBook, we had a little MacBook Air, and I plugged it up and I streamed, and it looked so horrible. It looked so horrible compared to now. And I was sitting there like, boy, I was just a man with dreams, and look where I'm at now, you know? So I think the trial and error is very important in stream, in life actually, but you keep improving and practicing. Then you start learning tips and tricks on how to make your content better. And I think that's what I did. Because I didn't want to start a brand. I didn't want that load. I was like, I'm already in my master's program. I'm doing esports. And then my friends were at my head like, nah, Tony, nah, you need to start it now. I'm like, no, like what? And I was like, you know what? What I gotta lose? I mean, just me, you know? Because I was so invested in the BJ that my boy Dynamite was like, what if they take it away from me? I was like, you know what, bro, I ain't think of it like that, but you never know. So I was like, you know what? I'll create Too Toxic Tony. I was like, I sat down one day, had my leg up, called up the boys. We don't talk on the phone, so that imaginary call up the boys. I was texting the group chat, bro, I need a name. And then my boy was like, how about Triple T Game? I said, what, Too Toxic Tony? Got it, done. Called him my designer. I was like, hey, Gary, hey, man. Hey, I need a brand. I need a picture. He was like, what you need, big dog? You know, he didn't say that, but in my mind, he said that. And I was like, hey, man, I need me with a gas mask with smoke coming out of it. He said, all right, man. In real life, he said, all right, man, take a couple of pictures like this and send it to me. In my mind, it was like, hey, I got you, big dog. Hey, man, take some pictures. It's my bet. So I took some pictures. I was like, man, this thing gonna be whacked. I'm like, he don't need, like, what does he, like, and I said, you know what? I trust you. Show me what you got. He sent me this. I cried. And that's when this baby was born. You just gotta be a grinder. You gotta want it. If you don't want it, then yeah, you're gonna easily fall out. But you gotta want it. I wanna be in Full Sail Hall of Fame. I wanna be the best esports program in the USA. Okay, all right, I'm going too far. But yeah, that's what I want. That's my goals. Like, I wanna be top. I want you, when you see me, go, that's Too Toxic Tony. And I'll be like this, how you doing?
See the team, be the team, I am the team. That's his tagline. Too Toxic Tony. And I did see him on campus earlier, and I connected with him, and I said Tony, and he did one of these, just like in the video.
Speaking of connecting.
Yes?
Check out what's happening out on the back lot right now.
People are playing Connect 4!
Oh my goodness. Talk about connectivity. Thanks to the Student Community Association for putting together so many awesome activities for students out there on campus. Yep. Who's going to win that Connect 4 game? Uh-oh. Yellow better watch out.
So this is our creative experience. It runs all along our back lot, and it's open to everybody who's coming onto campus, wants to do all kinds of things. We got air hockey. We have different club tents set up so you can mix, mingle, get to know people. You see people out there already dressed and ready for the cosplay contest.
Ooh, can't wait to see the cosplay contest later. Look at that link.
I mean, like, look at all these kids out there. They're just all grooving and chilling. Oh, yeah. Hello, sir. We see you.
Go connect with the clubs. Get to know the Full Sail community. And you know where this leads. If you've been walking around on campus, we're going to go from clubs to the food. We're always hyping up the food, but that's the International Student Society.
Hey!
Almost all of my international friends always got together with ISS. They always had, like, the best time together. Great way to make friends. Some connections there. And we've got content creators.
Oh, it looks like they're doing some kind of a giveaway, a contest. If you guys are out there, stop by.
Tell
Say
me what's
hello.
going on. I want to find out more. We're stuck in here, so you got to go out there and tell us what's happening.
And I believe we're also going to be coming up on the student stage where we've had students performing and hanging out all day. Ooh, loud ladies.
I belong
That's
there.
you.
That's for me.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a loud lady.
Yeah, so there's a student stage, and then we got this little bridge, which is basically the bridge to heaven because you know the food trucks are on the other side.
And my favorite place, the Fortress. We love the Fortress. Hey, girl. Look at everybody chilling. Yeah, can I get a wave?
I just
can
love
I get
the
a what's
energy.
up? Yeah,
like all the
everybody's
kids
so
are
happy.
so excited to be back. Hello, Full Sail University, Orlando Health Fortress.
We love an archway. We love an archway.
Look,
Is that a puppy?
Connections?
Oh, sorry. Connecting. I mean,
hello. We can't distract. The dog is working.
Oh, look at everybody hanging out, mingling, getting some food. Those food trucks close, I'm pretty sure, around 5 o'clock. So, oh, also, the Dan Patrick Sportscasting Studio is located right next to the Fortress, which is pretty cool. Lots of our students, some of whom you've seen today, getting experience on camera, even behind the scenes, really preparing themselves for careers in the casting world. So, big fans of
We got coffee and lemonade. I saw some ghosts on there. Love, keep it spooky. I
They've
like
got
that.
cute little cups over there. I saw someone post on Instagram.
So this is the Amish pretzel shop. I don't know what's more important, networking or pretzels, but it's probably networking. But I mean, that's still pretty
You
cool.
can network online for Amish pretzels. It's called Two Birds, One Stone. I highly recommend you go pick up a pretzel and talk to
Oh
other
my
people.
gosh!
Yeah,
Oh yes, I will
look at
take that right
Yeah.
now, plan, please.
Can she put it through the camera?
Throw
Does
it
it work
through
like
the
that?
camera.
When are we getting smell-o-vision?
I want to know about that. Always a popular, always a favorite. And it comes with all the dipping sauces. You know, you can get them stuffed with things. Yeah, the stuffed one. Yep, they know. Cameraman knows. Cameraman knows.
Yummy.
And of course,
What else
we
What
got.
else?
Oh,
Ooh, took a bite.
Now.
Looks delicious.
We got pizza. Well, there's even vegan options out there because we love to be inclusive. We
Oh,
love to
that's
have
great.
options out there for everybody.
As someone who is not vegan or vegetarian, sometimes I just want a healthier, lighter option. So
They
I
have
love that we
acai
have
bowls.
that. Ooh.
Yeah, I know how to pronounce that now. Jeff.
Yeah, acai bowls looking pretty good.
And look at that. Look, they're all named after places or right here or around Central Florida. I saw St. Pete, saw in Orlando, saw Titusville.
Love that.
The Swedish truck is here.
Sweet dish?
It's been here all day. No one told me. Wait a minute. Hang on.
Wait, do they
no,
have
hang
Swedish
on.
meatballs? You think they're better than IKEA? I bet they are.
Oh, I'm just very hungry. Like, if I just like leave and I just like hand this mic off to a Hall of Famer, there's still Hall of Famers walking around. I could hand this off and then go get some food. Yeah, like, come on over. There's a couple Hall of Famers behind
We've
us.
got some Hall of Famers here. Let's say what's up to them. Say bye-bye to the food trucks. I know they look so good.
I don't ever want to say goodbye to the food trucks, but. Hello. Okay, you're way too tall, Mr. Jag.
No, that's okay. I can. We'll fit. And we're here with Brian Carrico and Jack Geckler.
Hello.
How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you, ladies?
Excellent.
Yeah, it's been a long day up here on stage, but we keep getting visits from Hall of Famers like you, so that's really nice.
Well, that's fun. I'm excited just to see this guy.
Oh.
I'm happy to see Jack.
Oh my gosh, best friends.
I've missed
We
his
really
smile, mostly.
We were talking about Brian earlier in the show because he came early to help set up
Yeah.
for Hall of
Yeah.
Fame.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah.
It was great. It was a great experience. Got to work side by side with students.
Yes.
I mean, in their field and in their element. It was really great experience. I hope we get to do it again.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I don't think they're ever going to tell you guys no, get out of here, or anything
Yeah,
like that.
stop
So I wouldn't
helping
worry about it
us.
too much.
They will eventually. Eventually, they'll get tired of us and say, "Quit sleeping on the couch." That's what my parents did. So I'm sure they'll do it too.
I didn't help, but I
Oh,
love
there he is. There
Look at that
he is.
guy.
Brian
Oh,
helping
cool.
out.
Great find to the guys back in the truck. I know. I know. Well,
Aw.
any of them's the great angle for me. I've looked good all around. That's why I'm around.
So you guys got anything in particular really looking forward to this week?
Yeah, we have a talk coming up in
Yeah.
I think 10 minutes on,
Okay.
on networking.
Awesome.
Someone's going to come drag us out of here.
Pull us out of here.
Oh, we got to get one of those canes to pull people off stage.
The Oscar.
Yeah.
The Oscar music playing.
Yeah.
Right.
So we actually have a special video for Mr. Jag Eckler, who worked on Frozen 2, one of my favorite movies of all time. It's one of my favorite movies. I would like to show the video first, though, and then I'll fangirl behind the scenes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Originally, I enjoyed movies and I enjoyed the medium and I enjoyed everything about that. But it was kind of like a kind of dream, but it wasn't like something that I thought was ever a reality. Like people I think who did this stuff were on some other kind of plane of existence, and you had to live in California. And it's just as a kid, I think it was just outside my scope. I started performing at Disney in the mid-90s. As a character performer, and that kind of opened the door to some other kinds of roles within the parks, and one of which was puppeteering. And at the same time while I was doing that, I was starting to really get into computers, and I had a roommate at the time who was really into computers, and we painted one of the walls in our rental with chroma key paint. I don't ever recommend people to do, so that we could basically take our puppets, put them up, and then comp in the background scenes of like Indiana Jones Boulder, or they're in space, or they're, anywhere we wanted them to be was kind of the idea behind it. And I lived in Orlando. So hearing about Full Sail was kind of all the time, but at the time it was mostly, for me, it was an audio thing. Somebody went, hey, they're doing this computer animation program. So me and my roommate at the time said, hey, let's just go down and get a tour and see what it's like. And, hilarity ensued. The hustle in general has got me at least 50% of the way there. I mean, hopefully I like to think the rest was talent. The hustle has certainly kept me employed, and I think it's allowed me to work on stuff that I never would have been able to work on if I had just made a choice to be like, I'm just gonna stay here. I think this is where I need to stay. I got a call from a game studio in Woodland Hills called Genuine Games. They were working on Fight Club, the video game for Xbox, the original Xbox, and PS2. And then I worked on the 50-cent game Bulletproof, his first one. Yeah, didn't think I'd ever be on a rapper video game. But I was about halfway into that when the opportunity came up to go over to Asylum for Sky High. It was too surreal for me to even think about working on film, not to go. I've worked on Sky High, which was awesome. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, we had got around the same time, so I worked on that. Apocalypto, Deja Vu with Denzel Washington. DreamWorks, I worked on How to Train Your Dragon, 1 and 2, Kung Fu Panda 2, Turbo. Here at Digital Domain, the first time I was here, I worked on Mummy 3, the G.I. Joe movie. Then I had an amazing opportunity to go to ILM and work on Episode 7, Force Awakens, which was awesome. There was a shot I did that was only supposed to be in the trailer. We call it the Apocalypse Now shot, and the sun's setting and all these TIE fighters are flying in, and there was no real place for it in the film up front. So here I am watching the movie, even the first time, and boom, they snuck it in. And it was like full screen and everything else. And I remember sitting at one of the first screenings with just a regular audience, and that shot came across. Everybody in the audience was like, oh, the sigh. And the goosebumps just went up my arms. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and it just struck me. I'm like, this is why I love doing this. Like, two, and I even looked at it, I'm like, that looks way cooler when it's that big. Take a step back and go, I'm actually doing this. Like, I'm working on this movie that all these people are so amped to see every time it comes out. Like, that, it never leaves me. There's something about that to me that's like, it's almost like it's permanent, right? To me, I'm like, I feel like there's all these other mediums, but like something with film is permanent. It's there. Once you've done it, it's there. And if you've done your job right and you're doing a really good job, like, it's there on a wow level too, and you can hear it in the audience.
Okay, listen. We're both like crying, nerding out over here.
They
I
had to give her
put on
glasses because she was just hysterically crying.
Well, you cried over Star Wars.
I'll always cry over
all the
Star Wars.
animation.
Yeah, just hearing that story and knowing that a Full Sail grad made that happen is like, gives me goosebumps every single time. You know what else gives me goosebumps? Knowing that we have so many incredible grads working in the esports industry Next up, we'll be heading into the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, where we'll hear from grads in the esports industry working for United, Evil Geniuses, Sub Nation, and North Carolina Wesleyan College.
Everybody doing today? All right. My name is Bennett Newsom. I'm the esports strategist here at Full Sail University. Thank you guys for being here. And I'm super excited for this panel today. We're kind of going across the board of different areas and of careers in the esports industry. But let's bring our panelists out. Joining me on stage first is Matt Burns Potoff. Welcome, sir, welcome. Up next, we have Zoe Monday. Followed up with Justin Burnham. And last but not least, Shantoni Grant. Welcome. Well, we're all excited to have you guys here. Thank you for coming and being part of this panel. The esports industry is always growing, and a lot of times we hear from students that I don't know what to do. I only want to, play games, and I work in this industry, but I don't know where. And there are so many opportunities and so many different career paths that most people just don't think about. So I feel like we have a really well-versed panel here today to talk about a ton of different things. But why don't we go ahead and let you guys introduce yourself. Tony, why don't you start us off, and we'll just come back this way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shantoni Grant, a.k.a. Too Toxic Tony, and I'm the Director of Esports at North Carolina Wesleyan College.
Justin Burnham, Senior Vice President at Sub Nation, and I'm crazy enough to actually have 2 full-time gigs. So I'm also a Portfolio Director at Good Shepherd Entertainment.
Hi guys, I'm Zoe Monday. I was at the Media Communications degree program, and I'm now a graphic designer at Evil Geniuses.
My name is Matthew Potoff. I am the GM and VP of Esports at eUnited, and also graduated Full Sail in 2013 with a bachelor's in entertainment business.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think one of the things that we always get asked first out of the gate is like, what am I supposed to do for my first career, my first job in the esports world? Because there's, everybody, I want to do this. I want to be the GM of United. And that doesn't come right out the gate. So I would also love to know what your first gig in the industry was.
Actually, my last 4 months of Full Sail, I got to work with G Fuel, a energy drink company, and I engaged with people on social media for 4 months. I barely made any money, but it was good experience, and
Absolutely.
It was just an entry point for me to put something on my resume from a close friend that I was teammates with in the past. He worked his way up G Fuel and gave me my first shot.
First break, yeah.
Just to get something on my resume,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And Zoe, your story is a little bit different because you graduated in 2020, and was this your first gig in the industry?
Yes, it was. Technically the internship part of it. I graduated in 2020, like you said, and got a connection for the internship through Platinum, basically. And I was an intern for 3 or 4 months before I started full-time. But so aside from that, yeah, it's just been 2 years at Evil Geniuses for me.
Well, now I feel old. This is kind of a loaded question because in 2007, I didn't know what I wanted to do, whether it was games, film, or music, so I did all three. I actually worked on some films. I was an on-air DJ for music, a metal channel in actually Orlando. And then I was doing games, and games stuck. First gig was registration producer, project manager, or something for Dice Summit out of California. So I got that gig and moved to LA.
So after I graduated, I'm also alumni here at Full Sail University.
You're all alumni.
Yes, we all alumni. After I graduated, my first gig was going back to my bachelor's school at North Carolina Wesleyan College and doing esports, being the director. So that was a blessing, not gonna lie.
Absolutely, and I think that's another cool kind of path. And you were on a panel this morning talking about starting your esports program at the school. What really does it take to build a program from the ground up at an institution?
First things first is community. You got to have a community. I'm telling you right now, engagement with the community, and also laying out a foundation for whatever you're trying to do. So for me, obviously, it would be esports. We had to sit down, and I remember my senior year, we drew up a 5-year strategic plan on how we plan on growing the program. And when I sit back now, I'm like, wow, I really did that. But it helped me, and it prepared me for the future, which we are here today.
It's funny how fast time moves. When you think, oh, we're never going to get to this point, and then all of a sudden, 5 years later, here we are, and it's in action, and you're seeing it happen. It's a pretty cool experience. Justin, with your journey, you've spanned everything from DreamHack to South by Southwest, obviously at Sub Nation now. I mean, the list goes on of things that you've done, and it's really incredible. What does a day-to-day life look like for you in your career now?
No pressure. Okay, yeah. I mean, in all honesty, I've always been pretty active. When I was at South by Southwest, I was the founding producer of all the gaming stuff there for years. And at the same time, I was also handling a lot of this stuff. I was working for Devolver Digital, so I was on the publishing and the event side. And then after South by, I went to DreamHack, and then, Good Shepherd Entertainment. Now I'm with Sub Nation and Good Shepherd Entertainment. So I've always kind of wanted to be in multiple areas of the gaming industry so I could understand it. So anything from live events and digital events now, thanks to COVID the past couple of years. Right. To actually producing a game to market. So to give you a synopsis, a breakdown of my life, I don't have one. Because whenever I'm done with that, I have a wife and kids, So.
Yep. Well, that's obviously an important part of this, is being able to do it all and still have the family to go home to, which is great. And, obviously, this industry, it takes a lot. There's a lot of work to be done, and it's a lot of dedication to get there. But when you're passionate about esports and gaming and this industry, I think it just really kind of bleeds together. Same thing for you. I mean, you've been doing this for almost your whole life. You have probably the most traditional kind of path into this industry, from pro gamer to GM and VP of esports. Tell us a little bit about that journey, starting off, winning a tournament while you were a student here at Full Sail that made it through the next kind of path of your life.
Yeah, so I was very fortunate to win a tournament near campus on my birthday. 4 months before graduating. It was a $25,000 tournament. Definitely helped, get through college and helped me with my finances a little bit. I moved back home to Missouri. I worked as an internet marketing consultant for 8 months, selling websites to lawyers. That was a lot of fun, I will tell you that. And traditionally, I just was doing that in the meantime until I could take the steps to gather a team and hopefully go pro. I placed top 5 at UMG Philadelphia for Call of Duty Ghost, and that led to my first contract. I lived in Atlanta for a year with my teammates. We traveled the world competing in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare and Call of Duty Ghost once again at the tail end of that. And then, long story short, my thumb stopped working, and I retired at the end of Black Ops 3. and then switched over to the management side a year later. So that's kind of the long-winded story, but I played for 16 different organizations, still have my jersey from every single one. I wish the pay was the same as it is now, but it is not. These kids are making way too much money, as I always say, but they do deserve it. It's very competitive. It's not an easy task to go pro, and these guys dedicate their lives to it.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing, too, that I get questions about a lot is I'm not in esports, or I'm not great at the games, so I could never go pro. But what kind of avenues can I go into, that don't involve me having to be a top tier player? And Zoe, I think your journey so far has been really incredible because you've been able to go into a place, use the skill set that you learned here at Full Sail, and really set a road for yourself in this industry. Would you talk to us a little bit about what it's like as a graphic designer, the type of things that you do, in your role at Evil Geniuses?
Totally. Yeah, so for my background a little bit in esports, I'm really bad at games, and I completely avoided esports for that reason. Like, I had to play Oblivion on God mode, kind of like bad at games. And so I felt that esports wasn't an avenue that I could go into just because I had very little interest from the competitive side of things. So it was very interesting when I got the opportunity and feeling like maybe I wasn't qualified to represent esports teams. But from our content team, there's actually, I would say a lot of the people in the team don't play games pretty regularly, but it's just a matter of doing your research into the industry, and that helps considerably in making the content. So even if I don't catch the games regularly, I feel like connected with the fan base, and that helps. So in regards to design and what I do, if you follow Evil Geniuses or esports orgs in general, the sort of social content you see coming by is a lot of what I get to do, which is like the macro content help. So if that's just the static social graphics for matches that are coming out, or if it's like a big announcement, I can make the intro for the video or the outro, the lower thirds. There's a lot of print media that needs to happen. We have different departments that do live events. So if that's like making cards that they hand out or big banners, I get to work on that. Some of the little small things that are really fun, those like in-game sprays, like we have a Dota fan pack that comes out, and I get to make stuff that you can use in game and our players use at tournaments, which is really fun. So it's a large assortment of things, which is why it's super fun for me, because that's why I came to MCBS, because I just like making cool stuff, and it's like it gets me the opportunity to just play around with a whole bunch of different assets in a way that gives like joy to other people that are interested in gaming too. So
that's awesome. It would be so cool to make something and then it's in this game. No big deal. Everybody's using it. You go to a match, they spray on the wall, and they're like, I made that.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. So very cool. I think another area that doesn't get talked about as much, obviously more recently than before, but is the content side of things. And Shantoni, you're a content creator. I'm a content creator. You're on Twitch occasionally sometimes. You've definitely lurked in my chat before. So Tony, tell us about that side of things when it comes to streaming. And you were on the Varsity Armada stream team. We've all seen the video. It's one of my favorites. I know it's yours too, but tell us a little bit about that.
It was the greatest thing ever. But it's also a grind, and I tell people you really have to love it. It really is a grind. And I think once you start creating, plans and goals for yourself and trying to figure out every step of the way how not to make mistakes by learning from people that have made the mistakes and telling you not to make the mistakes, it would definitely help you. It will definitely help you. But yeah, as far as content creating, I think just like how she said, the sky's the limit. I mean, you could do an OBS, Streamlabs, you could do anything you want, like anything. It's like a little movie, so to speak. A live movie, like you can make your channel anything you want, display any content you want. So I loved it, man. And I especially loved it here. That's how we became close, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, the other cool thing, too, I think, is a question that we hear a lot. We get emails almost every couple of weeks is like, what is the thing that I could do to stand out when I'm trying to apply at places like EU United or EG? You know, what sort of things, when they come across your desk and you're looking at a new hire, stand out to you from a hiring standpoint?
This is actually counterintuitive to what you're asking, but we held interviews over Call of Duty Warzone.
I remember.
And we basically asked the interviewees questions while they had to play Warzone with us. So we're like in the middle of a 3 versus 3 match, and I'm pressuring them like, hey, so what are you going to do for United? And it's so hilarious because some people couldn't even talk to us. They were so focused on the game. I'm like, all right, you're out of here just for fun, you know. But I have had so many interns and junior positions at United that have led to greater opportunities for so many individuals. And I think at its core, United has been such a blessing for a ton of people that end up finding bigger opportunities later on, because we are still a smaller organization. We're not anywhere near EG or 100 Thieves or FaZe, but we pack a big punch for what we do.
I'm sure you guys can get second place in Raleigh. I'm just saying, you know.
But I have literally hired someone because they like anime. I'm like, okay, like, come on board and let's have some fun, talk about anime and work. And that's kind of the environment I like to promote. I just like to have fun. I trust people to do what they need to do. And I know that this completely counters the question, but it just shows our environment of picking people who really resonate with our brand and like to have fun.
Yeah, shout out to Danger, because he did win the Warzone interview thing, which was incredible to watch. But I don't know if he's in here or not. But anybody else want to jump in on that?
I'll take it back a little bit in a different direction. You know, it's ironic because I actually just spoke to my kid the other day, and he's just like, you know, what? I'm like, what do you want to do? You know, what do you want to do? He's like, I want to, you know, do something with Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay. You know, great. So, and that's fine. Obviously, I'm a big Magic the Gathering player myself too, but it's similar in this way, right? Think of it as a flow chart. You want esports, great. You made up your mind. Magic the Gathering, you made up your mind. Then what is that next step? Is that marketing? Is that a player? Is that PR? Is that business development? Is that graphic design, right? And then that's your second tier, right? And then you break it down from there, right? Step by step, as you're progressing just through life in general. You made up your mind of the high-level approach, and then what's that second, and what's that third, what's that fourth breakdown? And that's kind of what I did. And when I told my 14-year-old that, he was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" But you guys would understand a little more as being older, you know. But he's 14; he didn't really know. But it makes sense, you know. It does really. And that's kind of how I found my path, because. I mean, funny story, I have a recording arts degree because I thought I wanted to do music. And I still work with a lot of music artists for different things that I do. But I had a metal band, and I was like, I want to do music and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, maybe I want to do games. Sat in and actually saw a C++ program. I'm like, nope, don't want to do games. But then I went back into games, ironically. So we never know what path we really follow. It's just by nature breaking it down in that flow, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really part of the journey, too, is going through those different areas and those different paths that can lead you to a whole new place. You know, for me, I was, you know, playing music as well, and then I stopped doing that, and I found Twitch, and I started streaming, and I was like, hey, cool, video games on the internet. And then that led to the career that I have now. And if I hadn't made those steps and taken those risks, I wouldn't be doing this. And so that's, you know, something that I think is really important, is to find your passion, support it, do it in the ways that you can while you're doing something else, and then hopefully it aligns, you know. We do have a microphone over here, I think, so we want to leave as much time for questions if you guys have them. So if anybody wants to jump on, ask a question, let us know. We'll be able to answer them for you. But we'll continue on as far as the panel's concerned. Zoe, with your program here at Full Sail, were you doing anything specific in regards to esports leading up to you know, the job at Evil Geniuses?
It wasn't anything esports specific, but there were a lot of like skill set stuff of things that I was just working on that immediately crossed over, which for me, I was working on a D&D live stream, which is like very niche piece of content, I guess. But it ended up, I think it was like a huge part of my portfolio when I applied, because it was, we had to promote it on social media, so I was making content for that. I had to work with a brand guy that we had made for the D&D stream. I made tons of stream overlay stuff like that, and a lot of video content, and did some motion graphics work. So it was sort of a just like these individual student portfolio pieces that I worked on kind of casually throughout school ended up being like the key part of my portfolio that got me into the internship. So I always say that I think it's super important that when somebody stands up and asks for people to join their project, like if they're looking for an editor or a designer, that like you don't have to reach a certain threshold of that skill to go for those things, especially while you're here in university, because those are when you get to learn those skill sets. Like if I hadn't jumped up for this D&D live stream that another student proposed, that my portfolio would have been like half of what it was. And that was something that one of my students ran, and it was so influential for me. So I definitely encourage you to like embrace the projects that are around you from your fellow students, because that's going to be what really bolsters your portfolio for graduation.
Absolutely. So branch out a little bit. Get involved in as much as you can. Quinn, you're the brave person so far. What's your question for the panel?
Hey guys, first of all, I just want to thank you guys so much for coming out to talk to us. It means a lot. So I want to be in the esports business as a caster. And this has been a similar thing with every venture that I've tried to follow entrepreneurially, is I don't really know where to start and how to market myself necessarily. And I know this is a pretty broad question, but we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, and I was wondering if you could give us any tips with regard to, marketing ourselves online and potentially getting work through that.
Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, I don't mind taking a stab at this one. I am trying to reiterate an answer I might have given at the previous panel, so I'm not sure if you were at that one or not, but I'm going to try to spin it up. I have seen over and over and over again so many individuals in esports get hired through social media. And I will continue to say it at every panel that I'm at, because if you show passion for a specific organization or a group, and you continue to be professionally persistent, and you show your, not your portfolio, but basically what you can do, like even if it's just snippets of you getting extremely hype during a moment, and you send that to a Smash organizer or a Halo group or whoever it might be, whatever game you think is, that relates to you, usually good things end up happening, or it at least starts a conversation, or they consider you for a fill-in. If someone can't make it, things happen, and then they start giving opportunities to someone that showed passion. So that's just a small synopsis of what I've seen in esports.
I'd also say that nothing's ever going to be perfect. So when you're making your highlight reels and your demo reels, get it out there. I need to take that own advice for myself sometimes on stuff, because you'll spend hours and hours doing something and then it doesn't do anything, and then you spend 5 minutes to make a TikTok and it blows up. So it's super important to just get it out there, get that content out there, and then grow from it. Work, as that one did well, okay, well, let's spend a little bit more time. Let's take what we learned from the previous thing we did and then apply it to the next one and keep going.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Quinn. This is another good question I get from a lot of our varsity players, Matt, is, they may not be ready to put down the sticks yet and go into the industry. They want to keep going on after the pro side of things. What sort of advice would you give to aspiring pro players, to keep going as far as their competitive skill is concerned?
I think, saying this in the most honest way possible, that you have to have honest, realistic expectations for yourself. For me, I've expressed this to many people. I went to bed every single night for years knowing I was going to go pro because I was going to make the necessary sacrifices to do it. And that led to friendships being ruined because I wasn't hanging out with friends. That led to me skipping family meals to get extra scrims in. So it was a complete grind. But if you feel deep down that you have the natural talent to go pro, all you have to do is make up that extra time to start joining these open tournaments, getting some time on broadcast, hoping your play style gets picked up by other pros. And the most important advice is just having a good personality, being likable, being a good teammate, showing up on time for scrims, essentially giving 100% of your time. Because if you have the best player on your team that gives 100% and everyone else is given 80 or 90, they always leave. So just make sure that you're matching everyone else on your team or being that standout player and setting the example for everybody else.
Awesome, yeah. And Justin, you know, obviously a live event side of things. We're here in the Fortress. We just put on Hall of Game on Sunday. A lot goes into those events. A lot of times more than people know. For students or grads that are looking into getting into like the live event production side of things, what sort of advice would you give someone that's going to come work on a live event in the world of gaming and esports?
Well, I have kind of, I mean, obviously besides skill set is important. I mean, planning, proper organization, all that kind of normal stuff, right? But I have some very cliche sayings I'm going to turn on, like, I guess everyone, because everyone always hears it's who you know. Forget that. It's not who you know. It's who knows you, right? Forget everything you've ever heard about entertainment business, because I've dabbled in film and music too, right? I've never gotten anything off of who I knew. I was gotten everything off who knew me. So go network, go talk to people, volunteer, do everything you can to make sure people know your name. And then after that, show them that passion and drive and the desire to learn if you don't know yet. Because you can't teach someone passion and drive. I can teach you how to produce a worldwide huge show, but I cannot teach you to care about it. And so those are definitely important things, more than you think. Please remember that, because trust me, in 10 years, you'll see how much those two things made a world of difference. Just, I mean, I know that's very cliche, but I'm turning some of the sayings on its head. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes for a lot of things. Even as you're a student now, let's say that you are in your first couple months here at Full Sail, there's always opportunities to get involved in esports and Armada. Definitely go to fullsailarmada.gg/tryout if you're looking for the teams, casting, stream team. If you just want to be involved, email us at fsarmada@fullsail.com. We do these types of things all the time, so there's always opportunity to get involved, volunteer, and put something on your resume, which is definitely kind of the goal for a lot of things, is being able to have that line on there that says, hey, I did this. When you get out, everyone's always talking about experience. Oh, you need to have this much experience. Let's start getting it now by getting involved, and it's usually pretty fun when you get to do these types of events. So, definitely don't be shy. As far as, Shantoni, starting your own program, you were part of Armada while you were here, and then you are going back to your school and working with students. What sort of things are you implementing to get them involved, to help build the possibilities for their career, at your university?
So one of the things that when I first started, before I came to Full Sail, I was wondering, how can I help students get the hands-on training and, replicate some of the things that people do. So when I came to Full Sail, it was just like, woo, I got it. And then I went back there, implemented. So a couple of young students came up to me when I came back, was like, hey, we want to do a news channel. So I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know nothing about it, but we're going to make it work. So that's what we do. And then I told them, you need to put this on your resume, because I tell them the biggest thing, and this is for all of us, like you just said, is job experience. So how are you going to counter that? You're going to counter that through your digital portfolio, your works in school, and a couple other projects that you do for other companies as well. Because you might not have the work experience, but if they can see your work, then they can evaluate and be like, oh, okay, cool. They just need a chance. They need a shot. So like with our program, we literally sit down and have a whole content program to say, okay, cool, we're doing a TV show, which we do have an improv show. That's kind of cool. It's coming out soon. Say doing that. But we just give them the hands-on training to help mold their creativity for the real world and things like that. So.
That's awesome, yeah, and that's definitely something that you can think about too as a student here is trying to do new things that are going to open your kind of horizons up a little bit when it comes to the world of esports and careers. So we got another question over here.
All right, so I have 2 questions for Matt.
Awesome.
So my first question is, how do you deal with player burnout in general? Because for me, I played League of Legends for multiple years. I was sitting in Challenger for 3 years straight, had tryouts for teams and stuff, and then I kind of let go of the game after a while because I just didn't really care about it anymore. But I'm still interested in esports. So that's my first question. Okay. The second question is, now I kind of want to start my own esports organization kind of from the ground up. So do you have any advice on starting your own organization?
Sure. So I actually experienced player burnout as well. It led to me not playing Call of Duty for 4 months. I sat in my room and played Hearthstone every single day, and I was like, I am not playing Call of Duty anymore. I'm not thinking about spawns, looking at the mini-map, or shooting characters. I'm just going to play Hearthstone. See you later. Esports has grown. You have more resources now at organizations. You have mental health specialists. You have physical therapists. You have it's unbelievable what orgs are doing now. There's 3 things. Drink a lot of water. Take walks outside. I was scrimming for 10 hours a day. I would wake up when my girlfriend was going to school, I was going to bed when my girlfriend was going to school at 6 in the morning, and she's like, this is really unhealthy. I'm like, yeah, it's bad. But that was my way of grinding. We have such an element to gaming where we feel like we have to grind every second to get better. But reducing the practice and harnessing more of a mentality to give everything you have in a 6-hour or 4-hour time frame rather than giving 70% over a 9-hour time frame is what I've realized is really beneficial to my players. I enforce at least 1 day off, and some of them still choose to play. That's on them, but I enforce 1 day off. I hope that answers your question. So water, taking walks outside. If you have to, go to the gym and just walk on a treadmill. Just do something different. Get your head off of the game. For starting your own esports organization, it's extremely tough. I am fortunate that I am working underneath a CEO that is funding it. Funding an esports organization is extremely hard. The business model, in my opinion, is still being figured out. And a lot of our revenue depends on third parties and developers who might or do care about you. So, for example, we have aligned with a lot of developers who strategically work with eUnited, have great communication, potentially offer a digital skin in the game. And those types of factors lead to an actual business model where we're not throwing money at a wall in hopes that we just win a tournament and get 15 or 20 or 25% of whatever that contract is. So just make sure that you have that group behind you that really cares, is ready to burn for a little bit, and in hopes of, turning the esports venture into something that is promising. And just to touch on that again, you don't have to do full esports. You can go down the content creation route. There's so many different elements that are opening up in esports. It also just doesn't have to be competitive video games. There's so many different paths to take now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. No worries. Yeah, I think that's a good point too. Is that the world of esports is so broad now. Before it was kind of narrow. You had this and that, but with things like Twitch and YouTube growing as they have. Obviously, the pandemic, I think, played a part too. It brought it to a much wider audience. Seeing things on ESPN, parents are talking about it. It really kind of opened the doors to a whole new world of avenues into the world of esports. But at the end of the day, I think the most important thing to think about is that esports is just like hockey and football and every other major sport. There is a whole business behind the players on the field that are making things happen, running the show, making it all come together. And without that, it wouldn't be a successful business. So I think it's important to remember that even if you're, hey, I'm into, marketing, but I love esports, there's a path. I'm into, I want to be an accountant, which I don't, but if you do, esports needs that too. So we've got another question from the audience. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kyle Robinson with Game Design. Forgive me, this may come off as a generic question, but what was the hardest part of your journey into the gaming industry, and maybe not necessarily your journey, but also like in the gaming industry, and what steps did you guys take to overcome those challenges?
It's a good question.
I'm old. No. Oh, God. So my first gig was in 2007. It was for Dice Summit. And I don't know if you're familiar with Dice Summit, but if you're not, you should be. Because one thing that I work with a lot is the developers on the esports side. I don't work with the players as much. I produce events, of course, but I really work with the games. I always joke around that saying, hey, you know what, I love Counter-Strike, but doing Counter-Strike tournament number 4,092 for the year is kind of getting stale, So I'm a big advocate of more like, how do we add more esports games, right? We're not thinking about that too much to the point of esports, right? People want to be players, but we need more esports developers, right? And how do we bring out those games? But fully transparent, I'm a very honest guy coming from Massachusetts, whether people like it or not. I took Dice Summit because I knew who I'd rub elbows with. Dice Summit is the Academy Awards of video games. What better opportunity for a guy leaving, market crashed in 2007. This is going to age me. I'm not that old. But market crash in 2007, and I was actually, you'd be surprised, I was suit and tie, real estate, stock, finance guy, dealing with a lot of IP investment. So I didn't look like this. But did I want to rebuild in 2007, or did I want to do my own journey of the entertainment industry, which is where I go back to, I don't know what I wanted to do, music, film, or games. So I did all three at first. But I took Dice Summit because, to my point of who knows you rather than who you know, everyone learned who the hell I was first year, because Dice Summit, again, was the who's who. Happens every February, about 1,000 people, top executive CEOs, they all go to one place and hang out in Vegas. So I wanted the job to hang out with them. And ever since then, it was, I don't want to say easy, but ever since then, it was easier. Put yourself in a situation where you're forced for these people to know you. And then shine. That's it. Hope that helped.
Absolutely. No, thank you. For sure.
I think the other thing, too, is a lot of people tell you can't do it, or you're not going to be able to do it, or the comments in YouTube and Twitch or say you give up. Don't always read them, or read them and go, cool, and move on, Keep that positive nature in your head there. Unfortunately, there is some toxicity out there, but if you've got a path and a passion, that's what counts.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Hi, what's your question?
So I have two questions. My first one is about content creation. My second one is more of being a player, like, gaming. So my first one is, how do you, make it as, if you want to do YouTube or stream? Because, it seems like by the time you realize what's gotten big, there's already big people on it. So it's kind of like, you want to grow, but, there's this game you love. You play it because you love it, but, it's not really making you grow. Now, so let's say I stream Valorant, right? And there's already big streamers. I realized there's a big game. Everybody's really hype about it. So I switched my content from Valorant to, let's say, let's say it's New World. Mm-hmm. Now, every big streamer that everybody already watches switches to New World. And it's like, it's a new game, so it's like fresh. Everybody wants to watch it, but they're already watching their big people.
Yep.
So what do you really do about that?
Well, I'll jump on this one for sure. It's a constant struggle, and sometimes you have to choose whether you're going to try to chase it or you're going to do your own thing. And sometimes doing your own thing is the best route. But you can't just do your own thing and say, okay, I'm going to stream this game and play this game and stay here. And maybe catch the fallout of the people that wanted to watch that specific game that they don't want to watch New World, right? They want to watch Valorant, that's it. And that works, but I think the next part of that equation is what are you doing as a content creator to stand out from everyone else? And when you can figure that out and what it is that you do to make yourself unique and stand out from the crowd, it's not going to be overnight. It will be a slow increase. But if you start to see positive reactions to the things that you're doing, maybe you're adding more personality into your stream. Maybe there's other things that you're bringing in, bits, utilizing different green screens in cool ways that make it fun and entertaining. That's when you can start to see that growth. But a really good thing that you can do, and I do this all the time, is you just watch your stream after you do it, maybe the next day. And if there's parts in it that you're like, wow, that's really boring, Bennett. What are you doing? Write it down. Like, maybe try this next time. Do this part. And that way you can kind of go identify that, hey, these parts are things that I could grow in areas on, like from a content standpoint. So I would encourage that. It is a battle. Sometimes you make the right choice and go. I do this with Destiny all the time. That's the game that I built my community on. And shout out to Zerwatch. But like, it's one of those things where when a new game comes out that I want to play and everybody else is going to go play it, do I want to get buried in that, or do I stick here? And all the people that only want to watch Destiny, they can come and I can catch maybe some of those people to turn them into continual viewers. So it is a challenge for sure. What was the second question?
I was going to chime in on that one, Bennett.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is funny. Even if you don't choose to go to another game, I think the engagement piece with your viewers. So for me, I have for 500 bits, I'll do a push-up. So in the middle of the game, like in a 2K game, whatever, they'll be like, hey, Tone, give me one. I'm like, bro, are we serious right now? But it keeps them engaged and make them want to watch and just make you do crazy stuff to entertain them and things like that. So obviously you don't got to do a push-up, but that's what me and my friends do. Or I have to be nice. Oh yeah, I act up that point because, I ain't nice. But, I had to be nice. And I'm like, oh, this, in Call of Duty or something like that. So trying to, find creative ways to use the bits for creativity.
Okay.
Can I also chime in?
Chime in, dude. Absolutely.
It's branching off of what Tony was saying. So I created the barnyard. That was my theme I'm from Missouri. People started calling me Barnes instead of Burns, which was really annoying, but I just went with it because you have to. And long story short, every time I got a sub, I took a cowbell and I just rang it. And I was living with my mom at the time. And she came downstairs at 3:30 in the morning one day while I'm on stream and completely almost just took my PC and Xbox and threw it out the window. Wow. But that moment on stream, as much as I love my mom, and she was, that created like a mini viral moment in the Call of Duty scene, which then led to maybe 50 more viewers my next, stream. So it's, my cowbell was me doing something a little bit different to separate myself from all the other Call of Duty pros. It worked a little bit, but just like Tony doing push-ups midstream, you just got to try to find a way to do something a little bit different.
All right. And my next question. Now, I've had a few different groups of, people that play the same game as I do. And how do you really find people that are really, serious? I know every time I see, pro players, teams, esports teams, it's like they're already a family before they really, form. So, anytime I try to find, let's say Valorant, I'm going to mention Valorant a lot. That's just my main game. But it just doesn't seem like, not like when you first initially meet them, it's like, you know, let's go, we can grind this, you know, we're gonna go crazy, and they kind of just fall off. Or, you know, one thing or another. It just doesn't seem like people really take it serious. And I'm really trying to like grow as a Valorant player altogether, like mentally and, you know, in game. So I'm just kind of like, you know, and I've reached that point in Valorant. Everybody knows, you know, if you play Valorant, it's like a certain point where you can't just solo queue anymore.
Right.
And I think that's a lot of games. I heard the same thing about League. I've reached that point.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get past that point.
So the question would be, what sort of things could you do to meet other players that are at a high or higher level to play games with?
They really like take it
I can sum this up for you very, very quickly. You are always going to find toxic teammates or people who aren't going to give you 100%. This is just a matter of gaming. There's still people who are getting paid like a salary that show up late to scrims sometimes. And of course, those people do usually end up getting fined or let go or dropped as time comes. So as long as you stay true to yourself and you continue to show that you're someone that takes it serious, commits yourself to your teammates and to your vision, things will eventually work out. You can't save all of your teammates. Like, if they want to jump off the boat, they're going to jump off the boat, and you'll be the one they're watching on the main stage 5 years later. That's kind of the way I look at it. So just keep doing your thing and try to find those people. They are out there, but you know, sometimes they're super toxic teammates, but they're so good at the game where it's like, I need this toxic guy on my team because he's so good. But then later on, when you keep getting better and better and better, that guy, you end up getting really good, and then that guy might get dropped, per se. So,
right.
Best answer I can give you.
I end up getting like those bottom frag brimstones or something that are going like 2 and 10, and I'm up there like 40 and this specific game I was 40 and 13, and second place didn't even have 15 kills. So, you know, and they were trash talking the whole time, and I don't know. The game after that, I did terrible. It's hard letting stuff like that, you know. I don't know. It affects my gameplay mentally.
Yeah, for sure. I would say try to look for maybe some Discord servers that are more on the competitive side of things. I'm sure there's other websites, you know, that are posting tournaments, eFuse, different places like that, that you may be able to find some other competitive players that are looking to, you know, compete at that level and are going to take things a little bit more serious.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing great. What's your question today?
Yeah, so we talked about player burnout earlier, but I want to talk about more so just burnout for like the other side of that for you guys, because I am interviewing Thursday for a position at a entertainment company that does like cinematics for video games. And it's like my first foray into like the industry. And so like I'm getting like anxious and nervous about like, cause this is like what I want to do with my career. And so I'm wondering for you guys, how do you keep it going? And like, what is your, like, how do you stay motivated and creative enough to, you know, still like go to work the next day, and how to, you know, just drive through it?
Did you go to my therapy session? You know, again, going with the whole transparency thing, if you know my background, I just recently resigned from VP of DreamHack. So I was running DreamHack, creating content, doing events, all that kind of stuff. And I've been in the event space from DICE Summit to South by to DreamHack for years. I mean, you come to a point where, I mean, it's not an ego thing. You just can do it blindfolded, right? You know, you could do an E3, you could do a PAX, you could do a DreamHack, you could do all these events just blindfolded. And it doesn't matter if you do them in Germany or anything like that. I mean, I had one thing we were actually going to do in Iraq, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, but it's the same thing, you know? And so I left DreamHack for SubNation, which is where I'm at now. And the reason was, I guess, burnout to some way, right? I wasn't growing. And I want to grow. I've learned these things. I've conquered these things. I'm not challenged anymore. I've taught my staff to be better than me as a leader. That's what I should be doing. You know, so where do I go to learn and grow myself and contribute to me personally and professionally and build the next generation of staff? You know, that takes the job from me later, right? That's what leaders do. They train their replacements. That's what good leaders do. I'm sorry. Good leaders. So I left to SubNation, and I won't go into a plug for SubNation, but long story short, now we're this agency gaming lifestyle brand, and I'm working on Atari hotels. We're going to break ground in Atari hotels in multiple locations. We're designing a Shark Tank for video game season 1. You know, to be put out there to platforms. And then I'm also still doing some events, you know, but now I'm diversifying my portfolio and growing and challenging. And feeling that fresh new challenge, right? And we have a ton more things coming in regards to the Web3 space and all these other things that I'm learning, but now I feel a little more fulfilled, you know? So it's very, very, very real that will happen one day, but luckily you're new to this space, so it's not gonna happen to you yet.
For sure.
But if you're not feeling growth, there's a problem.
I actually want to add to that because it's been 2 years and I feel like I've reached creative burnout a little bit already. So it's very relevant to me because I feel like that's been my biggest challenge so far, which is that, you know, when you have project after project, that you come out of feeling disappointed and then that just like ruins your motivation to keep learning, especially when you've just come out of university where you, in a large way, you have the opportunity to dedicate the time that you want to it, while when you go into the organization, it's suddenly like there's deadlines you have to meet, and they have their expectations, and you just kind of have to work with that. And sometimes that means like you can't learn a new skill for every project and make it feel like this brand new thing that provided something to you directly. So going one project after another, and then you feel like they all feel the same and you haven't learned anything, that's like really hard when you first go into it, because you really know you have a lot to learn, and if you don't feel like you're learning, it's suddenly like, maybe this isn't the industry for me. And I learned pretty quickly that for me, it was just all about picking my battles and working with my managers to help me understand what battles should I be picking, and finding out that I was just trying to overdo every single project because I love working on them and I want to do them all in this like way that I feel is really cool. But you just can't do that for every single project. So it's quickly learning to work with your managers to say, hey, how like important is this piece? Do I just need to check off these boxes for you because it's more important that it gets out on time? Or can I like go ham on this? Can I like spend an extra day to learn this new tool that I wanted so that I can provide like my own motivation and satisfaction for this project? So that's been relevant for me recently because like I really want to do something in 3D and I don't have time to learn 3D. So, you know, deprioritizing some projects and knowing that these ones are for me as well as everyone else, and spending a lot of time on them has been helpful.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, thank you.
One thing I'll add really quick, I'll leave you with this, is so many people think about the company they represent and loyalty to that brand. And I am a very, very loyal man, so I do too. But not enough people think about the true brand that they actually really have, which is their name. If you are not growing, and if you are not teaching yourself more and more every day, what's the point, right? Because at the end of the day, you'll go through 20 different jobs in your life, maybe 5, I don't know, maybe you're awesome and you're at one job for your whole life, hey, that's, you know, but you have your name at the end of it, right? So I'll be damned if I'm gonna sour my name for a company, so I'm always gonna grow. So, FYI.
Sweet, thank you so much, appreciate it.
So we've got about 6 minutes left, so we're gonna do a speed round of questions here. Go ahead.
Okay, well, now you just said speed round. I had a huge one. So
no, set it on.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a long one. Name's Keenan Britt. I do film, but I also do graphic design. I edit, and I'm a commentator or caster, if that's the proper word. All right. So before I got to Full Sail, I do graphic design for a lot of tournaments, and I also like do overlays for Premiere, After Effects, and I send it to streamers, and I just do a lot of this collaborative stuff. And when I moved down here to Florida, I started casting for locals around me. I've actually been to 3, and luckily I also got to go to CEO, which is like one of those biggest tournaments to cast too. And I just feel like my foot is like on the door. I hear chips of it coming off, but I feel like there's some hinges that are just, not for like going down. Because I feel like I'm doing, I'm stretching myself out. I'm doing multiple stuff, but at the same time, it's just like my footing isn't quite there yet. Like, I feel like I'm growing every day, don't get me wrong. Like, I also stream too to get my name out there a little bit more, social media, obviously you need that. But it's just like, how do I reflect on myself to like actually get the key points of where things are not going a little bit forward?
What games do you cast?
Oh, Smash.
Smash?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I also play for Full Sail, the Smash team, Armada.
Hey. We're gonna talk in the lobby after this.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
You're about to see me in the back alley, please. Yeah, I also want to do casting for Armada, so that's probably another thing.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's just a question I have.
It's tough. Sometimes you feel like you're breaking in, and I think every one of us on the stage has been there. It was going good, we're here, and then it just doesn't work out. I would say that probably the best advice is to keep going and try a different avenue, try a different way into that door. If you feel like your foot's in there and it's open a little bit, there's still opportunity. Keep doing what you're doing, keep creating content, keep casting, finding ways to improve yourself. Watching other casters and getting more involved in other events. If you're doing casting for these 3 here, let's find some more around the area. Come cast for Armada. We need more casters all the time. So there's always ways to be involved.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Awesome. Thank you.
I can't beat that. But I just want to know, how'd you guys my name's Alex. I'm in cybersecurity, but I want to be an esports player in Valorant. And I feel like I've been to multiple tournaments. Like, I didn't have any back at home, but in Orlando, for sure, there's a lot. And I feel like I'm there. I could do it, but it's just sometimes it's not even my parents, but sometimes I be feeling like I want to give up, which I try not to, and I try to push myself even harder. But sometimes I have those days where I don't even want to touch the game. I just be like, dude, it's because once you're on the Immortal leaderboard, and I'm guessing it's the same for Call of Duty too, because you said you had a burnout. But how did you know? I have the passion. I've always had the passion. I've been watching players since I was a kid, but I mean, I just don't want to give up. And how do you get past that?
Oh man, I can't say my road to going pro was easy by any means. I took money from my grandparents. They loaned me. I didn't take it. I was loaned money to pay for my travel to my first 2 events. I would carpool with people to go to tournaments just to get some experience. It's really just a constant grind. For me, I went to events for a long time. I placed 17th, top 24, 17th, then 11th, and 11th. And over time, it's just luck, timing, the right teammates, RNG in the freaking game, depending on throwing a random nade here. Or there's so many different factors that come into play. But more or less, it's just really about honing your own skills and continuing to play at a level where you feel confident that you can play at the top, and just keep that mindset going. Once again, if you're feeling down on yourself, take breaks. Figure out a way to do other things that contribute to your longevity in gaming, which is eating healthy, drinking a lot of water, not drinking 4 energy drinks a day, and just trying to prevent yourself from having that massive burnout moment.
Awesome. Thank you. We got time for one more, and then we will be in the lobby. We can ask some other questions as well. Alpha, what do you got for us?
What's going on, everybody? Tony, by the way, you owe me a push-up for them bits because I never got my push-up. So anyway,
Do you want to do? You want me to do it on stage?
I mean, we'll do it after. We'll do it after. It's okay. But he should do it now.
I think you should do it now.
I think he
I
should
can do it now.
You want to do it now?
For the
Go ahead and do it
Tony,
now.
let's go. Love it. Let's get it.
There it is. All right. It's been like 3 months, so.
I feel like it's the first push-up on this stage.
I think half of them missed it. You need to do it.
Arms don't work like they used to before.
My question is, it's just for a lot of content creators, streamers, esports players, just anybody in the esports really. A lot of people ask their favorite streamers or players, like, how do I make it into the esports scene? And a lot of them say, like, you know, you got to build your brand. Like, what does that mean for for everybody? Because a lot of people are saying, like, okay, build my brand, but like, where do I start? Like, how do I do it? I stream, I make content, but like, how is that making yourself like into a brand?
I think what people don't know is learn marketing and advertising, because you got to get your content in front of the right people. That's the number one thing I tell people. You know, I know we ain't all rich because I was in college. I was broke, but set aside a little money to, like I said, put into advertising to get your content out to the right people. And then if you have your logo and whatever, post on social media and all that good stuff.
Username. Only one, just across the board, do it all the same. So many people have 3 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm this on this platform, I'm this on this platform, I'm this on this platform, and I'm this on this platform. Well, what's your gamer tag? Oh, it's Bennett. You know, like, make them all the same. Some I understand you have to pay to change, but that goes a long way. Just starting that brand with whatever that gamer tag is a huge, huge deal. Do it on Twitter, do it on Twitch, do it on YouTube. Make them all the same. Make it easy for people to find you. You know.
I'm gonna agree with Bennett. I didn't before my name was Too Toxic Tony. It was Leroy Jenkins 8. If anybody play, yes, yeah. But I had, it was Leroy Jenkins, and it was another name on Instagram. It was another name on this. And then when I sat down, I laid down on the floor, not the bed, and I was like, I need one username. And then obviously that's how Too Toxic Tony came about. But he's right. He's 110% right. Make one username, so all you gotta be like is, hey, yeah, my username is, Too Toxic Tony on all platforms. Easy. You ain't gotta look for it. Yeah.
I wanted to add some like general notes on branding. If in terms of like where you start, like even with your username, I would say I would start before that with what are your values and like what do you stand for, what you want your community to look like, and then all of the rest of the elements in your brand can come back to that. So in terms of like people have their logos and their stream overlays and what kind of like emotes they have in their chat, all comes back to your values, because that's what's going to set you apart from everyone else, is who you are as a person. So if you want like a community that's very competitive, well then you can maybe just like all of your brand elements can have this like heavy esports look to it, and like it's like maybe more masculine, very energetic and sharp. Like your logo would be have all those features, and then you can have like the emotes that are more relevant to the esports community, right? Or versus like you look at a VTuber, right? It's a very different feel to their brand because they have different values. They want their community to reflect a totally different thing back onto them. So start with like what makes you, what you want your community to think of as you, and then you could make your username about that too, and then it would all connect back to it.
And the last thing,
last thought from Tony,
giving the audience and the people something. So like giveaways, for me, I went through a lot of giveaways and people gave me a lot of stuff. So I'm like, yo, what he giving away this time? Money? You feel me? Subs? Like, what are we doing? So, if it's not obviously gift cards or whatever, like give them a little like email or something like that. Make them feel special. And then they'll keep coming back because obviously you thought about them and you wanted to build that relationship.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming today. Again, we're going to be out in the lobby answering any other questions that you may have, but thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for our panelists. Enjoy the rest of Hall of Fame week. We will see you later.
Thank you.
For joining us for day 1 of Hall of Fame Live. Our first time doing this. I think we killed it.
I had a great time. I don't know about you all, but we'll be back tomorrow with panels featuring 3D audio and Atmos for music, games, and film, investing in yourself, diversity and inclusion in video games, and the transition from athlete to analyst.
Ooh, I'm excited for all that.
Should be
right.
good.
Plus, we'll have more coverage of everything happening here on campus between now and Thursday's Hall of Fame induction ceremony. You don't want to miss it. Also, hi, Mom, and hi, Dad. Thank you for watching.
We'll see you tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, but you know, I think we should leave them with a little video. How do you do the induction ceremony? How do you show up? What goes on? Let's check it out. At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.